This guy must have his bad luck maxed out, because after attending a job interview and being brutally humiliated, he says he's recording everything to take it to court. Looks like he won't be the only unemployed person in this room anymore. However, this is where everything started going wrong. As soon as he left the office, he stepped on some gum. When he thought about complaining, he got blasted in the face with water. At this rate, there won't be anything left of the beta. When he got home, he smelled something strange and went to the window. Then he discovered that the homeless guys had pissed on his window again. Guys, I'm starting to feel sorry for this unlucky guy. Soon his mother called him. But his frustration reached its limit when he found out that his uncle still hadn't paid back the money he borrowed. But soon he calms down, since it's not right to yell at his mother. He's just worried about the hospital bills where his mother is staying. This literally isn't a good day for him, so he decided to go up to the rooftop to smoke. When he lit the damn cigarette, it started raining. We always think things can't get any worse. Furious, he throws the lighter and starts yelling at the heavens about his difficult life and his frustrations. He even starts insulting God, since he no longer cares whether he exists or not. Of course, all of this is because he doesn't want to keep living like cattle. The gods should at least take responsibility for this. And that was when the final blow of bad luck came from the heavens. While he was cursing and giving the middle finger, a lightning bolt literally struck the guy. It's what I always say, no matter how bad things are, they can always get worse. Even the poor unemployed guy's death is pathetic. However, in his final moments, he was still thinking about what would happen to his mother. That was when he opened his eyes again. This didn't make sense. Is he still alive? Suddenly, a notification appears in the sky. Now, on top of being unemployed and unlucky, he's also going crazy. The system window says, recruitment alert. The gods are waiting for him. Yes, guys, now the unemployed guy finally got a job, and he's going to work for the gods, in exchange for absurdly powerful items and powers. Those who humiliated him? Just wait, revenge is coming. After all of that, back at home, our protagonist changes his clothes and sits on the floor, wondering if God really exists. The young man keeps thinking about how he cursed God, got struck by lightning, and still never had any clear feelings about that being either way. Use reasons that people struck by lightning usually die or end up in critical condition. Yet he has no injuries at all, which makes no sense. Still, something definitely changed, because that weird holographic message is now floating above him. It looks like something out of a game. Yu grows even more confused, thinking it resembles a status window, the kind only talented players are supposed to have. The boy starts to wonder if the lightning somehow awakened a talent in him after all, maybe because it happened right after he insulted the deities. To find out, he decides to test it, and Dambyok tries using a voice command to open the status window. However, nothing happens. The holographic message just stays there, as if he used the wrong command. Dambyok studies the message and realizes it looks just like a part-time job listing, something he knows very well. The moment he says that, the hologram finally reacts, shifting as if he gave the correct command. A globe and several details pop up, and he understands it really is a job board. He mutters that his whole life has been nothing but odd jobs, and even after awakening, he somehow got more work. Still, he lets out a sigh and decides to see it as a chance. He has nothing to lose, so he might as well give it everything. Looking through the window, he finds out he's been recruited by the gods for part-time work. He tries to take one of the jobs, but the system blocks him, saying he lacks enough divinity. Confused, Dambyok asks what that means, and the screen explains that divinity is how the gods measure power. That only annoys him more. He has no talent, so something like divinity feels completely out of reach. But after thinking it over, he figures this might not be dangerous after all. Maybe it's his shot to change his life. With nothing left to lose, Yu accepts and decides to try. This may be his only opening. As he looks closer, he notices the god's job board is set up a lot like regular part-time listings in the human world. So he searches for something that doesn't need divinity, and finds one called Dungeon Creation in Magard. Dambyok checks the details and sees the one hiring is Thor. From the description, he figures it's a job to build a dungeon, the same kind filled with monsters and trials for awakened people. That stuns him. If this is real, then the gods are the ones making dungeons. The pay is listed in Thor's currency, and he has no idea what that even means, but he accepts right away. In an instant, he's transported somewhere else, and a dog-like creature lunges at him. It snaps at Dambyok, but he freezes when he sees what it is. He's too weak to react. All he can do is curl up and try to protect himself, when someone suddenly steps in. A huge figure moves with terrifying speed, grabs the beast by the neck and stops it cold. Then the red-haired god orders the creature to stay still. He turns to the boy who's still in shock, and asks if he's the new part-timer. Then in a friendly tone, he introduces himself as Thor, the son of Odin and the god of thunder from Northern Europe. He adds that Dambyok has probably heard of him already, since he's a pretty famous god. Thor tosses the creature aside, grabs Dambyok by the clothes, and says they can talk while moving. The boy can feel how overwhelming Thor is just standing next to him. When he spots the giant hammer at Thor's waist, Dambyok figures it has to be Mjolnir. Sweating and still trying to keep up, he stares at Thor, wondering if any of this is even real. To fill the silence, Thor guesses from his look that the protagonist must be some god from Asia, leaving the boy completely confused. Thinking fast, he realizes Thor has mistaken him for a god, so he decides to play along. A quick glance around tells him the place is full of beings who are clearly not human. That settles it. In a place like this, he's the only human, so he has to pretend to be a god. Even though lying to a deity makes him uneasy, Yu says yes, he's the god of the mountain. Thor gives him a light pat on the back and says he's heard of him, even claiming the young god has helped many people. Then Thor's tone changes. He points out that Yu seems deeply tied to human culture, and the boy realizes his clothes gave him away. Dambiak laughs it off, saying he often travels with humans to learn what kind of help they need. Thor notes that he really cares about them. Growing serious again, Thor asks if he'll be alright, because the job ahead is a trial meant for humans. Even with all the pressure, the boy forces himself to stay calm and says he's fine. As they walk, Thor asks if he's ever heard of the Minotaur's Labyrinth, and Yu says he has. Thor says that'll make things easier for him. And then Dambiak notices something. He sees a massive labyrinth under construction, and Thor explains that this is the dungeon's design. Then he tells MC that he'll be helping build it. After some time on the job, he pauses in awe until another worker calls out that he's late. What caught his eye was a huge gate carved with a minotaur. Snapping back to work, he says he's coming. Yu climbs out of a hole as the other workers keep talking among themselves. No matter the hour, whenever work came up, he always rushed over to help. His supervisor, who's watching the build, praises how hard he works and warns him not to fall into any pits. Yu grins and says if that happens, his boss better save him. His boss is a red-skinned ogre, and after a long shift, he tells Dambiak they're done for the day. The ogre asks what he thinks of the job, and the protagonist says it's good, simple work he's already used to. As they walk, the ogre says this section is finished, so you can rest in the cart before they head to the next area. That night during the ride, the ogre asks if all Asian gods are as full of energy as you. He answers that it depends on the person. The ogre says people have been praising him for working so hard. Yu brushes it off as exaggeration, though in his head he knows it's really his social skills doing the work. He starts thinking talent isn't everything. If he keeps making connections with gods here, it could help him later. When the cart finally stops deeper in the dungeon, the ogre says they'll have to continue on foot. Pointing at the animal pulling the cart, he says using that thing any farther would just set off every trap. While carrying a box, Yu nearly steps into one, and the ogre quickly warns him to watch his footing. He points out a mark on the ground, explaining it's a trap rune, and Dambiak needs to be careful. The ogre shows him more traps nearby, and Yu realizes he could have been in serious trouble without the warning. Guessing this is MC's first time doing work like this, the ogre tells him to treat it as a chance to learn. He explains that high-ranking gods give humans trials, while low-ranking gods can't join in directly, so they handle jobs like this instead. He also says there's endless work because new dungeons always need to be built, which shocks Yu. Ignoring his reaction, the ogre says the hall they started on should be done by now and tells him to come check it. When they step into the finished hall, the boy is amazed they made all of it from plain rock in just minutes. He grows nervous too, wondering what kind of monster needs a room that huge. At last they set down the boxes they've been carrying, and the ogre explains this will be the first trial zone for humans. Dambiak opens one box and stares inside, not sure what he's looking at. It looks like an oval stone, but the ogre says it's actually an egg that will hatch into a venomous spider. He explains that releasing spiders here will make things much harder for the humans and buy the gods more time to finish the dungeon. Then he checks another box, gets surprised, and asks what kind of monster is inside that one. The ogre tells him it's a lizard man. Dambiak notices the creature's neck is partly see-through, which fascinates him, so he asks why. The ogre warns him to be careful, because the lizard man hasn't fully materialized yet. Yu apologizes, saying he's never seen anything like it, and the boss tells him to follow as they move to the next hall. Farther in, the ogre explains this section is the goblin ambush zone. He says if humans make it this far, they're almost at the dungeon's end, and Yu notices the area feels damp. Then a sudden noise makes him jump, and when he looks over, he's stunned by what he sees. Yu spots a huge long-haired creature hiding among the rocks. The goblin-like beast had been resting with its eyes shut, but the second it notices Yu, it wakes up and turns savage. When Dambiak sees the giant monster rushing at him, all he can do is scream. He stumbles backward, only for the green creature to burst out laughing, which just confuses him more. The ogre laughs too and tells him he got scared for nothing. These goblins are still being prepared, so they won't hurt him yet. Still, once the dungeon is finished, that changes. Those creatures are smarter and trickier than they look, and humans will have a hard time with them. Annoyed that he got played, Yu mutters that they really are something else. The two reach the giant gate Yu noticed earlier, and the ogre says they've reached the end of the labyrinth. Standing before the entrance, the ogre confirms Yu's guess. This is the final boss room, home to the mighty Minotaur chief. That moment gets cut off when Thor shows up, laughing as he greets the mountain god. Yu and the ogre quickly bow. Thor says he's heard a lot of praise about Dambiak, then asks if the work went well, and Dambiak says it did. After Dambiak praises the setup, Thor jokes that the boy knows exactly what to say and asks whether the monsters have all been placed. The ogre says yes, with only the last step left, and Thor is pleased that everything is going smoothly. Then Thor pulls Mjolnir from his waist and says that since they're at the final stage, the low-ranking gods can clock out and rest. Yu freezes at the lightning crackling from the hammer and asks why Thor is suddenly doing that. Thor ignores the fear and tells the mountain god he did well, adding that if they meet again he wants to hear more about the Asian dungeons. After saying goodbye to Dambiak, Thor suddenly slams Yu with the hammer. It feels like he's being thrown through a wall between worlds and launched somewhere else. Shaken, Yu curls up thinking he might be dead. Once he realizes Thor didn't kill him, he starts looking around to figure out where he is. When he sees he's back home, relief hits him. Thor just had a crazy way of ending the shift, and Yu had thought his secret was exposed. Looking at his hand, he says the most important part is that it all felt real, so it wasn't some hallucination or dream. He really awakened and he nearly cries from happiness. A second later, Yu does break down crying. He finally got what he'd wanted for years. Then the system appears and tells him his payment has been delivered. That message sends his excitement through the roof. Hands shaking, he starts tapping through the holographic screen to see what he got. The display changes by itself and announces that the god's shop is loading, and Yu is stunned by what appears. The shop is filled with items like Odin's spear, which never misses, and the Nemean lion's armor, and even Freya's necklace that lets someone travel across dimensions. They're all insanely powerful, and Yu is left speechless that this shop actually sells them. There are powers too, like Thor's lightning and Hephaestus's fire, along with Eris's power of destruction. Seeing all that, Yu starts wondering what he could become if he bought it all. In his mind, he'd be like a god in a human body, strong enough for everyone to admire him. But reality hits fast. Right now, he's still the weak nobody people ignore. So he clenches his fists and swears his life starts changing today. That hope crashes when he notices a problem with the purchase. The transaction was declined. The cheapest item or power cost 70,000 Thors, and he doesn't have anywhere near that much. Using the money he did get, Yor starts digging through the shop for anything he can actually afford. Then he's shocked to find high-ranking talents for sale in the god's shop. Dambiak lights up. If buying one can give him the power he's always wanted, then this is almost too good to be true. Still, he bites his nails and tells himself not to get carried away. The price matters most, so he checks that before getting excited. To his shock, an SS-rank talent costs only 12 Thors. Even with items worth over 70,000 in the same shop, the talent is somehow that cheap. Reading the comments, Yu sees why. The sacred gods look down on plain talents because they already have powers, so nobody values them much. That annoys Dambiak. To him, calling an SS-ranked talent mere nonsense. Abilities at that level are incredible. He starts browsing talents he likes, and memories of his childhood come back. Back then, he'd always loved swords. So without hesitating, Yu taps the screen and buys the SS-ranked sword talent. The moment he gets it, an aura starts moving through his body as the system begins another process. Staring at his glowing golden hands, Yu realizes it worked. He remembers how hard he struggled just to get an F-rank talent, never expecting an S-rank one could come this easily. The system then rewards Yu for his first shop purchase, and thanks to a special event, he can claim one more talent of the same rank. Dambiak can't believe it and starts crying again. He got his dream in an instant. Yu searches through the huge list and picks an SS-rank combat talent that fits him. After choosing it, he starts jumping around, thanking God for finally giving him real power. But then his vision blurs, and dizziness hits him hard. He drops to the floor, wondering what's happening as pain spreads through his whole body. The system tells him it's strengthening his body. He was too weak to handle those talents as he was. Veins bulge across his body as his physical ability improves, from muscle power to lung capacity. At last, the system says the reinforcement is complete, but the pain is too much, and Yu blacks out. In a vision, Yu sees his beautiful mother calling his name. She apologizes for being a useless mother and making him suffer, but he quickly tells her not to say that. When he's about to tell her he has a new talent, she says that can't be true, and suddenly Yu wakes up on the floor of his house. As he gets up, he says his head hurts badly and tries to remember when he fell asleep, thinking about the dream of his mother. Then panic hits him. What if everything with the gods was only a dream? He hurriedly opens his status window and the system appears, showing his abilities and telling him he's now a lower-ranking god. Seeing that, Yu figures that's why he was allowed to work on the dungeon. He isn't human anymore. Relieved it was real, he lets out a breath and says life is wild. A talentless guy like him became a god overnight. Dambiak's phone suddenly rings. The battery looks dead, but he ignores that when he sees his mother calling. He answers with a smile, ready to share the good news, but she tells him not to come to the hospital today. Yu immediately panics and asks what happened, but she only repeats that he shouldn't worry or come. He keeps pressing for answers until someone takes the phone and asks if Yu is Mrs. Cho Yanwei's guardian. The caller says they're dealing with a serious situation and can't explain much, but there are signs a dungeon has appeared near the hospital. The doctor keeps talking, then realizes Yu has stopped responding and is already running toward the hospital in terror. Dambiak drops his phone and refuses to leave his mother in danger. Desperate, he sprints toward the hospital. Crying as he runs, Yu thinks about how she's all he has, while sweat pours off him, and his breath grows ragged. Near the hospital, where the dungeon is forming, a storm rages overhead, and a helicopter circles above. Most of the area has already been locked down, with military forces moving through the streets to assess the situation. A news crew is reporting live, saying they just arrived and that all signs point to a dungeon outbreak. Through a megaphone, a soldier warns that the area is restricted and tells civilians to evacuate at once. A rideshare car rushes up near the scene, and Yu jumps out, desperate and terrified. A crowd has gathered because events like this are rare, but the soldier keeps pushing everyone back. Yu stares at the chaos, unable to understand what's going on, when the system suddenly says his combat focus ability has activated. As if he's using binoculars, you can suddenly hear and see the soldier with perfect clarity. He realizes the man is ordering everyone out of the restricted zone, and Yu wonders how he can suddenly hear and see so far away. Then he even catches soldiers much farther away, talking about how the government is gathering every available hunter. A soldier asks if one of the 8-star hunters is coming. His superior says yes. Word is this dungeon is dangerous enough to need them. For some reason, you can hear every conversation around him. All that noise rushing into his head makes him panic. He figures it must be one of the powers he got. Still, this isn't the time to think about it. He has to get to the hospital. Yu pushes through the crowd and begs a soldier to let him pass, since his family is inside. The answer is no. They found signs a labyrinth is forming, so no one can enter. The second Yu hears labyrinth, something snaps into place. A thought he doesn't want to accept starts forming. Then the storm flashes bright. A huge crack follows, and both Yu and the soldier realize what's happening. Everyone watches a giant bolt of lightning slam into the ground. Debris flies at the crowd, and Yu throws up his arms to protect himself. When the chaos settles, Yu is on the ground. As he tries to rise, he looks around at the damage and wonders what just happened. Then he sees the exact spot where the lightning struck. A portal has opened there, proving his guess was right. It looks like a wormhole covered in magic runes, and the pull from it lifts nearby debris into the air. Peering inside, Yu sees the last thing he wanted. It's the dungeon he built with Thor. He remembers watching the gods build that dungeon. Back then, holding a pickaxe, he admitted it looked amazing. He hadn't really faced what that meant before, but now he sees how strange and beautiful it truly was. Back in the present, Yu stares at the portal, trying to understand how this happened. He can barely believe that dungeon is right in front of him, and the thought makes him uneasy. Yu keeps asking why this dungeon appeared here, but then he glances aside and spots an old man choking on smoke. He helps the man up and asks if he's okay, but the man urges him to run. Then Yu senses something off and shoves the old man away. The injured man hits the ground, but that push saves him. A knife flies through the space where he was. Yurai barely avoids it too, seeing the blade stuck in a post. He wonders where it came from. Then growls rise from nearby. A badly wounded adventurer stumbles out with a sword through his chest, and with his last breath, he tells Yu to run. When the man collapses, a lizard creature Yu has seen before appears behind him. Its sword is covered in blood, and it steps over the body with huge claws ready. Still on the ground, Yu yells that lizard men are attacking, and more of them rush in at the civilians. The commander shouts that lizard men have broken through the front, and orders his platoon to fire. A storm of bullets tears toward the monsters. Some get hit, but others dodge. Yu dives behind a car to avoid the gunfire, and tries warning the soldiers that civilians are still here, but nobody hears him. One lizard outside the line of fire charges straight at him. Without hesitation, it swings upward and sends its blade at Yu. Yu freezes as the weapon flies toward him. Then his combat focus kicks in. Blue energy runs through his body, and the spinning blade seems to slow down. To Yu, time itself feels slower. Now he can clearly track the lizard's movement. Somehow Yu manages to catch the blade by the safe part before it cuts him. The second it's in his hand, he drops it, shaken and unable to understand how he just caught a flying sword. Then his eyes snap back to the lizard, which is going after the wounded old man beside him. Yu tries to warn him, but the man is too hurt to move. The lizard closes in for the kill, and the soldiers can't react fast enough. Desperate to save him, Yu throws himself forward, grabs the lizard around the waist, and slams it into the ground. Only then does the commander notice civilians in the fight. He orders everyone to stop firing at once. Another soldier blurts out that even if Yu is a hunter, rushing into a battle like this with no weapon is basically suicide. Yu raises his guard, still trembling. He knows he jumped in on pure anger, and now he has no clue what to do next. Another monster charges him. Yu curls up and blurts out an apology, but luckily, his combat skill activates again and lets him slip backward to dodge with ease. He still isn't used to these reflexes, so even while moving, he's trying to understand what his body can do. A lizard uses that moment to rush his back, ready to stab him. Even with two monsters attacking at once, Yu avoids both and realizes this is the combat focus skill. He can see their moves clearly and react in time. Catching one monster off guard, Yu rushes in and throws a punch at it. Right before the hit lands, his SS rank combat talent kicks in, and Dambiak unleashes a rapid combo. He ends it with one crushing punch to the face, sending the monster flying and killing it. Red energy surges through Yu's body and he's stunned that his plan actually worked, but the fight isn't done. Two more beasts are still standing, and Yu gets ready to finish it. One lizard comes at him from behind, but Yu ducks under the strike and spins around in one motion. Using that spin, he drives a hard kick into the lizard's jaw and drops it instantly. The last creature sees its ally go down and rushes in, dragging its sword as it aims for Yu's back. Yu flips backwards so smoothly even the lizard hesitates at the sight. At the top of the jump, he comes down hard and crushes the lizard's skull under his foot. The soldiers are stunned. They can't believe Yu took down the lizard men with his bare hands. Then a stranger with long white hair steps in and calmly says, "That was interesting." The scarred older man asks Yu what guild he belongs to. Several people with him finish off the remaining lizards, and the man notes that Yu is unusually skilled for someone so young. He introduces himself as Nambung Dok, master of the Sambung Guild and a veteran of many battles. As they shake hands, Nambung points out no guild member would come here alone, and asks if Yu is an unaffiliated hunter. Trying to bluff, Yu says yes. Nambung explains that his guild came to clear the dungeon and asks Yu to join them. Yu is still dazed. Staring at the portal, he tells himself he's not ordinary anymore, and after what just happened, he wants to go in. He looks toward the hospital where his mother is and realizes more monsters could keep pouring out. If nobody stops them inside, something terrible could happen. Yu clenches his fists and says he'll do whatever it takes to protect his mother. With that, he agrees to go with Nambung. The group moves through the cave carefully. As Yu checks the walls for traps, he tells the guild to stay behind him. One member marks their route so they won't get lost, and watching that, Tammy thinks he already knows this place by heart. Suddenly, Yu tells everyone to stop, and the guild leader asks what's wrong. Yu says he'll lead from here, even though he's new. One guild member gets annoyed, thinking this unaffiliated hunter has no respect for command. Dambia explains that pits and traps start ahead, and he wants to keep them from getting hurt. Nambia thanks him but says their advanced team should have already secured the way. Yu disagrees, and to prove it, he picks up a stone. He throws it into a dark section of the path. The moment it lands, a trap rune activates, and spears shoot up from the ground, smashing the rock to pieces. Everyone, even Nambia, is shocked. Dambiak says he's sure the advanced team never came through here. As he walks up to the rune, he explains the trap works by pressure, and the spears are made from a special alloy that can pierce armor. That makes Nambung ask how Yu knows all this, and Yu thinks admitting he helped build the dungeon would be a very bad idea. Panicking, the boy forces out an answer. It's just a trade secret, and he can't share it. So the guild lets him take point, and he guides them safely past one trap after another. After a while, Yu stops by a wall torch and pulls it free. Seeing his face tense up, the guild leader asks what's wrong. Yu says the path ahead is where things get truly dangerous. Then he lifts the torch to show them what's waiting ahead. The whole guild is stunned. The sight hits them hard, like a warning they don't want to believe. Ahead stands a door marked with a spider symbol, and Yu tells everyone to get ready for a fight. Once they step into the nest, one soldier crushes a spider underfoot, splattering green blood across the floor. He grumbles when the slime gets on his boot, while another warns that if their plan fails, they could end up burning the whole place. A guild member explains that the webs spread through the room work as both a trap and a way for the spiders to communicate, so burning them would be easier. As the men keep talking, some wonder if that idea came from Yu, and joke that he might be a spy from another guild. With his sharp hearing, he catches every word. While checking the area, the boy grows uneasy as old memories start coming back. This is the room where he stacked box after box of spider eggs. He even knows how many there are and exactly where the spiders are hiding, so burning them all would be easy. The soldiers get ready to light the webs, pausing only to note how thick they are. Right then, Yu's combat focus kicks in, and he hears something. Far away, someone is crying for help from inside the webs. Yu instantly stops the soldier before he can start the fire, leaving the man completely confused. He quickly tells the group that they can't use fire, someone in there may still be alive. The guild gathers outside, and the leader says they've found signs that humans are inside the stone chamber. Saving them comes first. He adds that once they go in, the attack team will take a defensive formation, since they don't know what shape the survivors are in. Then he admits he has no idea how Dambiak knew, but the boy seems to know where the survivors are, so the support team will follow his lead. Hearing that, the boy gets annoyed. That's a huge burden, and he's never led a whole group before. Just then, a girl in guild gear shows up, though unlike the others, she isn't wearing a mask. Thinking this could end badly, Yu heads toward Name to argue that the plan is a mistake, but the girl walks up and calls his name. Dambiak turns, sees a stranger, then looks away again, trying to figure out what she wants. She offers her hand and thanks him for getting them through the trap zone, then asks Yu to guide them again. Confused by her sudden trust, he still agrees. He shakes her hand and says they'll make it through together. Before he can say more, she cuts in and tells the protagonist not to stress. All he has to do is point the support team toward the survivors. Yu still looks unsure and asks if it can really be that easy. She says yes, but he doesn't look convinced. A little awkwardly, he asks her to let go of his hand, and she suddenly asks if he uses weapons. He says he's never used any, and without Yu noticing, her eyes light up. Letting go, she turns away and says he should carry a sword or two, just to stay safe. After that, she says she's leaving. Yu agrees, though he thinks it's strange that she came, said her piece, and left. Then something else bothers him even more. He never told her his name. Before he can think on it any longer, he looks back and the girl is gone. At the same time, the guild is getting ready to move. Back in the spider nest, every squad is set. One member mutters that it's too quiet, but the guild leader orders everyone to stay sharp and silent. That's when Yu notices something. Using his new ability, he senses something off, and immediately warns them that something is above. Massive spiders start dropping from the ceiling on their webs, and the soldiers can only stare at how huge they are. When the monsters hit the ground, one masked soldier freezes in terror, and can do nothing but cry for help. The guildmaster reacts at once, pulling out his axe and stepping in to block the spider's claws. He rushes forward and cuts the creature down in one blow, saving the terrified soldier. Namgon snaps at the man for losing focus and nearly getting killed, then orders everyone to stay out of the way and follow the plan. He also tells them to form a defensive line, and the fight with the spiders begins while Yu leads the support team. Yu uses his power to search the area and scans the huge space ahead for any survivors. After moving deeper in, they finally find civilians wrapped in webs and stuck to the wall, and the support team gets ready to rescue them. The victims are sealed inside web cocoons and look so drained it's like the spiders already sucked the life out of them. The support team quickly lowers the survivors, frees them, and helps the civilians stand again. But then several spiders notice their prey being taken and rush straight at the support team. With someone on his back, Dambiak yells that he knows a way out and tells everyone to follow him. In the middle of battle, Namgon glances over at the boy and quietly notes how suspicious he is. Still, he doesn't let that slow him down and goes right back to the fight, slicing a giant spider clean in half. Dovik keeps thinking about it. Yo knows the dungeon paths and even the survivor's location. That's too strange to ignore. Meanwhile, Dambiak is off rescuing more survivors in another part of the room. One soldier shouts for the injured to move in one direction, telling everyone they need to get out of the dungeon. The boy reports that every survivor has been saved and no one got hurt. His master answers that they'll keep moving and press on. Then Nangbaum says he wants to speak with Yu, and the boy instantly panics, sure he's been exposed. Even though things worked out, one guild soldier still isn't pleased. From a distance, he watches MC with clear resentment. Once the battle ends and the last spider falls, the master says all the captured people were rescued and are no longer in danger. He adds that without Yu, they might have burned those civilians alive by mistake, but the boy brushes it off like it was nothing. Changing topics, Duvik says Yu's talent is almost unbelievable, like he built the dungeon himself. Yu denies it at once, thinking he's been found out. The boy starts stumbling over his words, saying there's no way he could build a dungeon alone since he's not a god. Nangbaum just laughs and says he was joking. Yu moves on and says they should rest up and keep going, though inside he's hugely relieved. After another long stretch, they arrive at a giant gate carved with a strange figure. One soldier guesses it might be from Incan civilization, but Dambiak says it belongs to goblins. Some of them sound disappointed since it doesn't look like a boss room, but Yu knows better than to look down on goblins. He remembers this as their ambush zone and can't come up with a perfect plan. Right now, only his combat focus seems useful. To everyone's surprise, the boy apologizes first, then asks if he can go in alone. The whole guild is shocked. One masked member gets mad, saying Yu's gotten cocky just because the master praised him a little. They've all fought goblins before, so what could go wrong? Nangbaum partly agrees, saying he doesn't like the idea of sending Dambiak in by himself. Yu argues they don't have another choice, so everyone needs to follow his orders once they enter. The guild leader agrees, trusting that the boy has a plan. The busybody who's been annoyed with Yu from the start thinks this was supposed to be his chance to impress the master, but that random hunter stole it from him. He and his friends seem ready to do something nasty to him. Then their master announces it's time to enter. They pass through the door and find what looks like a grand old hall. The guild members look around, but there doesn't seem to be anyone or anything inside. The protagonist tells everyone to stay quiet because he feels something in the room and his bad feeling only gets worse. The two men who kept trying to win the master's attention start making fun of him, saying the room is empty and he's just scared. Suddenly, every torch goes out, and the room is swallowed by darkness. The soldiers move to turn on their lights. Yu quickly tells them not to, but the guy already mad at him fires back that they can't see or fight without lanterns. The man lights his lantern and sneers that if Yu is that scared, he can stay in the back. Dambiak's face drops and he instantly shouts for everyone to get down. Even the guild leader listens, but the two men who had it out for him stay on their feet. Then the whole hall goes dead quiet, and the nosy one slowly points his lantern ahead, yet nothing shows up. His friend says there's nothing there and asks why he froze up like that. When the man turns, they see 3 arrows buried in his chest, barely keeping him upright. Before he can hit the floor, dozens more arrows fly in from every side and kill him on the spot. Everyone loses it. The group is horrified, and the dead man's friend explodes in rage. Chaos starts to spread, but knowing he has to control it, Namdung orders everyone not to move a single inch. Most of them obey at once and stand perfectly still. Namdung asks Yu if this is why they couldn't use the lanterns. Yu says yes, the goblins attack the moment they see light. Confused, the guild leader asks why no one was hit earlier. Yu says the goblins were just playing with them. They wanted to enjoy watching people shake in the dark and give in to fear. That makes Namdung even more uneasy. They can't fight what they can't see. But Dambiak says he can. Duak doesn't buy it and asks how that's even possible. Dambiak answers with glowing blue eyes, saying he'll handle it. While everyone else stays frozen, Yu rises and starts making noise on purpose. As he moves, he says he knows they're scared because they can't do anything. Still, he'll do what has to be done to save them. He promises everything will be fine. Until he's done, no one should move or make a sound. Then he takes a deep breath and says he needs to focus. He has to bring back that feeling from when he beat the lizard men. Yu activates combat focus and spots every goblin beast hidden in the room. He moves right away, and the people holding still can only hear screams ringing through the hall. A little later, Yu says they can turn their lights back on, and once they do, goblin corpses are scattered around the room while he finishes the last one. As the final goblin stops moving, everyone is left stunned, with no idea what kind of talent Yu has or how he pulled that off. The man who already hated Yu even after watching his friend die still refuses to let it go, saying he could have handled it if he'd had a bit more time. Man Bang is thrilled, saying he's hunted his whole life and never seen anyone fight like MC. Even MC is surprised by what he just did, but he brushes it off as luck and tells them to keep moving. At last, they reach the chamber holding the deadly beast. Yu confirms what everyone expected. This is the end of the labyrinth, the final boss room. Waiting inside is a furious red-skinned minotaur with huge horns. The group faces the gate and without hesitating, opens it. Once inside, the guildmaster says he can't see anything and wonders where the powerful minotaur commander is hiding. Tense. Yu says no, the monster is right in front of them. As the door slowly shuts, the torches flare up and reveal a staircase with a throne at the top, where the mighty minotaur sits. The horned beast glares down in fury, and Dambiak says this is the dungeon's master. Nambang studies it for a moment, and despite being nervous, says the pressure coming off the creature is massive, which is exactly what they expected. He tells Yu the monster doesn't seem ready to attack yet, so they still have time to plan and figure out the room. Then a system message appears saying the Minotaur's human sacrifice has begun, and Yu must pick 5 people. Yu stares at it, confused by what that even means. He looks at Nanvang, who keeps planning for the team without reacting, and realizes the screen is visible only to him. Dambia runs through a few ideas, and the one that makes the most sense is that this could be a clue to clearing the dungeon, so the others need to know. He quickly goes to the group and says he has something important to suggest, but the leader asks if it can wait. Yu insists it might help solve the dungeon, and the old man asks if he's sure. The two step aside to talk through a plan, but someone watching them hates every second of it. It's the same white-haired man, still furious at Dambiak and convinced the boy is trying to steal the credit again. Not willing to sit back, he slips away on his own. After getting closer to the boss, the nosy man hides behind a pillar. He thinks strategy is for cowards and believes he can kill the bull himself. Pulling out a crossbow, he aims at the monster and boasts that his F-rank accuracy talent only needs 1 shot. Still, he decides to move a little closer to make sure he lands it, and without knowing it, steps past a barrier. The moment Dambiak notices, he's deeply alarmed, snapping his head toward the Minotaur and trying to stop the man. But the fool ignores him and gets even more angry at Yu. He accuses Yu of trying to hog all the credit, saying, if they keep waiting, they'll lose. So he ruins the strategy they were building and crosses the barrier. Then an alert appears, warning that the rules were broken and 5 people have been selected. Right away, something starts happening, and blue light wraps around several people, leaving everyone confused. A flash bursts out, blinding the whole group. And when the nosy man opens his eyes, he knows he made a huge mistake. Dambiak is stunned, then furious when he realizes who caused it, yelling that the idiot ruined everything. Even he says this is no longer the time to argue over right and wrong. Now they have something far worse to fear. 5 people in all, including the leader and Yu, are moved to the center of the room, and in front of them the Minotaur is ready to strike. A thunderous roar erupts from the monster, and for a moment everyone can barely hear. Realizing what he's done, the nosy man drops back and tries to crawl away, but he slams into a purple wall. Knowing he can't crawl out, he jumps up and desperately pounds on the barrier, but it won't break. The Minotaur takes that chance to kill one of them, charging straight at him, but the guild leader sees it and saves his subordinate just in time. Manbone turns desperate fast, pulling out both axes and ordering everyone to form up and stay calm. He tells them to stick to the plan, stay organized while he fights the Minotaur himself. Then he rushes in. The bull swings its axe at Manbone, but the old man is quick enough to dodge. The beast raises its weapon again for an even heavier strike, but when it comes down, it only smashes the ground. Manbone is already in the air, and he uses that opening to slam the monster with a blow that shakes the room. Hearing that impact, the people inside the barrier start cheering, thinking it's already over. Yu watches in shock and admits the guildmaster is on a whole different level, but something feels off. Even after landing that hit, the old man looks frustrated, like it didn't go the way he wanted, and curses the beast. For all that power, he only managed to leave a tiny scratch on the monster's chest. Desperate, Namdong says it felt like hitting solid steel. The Minotaur's body is unbelievably tough. Lost in thought, the old man fails to see the next attack coming, and Yu tries to warn him, but he's just a little too late. The man barely avoids it, though the beast still clips him. He jumps back at once, gripping both axes and refusing to back down from the fight. After that hit, he's clearly not at full strength, and he grimly realizes the monster didn't dodge earlier because it didn't need to. Facing the Minotaur, the guild leader knows one careless move will get him killed, so he has to fight smarter. He orders the men inside the barrier to spread out around the enemy. Their job is to study it, avoid direct hits, and find a weak spot. Watching this, Yu thinks the guild leader really is experienced. His orders are sharp and clear even now. Then Yu notices a terrifying aura pouring off the Minotaur. He also sees the beast isn't advancing at all, like distance means nothing to it. That feels wrong. Looking closer, Yu spots the raised axe and lightning building around it. At once he realizes it's the same kind of power Thor used when they first met. Nanvang notices the monster charging something too, so he orders all his men to rush the bull. But even with everyone on it, the monster stays planted, still gathering lightning in its hand. Yu stays where he is, trying to warn them it's dangerous, but the guild leader is blinded by the belief that they've finally cornered it. In truth, he just made the worst choice of his life. By the time he realizes the attack is ready, it's already too late to escape, and he may die right there. Like a real hero, Yu doesn't back down. He leaps in and kicks the Minotaur in the face to save his ally. But even that barely does anything. The beast just turns its head and gets even angrier. The Minotaur keeps attacking, and this time no one can get away as lightning floods the whole area in a blinding flash. A ball of energy slams into the ground and explodes, throwing everyone across the room. Watching from outside the barrier, someone says they can't believe what's happening. One guild member points out that the captain is down, and after that axe strike, Nanvang might be done for. Panic spreads as everyone looks for a way out, but the barrier is sealed shut. Still on the floor, Yu struggles up and realizes the crazy bull didn't take a single real hit, even after all his effort. He starts giving up, thinking his miserable life was finally supposed to change after gaining a talent, only for it to end in a stupid death. Then something catches the light in front of him. When Yu looks closer, he spots something that could save him. A small smile appears. There's still one thing he hasn't tried. He grabs the sword near him, gets to his feet, and says dying here would ruin his shot at the peaceful rest he wanted. Through the smoke, the Minotaur watches the battered human stand again. A golden aura wraps around Dambiak as he says he didn't survive all that pain just to die here. He raises the sword, and the same golden aura starts flowing into the blade. For some reason, the Minotaur only stares at him. The protagonist glares back and warns the beast to get ready. He's not going down without a fight. Then his SS rank sword talent activates. Now Dambiak and the Minotaur face each other head-on. Wounded, Nambian mutters that even his axe couldn't hurt that monster, so a sword shouldn't cut it either. He wants to tell Yu to run, but the words won't come out. As the Minotaur charges that poor boy, the man can only blame himself. Then a slash lands so fast no one even sees it happen. Everyone outside the barrier is stunned by what they see. After the strike, Dambiak is standing behind the Minotaur, and something is flying through the air. It is the Minotaur's horn sliced clean off. Yu thinks it started as a gamble, but the moment he grabbed the sword, he could feel it. He really could beat this monster. Blood pours from the place where its horn was torn away. Even though it was his first time holding a sword, it felt like part of his own body. Smiling at the blade, Yu realizes this is his SS rank talent. Furious over its broken horn, the monster turns and prepares to attack again. It stomps forward and charges straight at him. Seeing the monster rush in, Dambiak holds his ground. The Minotaur closes in and reaches out to grab him. But when the attack ends, the creature realizes its target is gone, and it's been cut again. Yu is moved behind it once more and strikes with his sword. Mangut can't believe the boy just landed 6 slashes that fast. Looking at Yu's stance, he thinks the kid must have been a swordsman all along. But deep down, he knows that's not true. It only feels that way. Yu keeps facing the beast, but something is clearly bothering him. His slashes were too shallow, and that frustrates him. The Minotaur, not used to being pushed like this, goes wild. Seeing that the cuts change nothing, the snub-nosed man who caused this falls into despair. Meme says Yu's attacks are on the level of the best swordsman in the East. But there is one big problem. As he says that, his eyes fall on Yu's sword. Yu realizes the weapon is nearly worn out after only a few clashes. At this rate, it won't last much longer, so he has to hit the beast's weak spot now. Without hesitating, he charges in again. The monster sees him coming and moves to strike back. It throws a punch, but Yu slips past it. Using the opening, he twists his body and kicks the Minotaur's arm. To his shock, it doesn't move at all. The beast spots the sword coming at it, but while its attention is on the blade, it misses the attack from below that catches it right under the chin. Yu follows with a hard kick to the monster's jaw. The instant it works, he pulls his sword back in midair. Yu realizes he caught the beast right as it tried to attack, but while he's still airborne, he sees there's no time to react. The Minotaur is already countering. Using both hands, the monster smashes the ground where Yu was headed. Yu barely escapes and struggles to steady himself when he lands. Then he looks at his weapon and sees it's completely worn out. Dambiak says the sword has reached its limit, and his martial arts won't work, so the next hit has to be the last. Yu tells himself he at least found an opening, and maybe that will be enough. Then the Minotaur starts doing something. The moment he understands, a wide grin spreads across his face. That's the opening he wanted. The monster begins charging its lightning attack again. Seeing that, Namgong is horrified. It's the same move as before. Yu doesn't retreat. He stands still and waits for the perfect moment. The Guildier can't believe Yu plans to face that attack head-on. Then the auras of the Minotaur and Dambiak crash together, filling the place with blinding light. After getting back up, Manbun thinks he has to help somehow, and remembers Yu saying he could fight without seeing. An idea hits him. He turns to the snub-nosed man curled on the ground and calls out, saying the thing in his robe is the blonde boy's last chance to shine. Meanwhile, sword in hand, Yu keeps waiting for the exact moment to strike. He stares at the monster and knows this is his last chance, so it has to count. To finish this, he only needs one clean hit on its vital point. For a brief moment, both sides lock eyes before moving. The Minotaur gets ready to fire its lightning attack, and Dambiak jumps straight at it. He slips past the lightning and gets close to the monster's side. Just as it is about to release the attack, Yu gets in range and strikes. Using all his body movement, he drives the attack into the beast and carves deep into its chest. But even that isn't enough, and in that same instant Yu's sword snaps. With the monster about to attack and nowhere to run, Yu freezes. He drops the broken remains of the sword and thinks it's over. The Minotaur finally finishes charging and moves to unleash it. But suddenly, another sword drops right into Dambiak's hand. Seizing that one chance, the young man declares the Minotaur is finished. The snub-nosed man who used to be mad at MC now shouts for the rookie to kill the beast. So Yu drives the sword into the monster's stomach. Outside the portal, a crowd is gathered, with even news crews there covering everything. Then one of the people notices survivors coming out of the dungeon. Yu helps Nambang walk and tells the old man they're almost out. Curious, the boy asks how the boss knew he could catch a sword thrown from behind. Nambang says he didn't know for sure. He just remembered Yu saying he could fight without seeing and took the chance. Yu smiles, thinking they lived because of the old man, but Nambang shuts that down. The other guild members agree the one who saved everyone was Yu. The guild leader gives him a light slap on the back, then says people are waiting for him. As the top contributor in that dungeon, he needs to give his statement. Hearing that, Dambiak can hardly believe it, and asks if they're serious. Thinking back on his past, Yu says he spent his whole life being looked down on because he had no talent. But that's not who he is anymore. With a hopeful smile, eyes still closed, he lifts his hand toward the crowd. The people answer by raising their hands back in respect. Later, at a hospital in the city zone, people wait to be called in. Inside, Yu watches from nearby as his mother sleeps, thankful that she's safe. Then he notices his news interview playing on the TV. They had asked him a lot of questions, and since it was his first time, he barely knew what to say. Reporters kept pressing him about what happened inside, but Yu answered shyly. In the end, he tells them guilds and divisions didn't matter. He just fought with everything he had to protect the people he could. But that only brought more questions. So embarrassed by seeing himself on TV, he turns it off. Then his phone gets a notification. When he checks it, he sees a picture of himself fighting monsters. Right after that, the system appears and tells him he gained fame, which earned him divinity. Yu remembers what divinity means, and a new job option opens up. He quickly says he has to use this chance, and when he opens it, he finds a job as a security guard for Hephaestus's forge. Yu says it doesn't look too hard, and decides he should accept it. Then he stretches and says after running around so much, he wants a little rest first. But 3 gods are already applying, and this is the last opening. Annoyed by that system change, he accepts the job anyway, figuring it should be easy. A powerful light suddenly fills the hospital room, and he's violently pulled somewhere else. He suddenly lands somewhere else and blurts out, asking if that was Jekyll. Dambiak finds himself inside a palace, with a star-powered forge burning at the center. Sweating right away, he thinks the heat is unbearable, like a sauna. He jokes that Hephaestus could at least install air conditioning, not knowing the god is standing behind him. Hephaestus greets him warmly and introduces himself as the master of the forge. Startled, Dambiak quickly bows and gives his own name, which makes Hephaestus laugh. Yu starts wondering if Hephaestus really heard all that. With a big grin, the god says the boy is just like the news described. Hephaestus adds that the mountain god's love for humans made him fight even inside Thor's dungeon. Chuckling, he says that's exactly why Thor likes him. He's got guts. Yu feels relieved, thinking maybe Hephaestus missed the rest. Then Hephaestus reveals he heard everything, and he quickly apologizes. Turning serious, the forge god says, enough small talk, it's time to explain the job, to show him directly. Hephaestus summons a trumpet. He warns Dambiak the sound will be loud, then blows into it. A massive blast thunders through the forge, nearly deafening Yu. Right after that, a group of short, muscular workers comes running in. The dwarves bow to Hephaestus and introduce themselves. Hephaestus presents the mountain god as their new co-worker, and they answer that they're ready to serve Yu. Embarrassed, Dambiak admits he's never worked in a forge, but says he'll try his best. Hephaestus tells him not to downplay himself. Beginners can still do well, but he warns him not to underestimate the dwarves. They may be small, but they cause trouble. He explains that things keep going missing whenever he looks away. Last week, even a pendant he made for Freya vanished. Dambiak is shocked they'd steal from a goddess, and Hephaestus agrees it's a serious problem. Looking at them, Yu thinks they don't seem that bad. Hephaestus says he has business on Olympus, and before leaving, hands Yu a weapon. Checking the info on Hercules' club, the protagonist is stunned. That thing is absurdly overpowered. Hephaestus opens a portal, says goodbye, and tells the mountain god to watch over the forge. Before he can go, Yu calls out that he still doesn't even know what the job is. Smiling, Hephaestus says there's no need to worry, everything will be fine as long as Dambiak is stronger than the dwarves. With that, Hephaestus steps through the portal and vanishes, leaving Yu frozen in place. Nervously, the boy turns to the dwarves and says the introductions are done, so are they going to behave? From the way they react, Yu figures Hephaestus gave him that club because he knew this was coming. Trying to laugh it off, Dambiak asks them to go easy on him, since he just got a nice new weapon. He pulls out the club and warns that it could really hurt them. Instead, every dwarf suddenly whips out guns and other weapons, aiming straight at you. The friendly act disappears, replaced by hard, commanding looks. One glares at the boy, says something in anger, and opens fire. Dambiak later wakes up slowly and hears two people arguing nearby. The pair is fighting over an item that looks like a necklace made by Hephaestus. That's when Yu realizes they stole the necklace meant for Freya. Before he can act, he notices he's tied to a stone pillar. Seeing him awake, the dwarves are surprised he recovered so fast, and say he really is a god. Yu stares at them and says they're awfully bold. He warns that Hephaestus won't let this slide, and will punish them. The dwarves look uneasy, so Dambiak tells them this is their last chance to end it. But the two who seem nervous just burst out laughing at his speech. One says they were never scared, they knew the risk from the start. Another dwarf comes in and tells them to grab the valuables because the tribe is about to leave. The red-haired dwarf says he'll take one more shot at Yu, not noticing the boy is already cutting through the ropes. Before finishing him off, the two mock him again, calling him weak. As the ropes nearly snap, Yu warns they'll regret this. They laugh at him again, but then Dambiak explodes with anger and tears himself free. He draws the club and says he warned them, leaving the dwarves confused. Yu repeats that they were told what would happen, then smashes both dwarves. After that lesson, Yu ties the two up. He says he only got violent because he couldn't just let it pass. Sliding the knife back into his sleeve, Yu says he'd be in trouble if Nambung asked for it back. He remembers the girl in the dungeon telling him to always carry a sword and decides to thank her later. Then he looks at the dwarves' hands and notices something important. One of them is wearing the necklace meant for Freya. Elsewhere, more dwarves are gathering metal bars as they wrap things up. A bald dwarf tells his boss they finally collected all the minerals. He adds that they also took the armor and weapons, so the plan is nearly done. A blonde, bearded man tells the others to hurry up. Their boss, Redfist, has something to say. Redfist starts his speech, declaring that the dwarf tribe carries the spirit of the Flaming Mountains. He says they have the finest minerals and the bravest warriors in the world. Growing angry, Redfist says they work with pride and earn every reward. As the dwarves tear up listening, their chief says they were never given proper respect and that Hephaestus humiliated them. Today, he says, is their day for revenge. Redfist raises his hand and declares this is payback against Hephaestus. Sneaking nearby, Dambiak thinks the bald dwarves are packed together like ants. He tries to figure out what to do but accidentally makes a small noise. The excited crowd turns at once and spots him, while Yu awkwardly tries to play it off. It doesn't work. Every dwarf in the tribe pulls out machine guns and shotguns. A storm of bullets flies at Yu, and he barely ducks behind a pillar. Crouched there, he wonders why dwarves even have weapons like that. At this point, Yu can't believe anyone would call them weak. Redfist laughs, surprised the boy managed to escape his cell. He tells a lackey the guards must have been beaten and orders him to check on it. The man stays quiet for a moment, smoking and thinking. Then the dwarf tells the low-class god they're about to strip this place clean. He adds that they only hate Hephaestus, not Yu, so the boy has two choices. He can help them empty the forge and become their partner, or go home and pretend he saw nothing. The dwarf advises him to think carefully and not throw his life away for a few coins. Yu realizes that if he runs, his reputation is finished. He won't get any more part-time jobs, and he can't let that happen. Worse, if he lets this happen, Hephaestus might kill him. So his choices are simple: fight the dwarves or die by the forge god's hand. Nearly crying inside, Yu admits this was supposed to be easy, but he was very wrong. The dwarf is caught off guard when the boy suddenly seems to surrender. Dambiak walks forward with his hands up, and Redfist says he made the right call. Then the dwarf calls him a low-class god again, which clearly bothers Yu. Yu asks why they're going this far for glory when Hephaestus could find out and crush them. He keeps talking up the forge god, saying Hephaestus would never ignore this kind of insult. Dambiak says they should fear divine punishment, but he gets cut off. A gunshot grazes Yu's face. The blonde, bearded dwarf beside Redfist tells him to shut up and stop talking. After almost dying, Yu starts to shake. The blonde raises his gun again and says he'll kill the boy now, but Redfist stops him. Annoyed, the chief asks if Yu really just called Hephaestus a great master craftsman. Smoking his cigar, the dwarf says Yu knows nothing, and before feeding him to Sado, he'll tell him the truth. Redfist says with full confidence that Hephaestus's creations are trash. Yu is stunned and asks if he really means that. He asks again, and Redfist confirms it, calling Hephaestus a thief. Then the dwarf chief explains that Hephaestus once came to their mountain and praised the tribe's work. He invited them to work with him, and before long, every dwarf had become his slave. Yu can barely believe what he's hearing. Redfist says the whole tribe worked non-stop for the god. Angry now, he claims that without those stolen years, the wealth and honor would have belonged to the dwarves. He says that by the time he understood the truth, no one in the tribe had any spirit left to forge. All they had left was revenge. Then Dambiak laughs and says he gets it. Now that guy really is a jerk. A man who tries to ruin everything because he envies people better than him is truly pathetic, and he's clearly talking about Redfist. That only makes Redfist angrier, and he demands to know if that's all Yu has to say. With every weapon aimed at him, the boy tells them all to wait. Dambiak asks the dwarves to hear him out first. Yu says that if Red Fist runs now, outsiders will only see him as a thief and that would stain his honor. Flattered by that, the dwarf chief hesitates and decides to listen. MC says there's a better way to get back at the gods. He's holding a weapon made by Hephaestus himself. Then he dares the dwarves to put down their guns and face him with real weapons. His idea is simple. If Red Fist beats a fighter using Hephaestus's weapon, he can prove he's the better warrior. The blonde dwarf gets annoyed and tells Yu that cheap trick won't fool anyone. Another dwarf aims at the boy and says their chief shouldn't have wasted time listening. Thinking the plan failed, the young man tears up and acts like he's giving up. But the furious chief snaps that the great Red Fist would never run. As he rolls up his sleeves, he mocks Yu for talking too much for a low-class god, and Yu knows the bait worked. Red Fist agrees to fight but warns the boy to stand by his words if he calls himself a warrior. Lifting his weapon, the dwarf says they'll settle whose weapon is stronger, and for suggesting the dwarves should run, he promises to beat Yu to death. With his huge hammer in hand, the dwarf charges in fast. Seeing the challenge begin, Dambuke gets ready and slips past the first swing. As it passes, he feels the gust from the attack nearly catch him. When he looks back, that wind alone has cracked a stone pillar. The pillar almost crashes down on Yu, but he barely avoids it. Red Fist says Dambuke was foolish to underestimate the dwarves. He follows that by calling him a low-class god again. Yu fires back that he still has a shot, then readies his weapon and tells the dwarf not to be shocked. Catching Red Fist off guard, the boy rushes him and swings a lightning-fast slash across. The dwarf still manages to evade it. Calling it ridiculous, Red Fist strikes back and slams his hammer into the ground. Yu is even faster, dodging cleanly and moving to his opponent's side. Red Fist swings at Yu again, but this time the boy slips away and sets up his own hit. He lands a solid blow to the dwarf's chest and says it's too soon for the short guy to be surprised. Seeing their captain get hit, the tribe starts to worry. Yathan then realizes that even after taking that blow, Red Fist still managed to kick his shoulder. The dwarf once again calls it all ridiculous. After trading hits, Dambuke quickly jumps back to make space. The boy admits it's his first time taking a kick like that, and the dwarf is seriously good. Red Fist answers that Yathi's wasn't all talk. He really can fight. The dwarf says it might be fun to test the boy's limits, now calling him a swordsman. He explains that from Yathi's stance alone, he could tell he was skilled, even with a blunt weapon. Staring at Dambuke, Red Fist says the boy's killing intent was sharp enough to give him chills. He can't remember the last time his heart raced like this, and admits Yathi's very strong. Even the tribes, stubborn as they are, start saying this low-class god might be as strong as their chief. After steadying himself, Red Fist apologizes for looking down on Dambuke and says he'll fight for real now. He throws off his shirt and declares he'll use all his power. Yathan flinch, he just calls the dwarf back in. The short warrior rushes him again, aiming a crushing blow with that giant hammer. Yathan's in the niche with Ikari, even so might be Mapiadabs the club. Then he dodges the next strike and slips behind the dwarf. Dambuke lands a hit, but Red Fist moves right away to answer back. Their clash keeps going, fierce and fast, and both of them seem to love it. Watching the whole fight, the tribe is shocked and slowly starts admiring it. To Red Fist's men, the whole thing feels strangely familiar. As they watch Yu battle their chief, the dwarves say the sound is like a forge at work. The noise stirs old memories and the whole tribe gets emotional. It's as if Dambuke's burning strikes are pounding straight into their hearts. In the middle of the fight, Red Fist looks at Yaf and says the boy has a blacksmith's soul. Remembering what he said earlier, he realizes he couldn't deny it since the day Hephaestus made that offer. Blaming others had been easier than facing his own failures. Those buried feelings rise up and flood his heart. After forging weapon after weapon, all he ever felt was his own weakness. It was a miserable story, and everything after that had been wasted. Then Dambuke counters and knocks the dwarf's hammer flying. Tears in his eyes as he watches the low-class god press in. Red Fist admits he's been completely beaten. When Yevon moves to finish it, the dwarf accepts his loss, but a hand suddenly stops the final blow. Hephaestus appears at once and orders Yu to stop right there. He says he was gone for only a short time and now the place is a wreck. With a heavy presence, he demands a full explanation. Hephaestus says he already knew the boy could fight, but Yu made a huge mess. Looking over everything, he adds that this can wait. Something else matters more. His eyes land on the minerals and he asks what they're doing there. Turning to Red Fist, the god says he'd better hear a very good reason. The dwarf bows and claims he acted alone and that his tribe had nothing to do with it. The other dwarves are furious to see their chief lying to protect them. Hephaestus asks why he did it, and the dwarf starts thinking back. Remembering everything, Red Fist thinks his people did nothing wrong. They only trusted a useless captain. He decides to give himself up for his friends, but Yu cuts in first. The boy apologizes for the mess and says he was the one who ordered Red Fist to do it. Before the chief can stop him, Dambuke doubles down and says he was the one behind everything. Confused, Hephaestus reminds him he was trusted to guard the forge and demands an explanation. Yu scrambles for a lie, remembers the necklace, and quickly tells the god to look at it as he pulls it out. Hephaestus is glad to see it, and the boy says he remembered it had gone missing. The moment Red Fist sees it, he remembers that necklace was given to his men to handle. He realizes that if Yu says the dwarves had it, everyone will be in trouble. Instead, Yu lies and says the one who found the necklace was the dwarf chief. He adds that he asked Redfist to bring out the items from the warehouse so they could check them. Hephaestus asks if that's true, fixing them with a hard stare that even makes Yu sweat. Then the god accepts it and laughs, thanking Dambia for handling things. Yu says he's honored while quietly sighing in relief that the lie worked. Hephaestus pats the boy on the shoulder and says he's a good kid. He adds that now he understands why Thor liked him. Yu's got guts. Holding the dwarf's hammer, the god gets ready to speak. He says he'd been worried the dwarves had lost their drive and stopped caring about smithing. But he was wrong. The sound of that hammer clashing with Hercules' club reached all the way to Mount Olympus. Then he hands the weapon back to its owner. He says the hammer has become better than before, clearly talking about its maker too. At last he says he looks forward to Redfist's future work, and the dwarf is overjoyed. Hephaestus tells the dwarves to keep working hard together, and the whole tribe regrets what they've done. Then the god calls for Yu, and the boy answers right away. Reaching into a portal, Hephaestus says trusting Dambuke was the right call. He handled things well and even helped recover the missing necklace. From the portal he pulls out a beautiful box. He offers it to the boy as a small reward. Yu starts drooling, thinking he might get the club, but this could be even better. He says it would be rude to refuse, and happily opens the box. For a second he looks let down, because inside he sees a monster in the box. Hephaestus calls him an idiot and tells him to look closer. Yu shrugs and says that even if it's a really cute baby fox, a pet monster feels kind of weird. The god picks up the animal and asks if the boy is really refusing his gift. Right after that, he chants a few runes over it, and the fox quickly changes into a beautiful white and gold sword. Holding the weapon, Hephaestus says it's a shame the boy doesn't need it. Flustered and full of regret, Dambuke asks how Hephaestus turned that fox into a sword. Smiling, the craftsman says that's not all it is. He explains that it isn't just a sword or spear, it's the core of all weapons, able to become any weapon in the universe. In short, that fox is a priceless divine treasure. Grinning, the god says it's too bad the young man doesn't want it. So if Yu refuses, he'll give the beast to the dwarves instead. Acting innocent, Yu quickly says he could never reject a gift from Lord Hephaestus. He claims he only hesitated to be polite, but now he's decided to accept it after all. The boy hurries over to the animal and promises to take good care of the fox. Looking at the lovely creature, he gets a little shy and says it's really cute. Since it's white and fluffy, he names the fox Baxor. The little beast licks him, and the boy lights up, realizing it likes the name. Hephaestus places a hand on the fox and starts a spell to transfer ownership to Yu. When it's done, the animal hops onto its new owner's shoulder, and Dambuke asks if it worked. The craftsman says yes, the beast belongs to the boy now, and he plans to give Yu a few more gifts too. Then Hephaestus says he has more work to handle, and parts ways with Yu there. Grateful for all the gifts, the boy thanks him and tells Hephaestus to stay safe. Right then, Redfist comes up from behind and thanks Yu for staying. He asks why Yu lied to protect the dwarves when, to him, they were just trash. Dambuke answers that he understood them because they reminded him of who he used to be. When Redfist tries to repay him, Yu says he doesn't want anything. Before stepping through the portal home, he says they all survived by helping each other. He adds that Lord Hephaestus probably knew what happened from the start and chose to overlook it. After that, he says goodbye to the whole dwarven tribe and asks to take his leave. Redfist says that on behalf of their tribe they are truly grateful, then bows. As Yu leaves, Redfist says he hopes to repay that kindness someday. Thinking of Hephaestus, the dwarf tells the others they'll be working all night. Later, Yu reaches the city and knows his chance has finally come. As he heads to one specific place, he thinks this is what he had been waiting for. It was the Hunter department store, and Yu says this is where he'll make money. Juba is 37 years old. He started in the Hunter business when he was young, and just last week he became general manager of the biggest Hunter store in the country. While sipping wine, he enjoys the view from his balcony and thinks that now that he's reached the top, it's time to forget the past and live like a true gentleman. Putting on airs, he tells himself that with this new position, he'll live in style among nobles. He believes status defines a man, so he deserves elegant treatment too. Then a call snaps him back, and something about it clearly annoys Juba. He thinks this store should be for special customers only, and when he sees Dambuke, he decides the boy looks like a beggar. He studies Yu, trying to figure out whether he's even a hunter, but the boy isn't carrying any weapon or armor, so Juba assumes he's just some fool who found junk in an empty dungeon and started acting like a hunter. Even so, he smugly steps in and says he'll assist him. As they walk, the man explains that this is the appraisal center, and already sure the boy has nothing valuable, Juba introduces him to an elder. The elder says he'll inspect the items, then starts going through Yu's bag. Once he checks everything, the old man is stunned. He asks Yu where he got all of it, and the boy casually says he got those random items from someone he knows. Juba gets annoyed by that attitude, and says he knew it. The boy shouldn't have come here with cheap junk. He turns to the elder and tells him to hurry up and send that beggar away. But the elder says he's worked there for 40 years, and this is the first time he's heard someone call gear like this random trash, because every single item Yu brought is at least 4-star equipment. Kay is stunned and blurts out that it can't be true. He starts wondering how a kid like Yu got his hands on so much top-tier gear. His whole attitude flips, and now he politely says he'll escort Dambuke to the VIP room. There, the elder explains that if you sold everything, it would be worth around 3 billion won. At first, Yu thinks he heard 3 million, but when it sinks in, he's shocked that the equipment he Festus called failures is worth 3 billion. The boy gets fired up, and the appraiser adds that the price could even double with the right buyer. Jabba realizes the kind of gear that could sell for any price is sitting right in front of him. Even if he had to grovel, he needed the right to sell it. He starts trying to persuade Yu, but the boy cuts in right away and says he wants to sell everything. Beikam is confused, and Dambiak says it again. He plans to sell it all. The man starts thinking Yu must be an angel from heaven, and this deal might even get him promoted again. But Yu shuts that down fast, saying he won't sell here because of how he was treated, making Jabba the first person to lose a top job within a week. Yu goes somewhere else, sells everything without trouble, and the people there thank him. Holding the check, he starts wondering if this is all some kind of dream. In tears, he can barely believe he has that much money. There are so many zeros he can't even count them. Then he notices how filthy he got from being out all day. A display in a clothing store catches his eye. Smiling, Dambiak thinks he earned a little reward for himself, and tomorrow he'll go see his mother. The next day, in his mother's room, she is surprised by what he brought. She says it has been a while since her son last came to visit, then asks what all those gifts are for. A maid caring for Yu's mother tells her she should watch TV once in a while. As soon as the television turns on, an interview appears, praising Yu for clearing a dungeon. The maid adds that Dambiak succeeded because of his talent, which makes the boy blush. Hearing that Yu's mother can hardly believe her son has a talent, and Yu starts explaining that he only got it recently. He says it happened all of a sudden, but before he can finish, his mother slaps the table, making him worry. Then it turns out she's just crying because she's so happy for him. Dambiak tries to calm her down and asks why she's crying, but she can only say it's wonderful. Watching her, Yu realizes his mother always blamed herself because he didn't have a talent. Then the news starts another interview, this time with the hunter Manbon. When asked about Yu, Manbon says the boy is an excellent hunter. Yu's mother can't believe someone so famous is talking about her son, and Dambiak gets really shy. Still, Yu sees this as a chance, because the more famous he becomes, the more divinity he earns, and that means more part-time jobs. He's already picked out some promising ones. One job is to destroy the lost spirit on Eden Hill, and the reward is a golden apple tied to a god's immortality. The protagonist thinks that apple might even cure his mother's cancer, and that makes him more determined. But suddenly the reporter interrupts with breaking news. The anchor says a portal just opened in Yongin, Gyeonggi-do, and everyone nearby has been told to evacuate at once. As the portal's energy spreads, Yu's pet suddenly panics and hides inside his coat. The boy tries to ask what's wrong, but the little fox only shakes. When Yu reaches toward it, he suddenly sees a vision of a giant eye moving toward Earth. The vision leaves him frozen for a second, as he tries to understand it. Shaken, he struggles to figure out what he just saw and why it scares him so much. The report goes on to say the association has called in several guilds, because this portal is unlike normal dungeons and humans can't enter it. Yongin links his vision to that portal, and tells his mother he has to go, even though she doesn't want him to. From that eye-like wormhole, strange goblins start pouring out. Nearby, soldiers announce this is the third wave, and tell everyone to get ready. On a mountaintop, someone steps forward and surveys the area. Wearing his new clothes, Yu watches the soldiers battle the monsters and realizes this is the new portal. Confidently, he tells Baxor, it's time to move. After another brutal clash with the monsters, one soldier asks if the third wave is finally over. A commander says they should rest before the next wave, especially with reporters nearby watching everything. Then a rookie soldier hears something strange and looks toward the mountain. He spots a civilian standing at the top and watching the whole scene. From that distance, though, he can't tell who it is. The rookie runs to call his superior. Seeing him leave formation, the bald officer gets irritated and yells at him. The rookie hurriedly tells him to look up the mountain. Once the officer looks, he sees it too, and the rookie explains that a civilian somehow got in. Now understanding, the leader can't believe a normal person made it into a restricted zone. Even angrier, he grabs the rookie by the chin and demands to know what he was doing. He orders his subordinate to go after the intruder, and reporters start noticing the commotion. They begin whispering that the team leader acts capable yet couldn't even stop a civilian from entering a restricted area. Because of that, the reporters start shaping a story that the bald officer may not have earned his post fairly. Seeing where this is going, the chief gets even madder and decides to handle it himself. Already upset that his comrades went into the dungeon while he was left outside, he makes up his mind, hoping this could still earn him a promotion. He uses his wind ability and rushes up the hill. After a few quick leaps, he jumps straight toward Yu, who only watches him. Yang is honestly puzzled, wondering what this guy is doing. The officer doesn't even know why he's handling this himself, and already regrets it. But since he's here, he decides to follow through. He orders Dambiak to leave at once because this area is off limits. Then he keeps going, mocking Yanga while the boy stays silent. The soldier smugly assumes Dambiak is too shaken to answer after seeing a 3-star hunter. The bald soldier says he gets why the boy is nervous. If he wants an autograph or interview, he can wait. Just give him a minute. Dambiak brushes him off, saying he has no idea who he is and doesn't care how famous he thinks he is. That only makes the soldier madder, and he grabs Dambiak's shoulder to stop him. With his face tightening in anger, he demands to know if the boy just ignored him. Whatchie's fox starts getting annoyed, but Dambiak stays calm and asks what exactly the man thinks he's doing. Clearly not bothered by the hunter at all. The soldier sneers that some random kid is looking down on him just because he has a tiny weak pet. He keeps ranting, saying you must be a weak hunter chasing fame. Then he decides the boy needs a lesson and pulls back his fist. But when he swings, Dambiak dodges with a simple tilt of his head. At the same time, Dambiak slips his foot in front of the soldier, making the bald man stumble. He looks down and nearly goes over the cliff, but Yu catches him. With that, the soldier gets his balance back instead of falling to his death. Dambiak laughs and says sorry, he didn't mean to do that. Still, a 3-star hunter shouldn't be trying to beat people up. The soldier refuses to back down and keeps acting tough, saying the boy is completely crazy. Then he throws another punch, and Dambiak dodges again with ease. He slips behind the soldier and says the man can keep going if he wants, but asks if he really still wants to. By now, plenty of people are watching, including reporters. The soldier realizes Dambiak set this up on purpose, and that makes him even angrier. Then the reporters recognize the boy as the young man who cleared the labyrinth dungeon, Yu Gambiak. Hearing that, the bald soldier is stunned that this is really Yu, the one who got famous after that feat. Our protagonist tells his fox they finally got the attention they wanted, while the squad leader still struggles to believe it. Yu lifts his hands and tells the reporters to get good pictures because big news is coming. Right after that, Dambiak starts throwing the bald man's own insults back at him. The soldier, now embarrassed that he misjudged him, stays quiet. Dambiak tells him to open his eyes and see what a nobody can do. Then he leaps straight into the black hole, leaving the soldiers and reporters frozen in shock. As he drops into the portal, Yu starts to feel a dark force moving through his body. The moment he enters, a burst of energy spreads out and scares the soldiers outside. Inside, Yu wonders why this portal rejects humans when normal dungeons let them in. Thor once said dungeons exist to test humans, so this makes no sense to him. He decides to look around first, but almost at once, he runs into a wall. A red barrier blocks his way, and he tries to figure out what it is. When he attempts to pass through, the system tells him he lacks enough divinity and can't cross because the Eye of the Abyss is watching. What keeps testing different ways through it, but every time the system stops him with the same warning. Then he realizes something worse: without enough divinity, he might not even be able to leave. Already expecting that, he says there's only one option left. Standing up, Dambiak says he has just one goal. As he moves towards something unknown, the fox grows scared, and Yu tells it to stay calm. Dambiak looks toward a nearby cave and realizes he noticed it the second he entered, but didn't want to go inside. Staring at the darkness pouring from the entrance, he says he at least wants to see the face behind this portal. Sounds come from inside, and Dambiak is already breathing hard. After taking down several goblins, he wonders why there are so many monsters here. While finishing one off, Yu says he thought killing the boss would end this, but the boss still hasn't appeared. This place is different from normal dungeons too. Usually monsters and everything else fight like robots, but when he sees one goblin run away, Yu realizes these creatures seem truly aware. He figures his divinity should rise for getting inside, and with all those reporters outside, he'll get plenty of attention too. As he walks on, Yu doesn't notice a giant goblin getting ready to attack. The moment he senses it, the monster swings and Yu dodges. That makes him smile because now he has nothing to worry about. The boss has finally shown up, but after looking at the creature, he feels something about it is off. Before he can think more about it, the goblin charges again. Yu quickly notices another problem: the monster is strangely slow. After dodging one more sluggish attack, he finds it even harder to believe. He jumps up onto it, still wondering if this thing is really the boss here. Yu snaps the goblin's sword and says the monster is way too weak. The creature just stares at its broken weapon, confused. Before it can react, Dambiak tells his fox to become a sword and grabs it. Then, moving fast, he cuts deep across the goblin's chest. The creature crashes to the ground, and Dambiak watches in silence. He's seriously confused that it ended this easily. Yu notices there's no clear completion message, so no one will believe he finished the portal like this. So he decides to pull out the monster's core as proof. As he cuts into the body, he mentions that YouTube taught him how core extraction works. After several cuts, he finally finds what he wanted. Dambiak doesn't get why it's black, since monster cores are usually bright like crystals. While studying the strange object, he notices it's moving. The black core slips from Yu's hand and starts crawling across the ground like some kind of living thing. Dambiak has no clue what it is, and wonders if he pulled out the wrong object. But after stabbing that creature, a message appears saying the portal core has been collected, and the portal will soon vanish forever. Outside, cracks are already spreading through the ground from the portal's energy. Police try to calm everyone down as a crowd gathers after seeing someone enter the portal. Meanwhile, the soldier who fought Dambiak is trying to explain how the boy got inside. Nearby, a doctor tells her assistant they need to stop word from spreading or the whole world could fall into chaos. The academy would be attacked with criticism too. She says everyone will want answers from dungeon researchers all the way to the top leaders of the Hunters Union. Before she can finish, Dambiak starts coming back out of the portal. As he emerges, he thinks there really are a lot of people waiting for him. Questions fly at him from every side, all asking how he got in. But first he tells them to let him step out. The worried doctor can't believe it. To her, he's coming out like someone bouncing off a trampoline. Once outside, he takes in the fresh air and feels thrilled. Reporters crowd around him, firing off question after question about what the place was like. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Dambiev tells everyone to be quiet because something even more important matters. That important news is this: from now on, humanity can close every portal. The reporters are even more confused. Getting into a portal was already a miracle. Closing one sounds impossible. Yoon-gi pulls a black slime-like object from his pocket and says it's the core he took from the boss. He tosses it into the air and tells everyone he's about to show them something amazing. Then he uses his sword to slice the black core in mid-air. At once, the eye-like portal begins cracking apart like glass. A second later, it bursts, sending out a huge blast of wind. Everyone there is left stunned, unable to believe the portal is really gone. Even the doctor admits that after a lifetime of studying portals, she thought she'd seen everything. But this was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. She asks Dambiev who he really is, and he says nothing. Yu had been waiting for that question, so he shouts out his name. Holding his sword high and aiming to gain more divinity, he proudly introduces himself to everyone there. The world soon hears about the mysterious hunter who entered a portal and came back out. Before long, the name Yu Dambiev spreads across the whole country. As the news and posts spread, people start leaving all kinds of reactions, some praising him, others attacking him. Still, divinity starts pouring into him in huge amounts, and notification after notification appears. After gaining so much, he gets promoted to a low-class god, and he quickly tries to read the message, but then a microphone is shoved right in his face, making him jump. More reporters rush in to interview him, and the crowd nearly smothers the boy while he's still trying to read that important notice. In the middle of all this, someone steps out of a luxury car. A girl in a skirt says they've finally found what they were looking for. Her bodyguards push through the packed crowd to reach the center. A woman tries asking where the girl is going with all those guards but gets ignored. Then she recognizes who it is and starts shouting for everyone to listen. While Dambiev is giving interviews, a girl's voice suddenly calls out to him. It's the girl he met in the dungeon that day, saying the guildmaster wants to see him. Dambiev is shocked by how familiar she looks, even though he still can't place who she is. In a firm voice, she tells him he's coming with her for now. That girl is Soyul, the 7-star hunter who will become the head of the Sangyum Guild. Soyul brings Yu to the Sangyum Guild building, and he's told to wait inside. While waiting, he remembers the escort saying Manbone wasn't there because he had gone into a dungeon, and that annoys him. Sitting on the couch, Yu figures they called him in because the guild wants to recruit him. It still feels unreal that someone like Soyul came for him herself. Dambiev explains she became the youngest guild master on her own, and is one of the country's 3 7-star hunters. Even among hunters from all walks of life, Soyul is famous around the world. MC figures only someone like Soyul could pull him out of that mob of reporters. Still, he's glad for the break because he has something to check. He opens the part-time job window and the system appears in front of him. The message says that after becoming a low-class god, new abilities have opened up, including power symbols and titles. Dambiev thinks titles sound awesome. Since Thor was the god of thunder, Yu wants a cool one too. So he confirms that he wants to open the title system. The moment it opens, he's amazed. That excitement dies fast when he sees the options are all ridiculous. He can't believe those are supposed to be divine names. One of them is even called God of Flyswatting, which is just absurd. So Yu says he'll dig around until he finds one that actually sounds good. Then one detail suddenly grabs his attention and makes him remember something. Yu realizes he never told Soyul Baxter's name, yet she somehow knew it. Outside, Soyul walks away at a slow pace. For some reason, she has a small, happy smile. On his new phone, Yu starts searching how to deal with a stalker. He has no idea what to do about Soyul. She looks normal, but she feels like a stalker. Then another alert pops up on his system and keeps bothering him. When he asks what it is, the system says his job posting has been updated. Yu gives in, taps the alert, and a new screen opens. Hades, god of the underworld, is hiring him to feed Cerberus for 3 days. The pay is double, so the stalker problem can wait. Yu decides he's going no matter what and accepts the job right away. Somewhere else, night has fallen over a forest. A green light cuts through the area, scattering birds as it carries something. After getting tossed out again, Dambiev thinks he's starting to get used to this, but a bright flash suddenly blinds him for a second. Wondering who's shining a flashlight at him, he opens his eyes and finds a creepy creature right in front of him. The sight makes Yao panic, and he screams. Then he notices he's standing on a boat, with that creature staring at him. He looks around trying to understand what's going on, and the creature finally says the boy isn't dead. The monster explains that this is the river Styx, where the dead are carried through the underworld, and living people aren't supposed to cross it so easily. Once he hears river Styx, Yu remembers the stories. This guy should be Charon, the ferryman. He says he's here for work and asks Charon for help. Instead, the ferryman tells Dambiev to get lost, which only irritates him. Ignoring that, Yu asks where Hades is, and Charon gets angry that he called the underworld god so casually. He starts messing with him, saying he'll just call him Hades if that's easier. Charon snaps and asks if he values his life, but Yu doesn't care. Losing patience, Charon warns him one last time to leave, then pulls out a massive scythe and repeats the threat. He says plenty of low-class, hot-headed gods have died on that blade. Even so, Yu doesn't flinch, and Charon gives him one final warning. Yu just raises a finger and keeps mocking him. Charon stops trying to talk and gets his scythe ready to strike. Declaring that Dambiak is dead, he lunges at him. Yu watches the blade rush in, looking stunned, but right before it lands, he smiles. Without any trouble, he slips past the attack and calls out Backsore. Charon still won't back down and says the boy should die right there. Now armed, Yu stays calm and swings back. His strike smashes into the scythe and snaps the blade in half. Shocked, Charon asks how Yu is using that weapon. Backsore has transformed into Hercules' club, and Yu immediately asks how Charon knows who it belonged to. Charon says he remembers it well, that's Hercules' club, and Hercules was the human who beat him and crossed the river Styx alive without even paying. Before he can finish, Dambiak bonks him on the head. Yuma says Charon talks too much, so the ferryman quickly begs him to at least pay for crossing the river. But when the protagonist gives him a scary look, Charon just tells him to sit down so they can get moving. After the ride, they finally reach the other side. Dambiak thanks him and starts to step off the boat. But just before he leaves, Charon suddenly pulls out his spear again, saying the foolish boy will die for dropping his guard in the underworld, and he attacks. Yumez has no clue the strike is coming from behind until his power kicks in. The moment that instinct activates, his body moves on its own and dodges to the side before he even understands it. Charon is stunned that Yu avoided it. Dambiak realizes this intuition skill moves his body faster than his mind can react. Annoyed now, he turns around and says he'll have to beat up the ferryman for that cheap shot. After giving Charon a long beating, Yung finally steps off the boat, saying he already wasted too much time. Then someone calls out and asks if he's the one here to take care of Cerberus. A beautiful blonde girl asks if he's the part-timer. She introduces herself as Persephone, goddess of flowers and queen of the underworld. She says it's nice to meet Dambiak, since Hades was upset no one applied for the job. A little flustered by her beauty, Yu introduces himself too. Persephone says she'll guide him and leads the way. After walking for a while, she mentions Cerberus stays pretty far from here. Persephone explains they used to keep Cerberus near the entrance, but Hades told them to stop. Most part-timers ran away after seeing the beast, so getting past Charon was the first test. Dambiak gets it. Cerberus is the terrifying guardian of the underworld from myth. Still, Yu tries to hype himself up. He's the great god of the sword, and no matter how scary it is, it's still a dog, right? Persephone says they've arrived and Cerberus is right there. Yuma looks up and sees a giant three-headed beast chained to a tree. The monster immediately sniffs the air, catching his scent. All you can think is that he's doomed. He's basically accepted death when Persephone asks if he's okay, and he quickly says yes. She hands him a note and says it's a safety guide written by Hades himself, so Dambiak needs to read it. Taking it, he figures Hades wouldn't send him here with no preparation. At first, Yuma thinks the god actually planned things out pretty well. Then he reads it and learns Cerberus is a monstrous beast that will devour anything in front of it. He throws the paper down saying Hades is sending him to die, and Persephone adds that the daily schedule is written on the back. When he checks the schedule and sees he also has to walk the beast, he loses it. Furious, Yu tears up the paper and yells that there's no way he can walk something that huge. Seeing his panic, Persephone says there's no turning back. She explains that the last worker who tried to run was caught by Hades and dragged to hell. According to her, that person had all their limbs torn off and suffered something too awful to even describe. Realizing he's in serious danger, Dambiak hurriedly starts taping the paper back together. Once the scroll is fixed, Yuma says he made a mistake and asks where he should begin. Persephone points to some nymphs carrying meat to storage, and Yu asks if he should help them. After moving a few chunks, he asks what comes next, and Persephone praises him. She tells him to throw the meat one piece at a time to Cerberus. The second the beast sees food, it acts totally different and starts drooling. Yu points out that Cerberus was growling a second ago, but food turned it into a regular dog. Shaking a piece of meat, Dambiak asks if the doggies want to eat. It reminds him of his old part-time job at a pet cafe, and he realizes even huge animals have their own cute habits. Looking closer, he even thinks Cerberus is kind of adorable. Getting overconfident, MC tries to make the giant beast sit. Cerberus answers by smacking sand into Yu's face with a paw. All three heads burst out laughing, and even Persephone can't hold it in. Seeing Dambiak covered in dirt, she says he's really interesting. Persephone tells Yu there's no use trying to boss Cerberus around. The beast only obeys Hades, and now Yu gets why nobody wanted this job. Annoyed, he decides that if this is how it's going to be, then fine. He stops caring and chucks the meat at Cerberus. It smacks the middle head right away. The other two heads laugh, and Yu realizes he messed up his strength again. He snaps that they shouldn't laugh at their own brother, then throws meat at the other two heads too. That only makes Cerberus furious, and it lunges at Yu. Seeing the beast rush in, Yu doesn't run. He plants his feet and stares it down. Cerberus tries to scare him with its huge body, but the chain stops it before it can reach him. Dambia laughs and taunts the beast, saying it can't do anything while it's tied up. But after straining that hard, the chain starts to snap, then breaks completely. Cerberus is finally free, and Yu falls backward in panic, wondering how it shattered an iron collar so easily. He barely has time to think before Cerberus attacks, forcing him to dodge aside. Even Persephone is shocked. The chain could break at all. Yu grabs her hand and tells her to run, and Cerberus tears after them. As they flee, Persephone notices blood on his arm. Yu brushes it off as just a scratch. He still wants to know how the chain broke so fast, but Persephone says she's never seen that before. Then she tells him not to run anymore and to stay close to her. When Yu asks why, she says that even if she looks human, she's the wife of the king of the underworld. Cerberus should know better. Too bad the dog doesn't care, and it goes straight for Yu. As the bite comes in, Yu shoves Persephone away and calls for Baxor to turn into a weapon. The fox changes into Hercules' club again, and Dambia leaps up, aiming for Cerberus's middle head. He swings with everything he has, slamming one head with full force, but Cerberus barely feels it and answers with a quick swipe of its paw. The hit sends Yu flying, and he crashes down badly hurt. Bruised and exhausted, he can't believe how strong that dog is. Cerberus slowly stalks toward him, still enraged. Persephone panics and begs Yu to move. She warns that he's too close to the river Styx, but dazed from the hit, Tammy doesn't notice the hands reaching to drag him back. Persephone realizes Yu can't even hear her. She tries calling out and orders the dog to stop at once, but Cerberus ignores her and charges again. As the beast closes in, Yu thinks he came to feed the dog and might end up as its meal instead. Angry, he refuses to let that happen, so he throws himself into the river Styx, saying he won't die like this. Persephone can only stare in shock as Yu drops into the river full of grasping hands. The next chapter opens with Dambia sinking into the Styx, thinking about how freezing cold it is. As he sinks deeper, he still can't accept that he's really dying. It feels like a dream, and Yu starts remembering everything that brought him here. He thinks about all the jobs he worked and sadly wonders if his whole life meant anything at all. Half-conscious, he says there were so many things in the god's shop he wanted, but he couldn't afford any of them. His memories seem to fade with his body, like these are his last flashes before death. Then, looking up through fading vision, Dambia sees Baxor diving into the river to reach him. With a weak smile, Yu tells his pet to leave, at least it should survive. But Baxor won't abandon him. The fox grabs onto Yu's face, then bites his nose hard enough to make him scream. That pain snaps him back, and Yu jolts into panic. He wakes up fully and sees the hands dragging him toward the bottom of the river. One even tries to drown him, and Dambia feels his mind fading again. Seeing how desperate Baxor is, Yu knows he has to act. He remembers fighting Red Fist and the hammer skill he got from that battle. Baxor starts turning into a weapon and flies into Dambia's hand. Now holding the same hammer Red Fist once used, Yu gets ready to strike the hands. He activates his B-rank skill and winds up. Then he slams the hammer into the swarm of hands. Once they pull back, Yu drifts a little and regains his focus. That's when he realizes he can't breathe, and his air is almost gone. He and Baxter start swimming wildly for the surface. From above, bubbles rise out of the river. A few seconds later, Dambiak finally bursts out of the water. Fighting to live, he swims fast and grabs solid ground. He starts to get up, but then notices what's waiting in front of him. Cerberus, already moving in to attack again. Yu freezes in fear and can't react. Cerberus clamps down on Dambia. Yu screams in terror, but then realizes he doesn't feel any pain, and a notification pops up saying the river Styx effect has activated. More messages appear, telling him he's immune to every kind of hit and attack. Yu can't believe it, and tries to make sense of what he's seeing. He remembers the legend that anyone fully dipped in the river Styx becomes an unbeatable warrior. Thetis did that for her son, but his heels stayed dry. That's why they later became his weak point. Yu figures he's different. He went in completely, head to toe. Outside Cerberus's mouth, Persephone can only watch the giant dog chew on Dambiak. Still stunned, she tries to pull him out anyway. She keeps tugging at him and refuses to stop, until Cerberus finally spits the low-class god's body far away. Persephone runs over to check on Yuvet. Seeing both him and Baxori soaked in drool, she blurts out that it's disgusting. Dambia asks how she can call him disgusting right after he came back from the dead, and she quickly apologizes. As he gets to his feet, Persephone asks if he's really okay. Yu says he's fine, he just swam out of the river. She asks how that's even possible, and he repeats that he simply swam back out. But while he's distracted, Cerberus charges again. It bites his arm and shakes him violently from side to side. To both Persephone and the monster's surprise, Dambiak doesn't react at all. He just asks if Cerberus is finished. Then he starts teasing the dog, saying the bite only tickled. Watching this, Persephone can't believe a low-class god could survive Cerberus's jaws. She decides Yu must have gained the blessing of immortality. Realizing what that means, he says he's taking this monster for a walk. Once Cerberus lets go, Yu simply stares back at it. The beast keeps growling, like it's been challenged. Yu tells it there's no point acting like that, and if it keeps it up, there will be no walk. At last, Cerberus huffs and turns away. Watching that, Yu thinks the pet shop trick worked after all, just not in the way he expected. Then Cerberus suddenly bites its own chain and sits down, waiting for Dambiak to walk it. Seeing the sparkle in its eyes, Yu realizes that deep down, Cerberus is still just a dog, so he grabs the chains and gets ready. Persephone stops him for a second and calls out to Yu. She says Cerberus hasn't had a walk in a long time, so Dambiak should take it easy. Yu says he's got this and even brags that back at the pet shop, people called him the dog president. Before he can finish, Cerberus takes off running and drags him with it. Clinging to the chains, the protagonist yells for the dog to stop. He smashes into things over and over and gets dragged for what feels like miles. Because of that, he even unlocks a new skill. Behind him, Persephone starts wondering what exactly the boy is doing. Then she tells Dambiak to use his divinity to strengthen his body. Yu has no idea what she means, and he's also wondering how she's keeping up at this speed. Persephone says again that Cerberus is too strong, so he needs to reinforce himself with divinity. Hearing that, Yu finally realizes something. He thought divinity was just a stat. He didn't know you could actually use it. Still getting dragged, Dambiak asks how, and Persephone stares at him. He really doesn't know. When he admits he doesn't, she's completely stunned. Annoyed, she says that should be impossible, but MC keeps insisting he has no clue. With the wind blasting his face, Yu wonders how much longer this dog plans to run. Persephone tries to explain that he needs to remember the feeling of using his power. Yu still hesitates, but she snaps at him to just try until it works. So he starts thinking about what she said, the feeling of using his power, and remembers how Sword God's instinct suddenly activated during his fight with Charon. Trying to make it simpler, Persephone says controlling divinity is like controlling the water inside your body. The boy follows her advice, shuts his eyes, and imagines moving the power inside him like water. A gold glow wraps around him. He snaps his eyes open and yanks Cerberus back. The dog skids to a stop, confused by what just happened. Using divinity, Yu forces the giant beast to stop on the spot. Dambiak can barely believe what he just did. Persephone says that's it. Now he needs to send that divinity to whatever body part he wants to boost. Cerberus hates that, bites down on the chain, and tries to overpower Yu. When he realizes he still can't match Cerberus's strength, the young man starts to panic. Then he remembers Persephone's advice and focuses. He pours his power into one part of his body, then pulls with everything he has. This time, Yu actually hurls the giant monster into the air. Persephone is stunned. She never expected that much strength from him. After flinging the dog, our protagonist slams it onto its back. Dambiak says the walk is over and tells Cerberus they're heading back. But the beast refuses to back down and keeps growling at Yu. Seeing the dog won't cooperate, the young man says he'll handle it his way. Right after that, he starts dragging the giant beast through the forest. Persephone laughs at the sight, then hurries after him. She can hardly believe it. This was Dambiak's first time using divinity, and he still managed all that. Smiling, she says she may have finally found a good worker. The whole thing feels strange to the boy, especially since Persephone is clearly strong enough to help, but didn't step in. Wanting answers, he asks if he can ask her something, and she says yes. Yu asks why she won't go near Cerberus. He points out that she could probably control the dog with no trouble. At that, the girl lowers her head and quietly says there are restrictions. That only confuses him more, so he asks what she means. She explains that Cerberus guards the underworld and keeps countless lost souls from returning to the world of the living. That's why she can't touch him. She's one of them, one of the spirits longing to return to the human world. As they walk, Persephone says she's bound to the underworld, so Cerberus is something she can't deal with herself. Dambiak remembers the myth where Hades took Persephone and trapped her in the underworld. The boy thinks she must have spent an awful amount of time alone, and that's pretty sad. Even so, he forces himself to drop that unfair feeling. Persephone's husband is Hades, Zeus's brother. A low-ranking god like him can't do anything about that. Suddenly Bakshari shows up, and our protagonist looks over at the fox. He apologizes for completely forgetting about it. After dragging Cerberus through the forest for a while, they finally reach the huge gate the dog was guarding. There, Cerberus stands up and goes on alert. Yu asks why it suddenly changed. Persephone explains that Cerberus is chasing the dead. No matter how he acts, he takes that job seriously. She tells him that once he chains Cerberus back to the pillar, his morning work is done. Holding the chain, Dambiak thinks Hades must be really strict. He also can't figure out why that god would raise a dog only he could control. As he nears the pillar where Cerberus is tied, the boy's intuition skill kicks in, and he notices something. There's some strange object hidden inside the huge pillar. He covers his hand with divinity and decides to check it out. Persephone says the morning tasks are done, and they just need to get ready for the afternoon. But when she looks over, Dambiak is already pounding at the pillar. She has no idea what he's doing. Then he finds what he sensed and starts pulling it out. For some reason, the goddess looks completely shocked by what she's seeing. Yu says he noticed something inside the pillar and pulled it out. It's Cerberus's collar, the one Hades used to train him and the one that lets anyone command the beast. Persephone says it's unbelievable. She never imagined Hades hid it there. She adds that she searched everywhere and never found it. When she asks how he did, the boy just says it was a hunch. Dambiak asks if it's really that important for her to be this shocked. Persephone explains that Cerberus is the symbol of the underworld, so controlling him is basically the same as controlling the whole underworld. Looking at it, the protagonist thinks it just seems like a normal dog collar. He assumes he probably can't use something that belongs to Hades. Persephone covers her mouth and thinks for a moment, then she says that's fine. The young man can use it whenever he wants. She explains that doing so wouldn't break any rules, and Hades always told her to keep looking for that collar. According to Persephone, Hades said that if she found it, she could train Cerberus. Hearing that, Dambiget decides he'd be stupid not to use this chance to make the job easier. He walks up to the giant dog and asks it to let him put the collar on. Cerberus refuses and stays hostile toward Yu. Seeing that Yu tells the dog it still hasn't learned, challenged again, the beast starts growling at him. But after a rough little massage to the face, Cerberus finally gives in and stops fighting. Once the collar is on, the boy says it looks good and would have gone smoother if the dog had behaved from the start. Thinking of all the things he can do now, our protagonist bursts out laughing. Then he starts acting like Ash from Pokemon and fires off command after command. Uovi makes the giant beast roll around on the ground. Laughing, Dambigak says he finally got to see Cerberus's cute side. At last, as punishment, he orders Cerberus to sit facing the wall and think about what it did. The young man laughs again and says, this job is going to be easy now, but he doesn't notice Persephone walking up behind him. Quietly watching, she gently taps Yu's shoulder, making him turn. Dambigak starts to tell her to look, but she suddenly places a hand on his cheek. After touching him, the goddess begins chanting strange runes. The boy has no idea what she's doing, but a second later, he drops to his knees. Persephone says Hades gave Cerberus 2 final orders. One was to watch the dead trying to escape the underworld, and the other was to watch her. That's why she had to do this. Dambigak's mind starts fading, like a heavy sleep is taking over. You can only watch as the goddess walks away. She softly tells him to sleep well. Then she keeps going, saying he doesn't need to worry. She'll be back before Hades returns. As he collapses, nearly asleep, the boy realizes that for Hades, the most important thing wasn't the underworld. He tells himself he can't let this happen, but the sleep wins, and he blacks out. After some unknown time, Dambiak finally starts to wake up and finds Baxori above him. Still dazed, he tries to figure out what's going on. Then it all comes back to him and he jumps up, wondering why he suddenly passed out. Yus looks around for Persephone, but quickly realizes she's gone. Panic hits him right away. He thinks he's completely doomed. He opens the part-time job system and checks how long he was out. When he sees only a few minutes passed, he calms down a little. Dambiak gets up and runs off, but first he orders Cerberus to stop his punishment, go back to guarding the underworld gate and sleep. As he runs, he remembers Persephone normally can't leave the underworld because of that monster. So if people learn she escaped because of a low-class god like him, Hades will punish him hard. He starts wondering how far she could have gone. He has to catch her and bring her back fast. Then he remembers the wind speed skill he got and comes up with an idea. Yu activates it and wind wraps around his body. Since his body is already far above normal, the skill boosts him even more. The moment he starts running, he realizes he's insanely fast. Impressed by that speed, he gets another idea and also strengthens his legs with divinity. To get a better view, the young man leaps into the air. He wobbles for a second up there, then steadies himself. Scanning the area for Persephone, the boy finally spots something. The goddess is on a boat, heading for the exit of the underworld. Now that he's found her, he moves at once. Persephone keeps sailing calmly on the boat. Then a sudden sound echoes out, making her tense up. She notices the boat has stopped and thinks it hit a rock. But when she looks down, she sees a person rising from the water and panics, soaked from head to toe. Dambiak asks where Persephone was rushing off to. Annoyed, Yu reminds her that she said no one should cross the river. She shoots back that she only wanted to see her mother. Thinking of his own mother, the boy feels a little sympathy for her. Still, Yu says she should have at least told him instead of pulling something like this. She replies that Hades won't be back for 2 more days, and besides, she's never been caught before. That leaves Dambiak stunned. This isn't even the first time she's done it. Then all of a sudden, the boat slams into rock coral. The small, weak sailboat takes a hard hit. Water starts pouring in, and MC gets irritated. He says there's no way this boat will make it back. Realizing he has no choice, the boy makes a tough call and gives in to what Persephone wants. He holds his nose and gets ready to dive back into that filthy river. Then he jumps in and grabs the boat tight. Yu starts pushing it forward and tells Persephone to hold on. After a while, the two finally reach solid ground and head toward a place glowing with intense beauty. There, Persephone stretches and says the place looks amazing. Yu asks her to promise him one thing, and she looks confused. He tells her to come back as soon as she finishes seeing her mother. Persephone brushes it off, saying he worries too much. She's never been caught before. Yu says he'll die if she gets caught, but she takes his hand and tells him it'll be fine. He can come with her. After walking for a while, they finally reach a cave, and Persephone says this is the place. As soon as they step inside, she starts calling for her mother. Deeper in the cave, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, has no idea what's going on. She gets up, trying to understand the situation, and Persephone turns emotional the moment she sees her. Demeter can hardly believe it's really her daughter, and Persephone confirms that it is. The two share a touching reunion. Watching from a distance, Dambiak decides not to ruin the moment. This isn't his place. Then he notices a flower nearby and is amazed. That matters because in the myth, Dambiar's grief made plants die whenever Persephone was in the underworld. Yu tells Persephone he just remembered something he needs to do, so he'll head out first. She asks if he isn't staying to watch her, but he says he trusts her and will meet her at 8 so they can go back together. Right before he leaves, Persephone calls out to him, still holding her mother. She thanks Dambiak for being kind. After repairing the boat, Yu thinks he's finally ready to cross the river again. He checks his phone and sees it's already time. Persephone should be here any minute. Then someone suddenly appears behind him. Yu turns expecting Persephone and is instantly shaken. A man with parted black hair asks if an insolent rebel showed up for work. At that same moment, the system says Yu's intuition skill has activated, and warning after warning pops up, all telling him the same thing: he's about to die. Hades, furious, demands to know where his wife Persephone is. Panicking, Dambiak feels his body give out from Hades' voice alone, and he can't understand why Hades is already back. In an instant, the god of the underworld is right in front of Yu, asking if he's an idiot. Hades can't understand how someone like him found Cerberus's collar, and even helped Persephone get out. Yu can't even respond. He's frozen by Hades' words. Then Hades raises his hand and says nothing else matters. As his palm moves toward Yu's face, he tells him to die. But before he can touch him, a voice cuts in and asks what Hades is doing. Persephone has arrived, and she demands to know why her husband is trying to kill an innocent god. The man who looked so terrifying a second ago shrinks back a little and awkwardly asks where she was. Still angry, Persephone walks toward him and reminds him that he told the workers to find Cerberus's collar. Since they finished the task he gave them, he has no right to be mad. Hades admits she's right, but he still scolds her for leaving without a message. Persephone fires back that she didn't run away. She came back right after seeing her mother. Hades keeps trying to explain, but she won't let him get a word in. Now the once intimidating Hades is stumbling over his own words. With a much softer look, the god of the underworld simply says he was worried. Demeter says there's still more to talk about, so they can continue this at home. Persephone opens a portal, pulls out a gift, and quickly hands it to Yu, calling it a bonus. Hades can't believe she's letting the boy live, and asks what she's doing. She explains that Dambiak did the job right, so he's getting a reward. Persephone pats the boy on the head and says she'll make sure he gets paid, so he doesn't need to worry. A bright light suddenly falls from the sky onto Yu, and the boy vanishes. A moment later, he appears somewhere else he doesn't recognize. Yu is still stunned, realizing he almost died several times during this one job. He looks at the gift but hesitates to open it. Yu remembers Persephone called it a bonus, so it has to be something good. When he opens it, light spills out, and what he sees shocks him. Inside are two fruits. One is the forbidden fruit that gives the power to tell good from evil, and the other is the golden apple. Seeing that the gift has exactly what he wanted, Yu can hardly believe it. With the golden apple, his mother might recover. He wonders if a human can even eat a god's fruit, but in the end, he makes up his mind. Dambiak stares at the purple fruit and thinks hard about what to do with it. Some time later, a shout rings out in the hospital. A miracle has happened. The doctor tells Yu's mother that her cancer cells are completely gone. He says modern medicine can't explain it at all. There are no words for it. Crying, she asks how this miracle happened, and Dambiak tells her that from now on things will only get better. Smiling, he's overjoyed that the golden apple really healed his mother. He also remembers he had to turn it into juice to get her to drink it. Yu tells her the doctor said she's healthy enough to leave, so it's time to go home. Outside, Yu and his mother walk up to a taxi. Still full of joy, he opens the door for her, and she gets in. Once inside, Yu asks the driver to take them to the neighborhood where they live, but the driver says they'll need to take a detour, and Yu doesn't get why. The driver explains that a disaster hit that area, and it's all over the news. He quickly turns on the radio, and a report says something is happening near Uvita Park. A cylinder-shaped dungeon has appeared there. Guilds and hunters are gathering to check it out, but they're having trouble. Hearing that, Yu's mother places a hand on his shoulder. She says she can go home by herself, so Yu should head to the dungeon. With a smile, she says people will notice him there, and she can't wait to see him on TV. After agreeing and stepping out, Dambiak's mother waves goodbye and says she'll watch for him on TV. A little later, near sunset, Yu stares at the huge tower in front of him and thinks this dungeon is going to be a tough one. He tells himself he'll have to work through the night again, but there's no other choice. Then Dambiak tells Bexori to get ready, and they head for this new challenge. Before going in, Yu decides to check the god's store. He notices his payment still hasn't arrived, so he won't be able to buy much. Then the system says his profile is being updated, and he sees he got a new title. Yu reads it, confused about what it's even supposed to mean. Once he checks the details, he learns the title lets him control any dog. He has no idea if that's good or bad, and he's embarrassed by the name President of Dogs. But then someone in the crowd near the dungeon suddenly says a famous person is here. For a second, Yu thinks they're talking about him and gets startled. Really, everyone's reacting to Soil, who's being interviewed by reporters. Yu feels relieved he wasn't recognized, though Soil being there makes him uneasy. In the interview, all she says is that, as always, the Samgung Guild will do its best. Dambiak is a little surprised because Soil is basically ignoring all the reporters. He decides he doesn't have time to watch this, so Yu disguises himself and gets ready to enter the dungeon. Yu goes in with the guild. As they move deeper, they realize the enemies are hiding and setting up an ambush. The members still joke that the monsters here are only dogs, so there's nothing to worry about. One big-nosed guy nudges his friend and says he got bitten on the butt by a dog last time. Accused like that, the other guy gets mad and starts arguing back. Soyul immediately tells everyone to be quiet. Even then, the two friends keep whispering. A long-haired man, who seems to be Soyul's assistant, finds her sudden reaction odd. He can tell she's acting different from usual, and wonders why. He knows she's never been talkative, but telling everyone to stay silent over something small doesn't fit either. He starts to think Yu must have noticed something scary to react like that. After a while, they reach another room. Soyul notices first and tells her companion they've arrived. Then a demonic-looking dog steps into the room. More demon dogs appear after it, forming a whole army in front of the guild. The long-haired man and the others are shocked when they realize what those monsters are. The two men who were joking before now complain that no one warned them these things would be here. Uneasy, the long-haired man realizes they're death hounds. Even a tiny scratch from one of these poisonous dogs can kill someone in 10 minutes. They're deadly monsters. As the guild sub-leader pulls out a dagger, he tells himself it's still just a dangerous dog. Soyul orders everyone weak in close combat to fall back right away, while the rest follow her and face the beasts head-on. But before they move, a boy's voice suddenly echoes through the room. The long-haired man assumes it came from someone in the guild and snaps at them. But the masked person says it wasn't them. Then the snub-nosed man says he thinks the voice came from behind the dogs. Behind the pack, a person starts to step out, calling to the dogs. The whole guild can now see our protagonist. The long-haired man can't believe someone actually tamed the death hounds, and he immediately grows tense. To him, anyone who can control those creatures must be a humanoid monster, or some kind of half-demon. Trying to protect his friend, he tells Soyul to step back, then moves forward. With his short sword raised, he tells the figure to come out and show themselves. He points the blade at the hounds and demands to know what kind of monster it is. Dambiak walks toward the guild and calmly tells the young man to lower his sword. Showing his face, Yu says the dogs are getting nervous. The long-haired man is stunned. The one controlling the death hounds is actually human. Then a death hound sneaks up behind the guild's sub-leader. Yu spots it and activates his wind speed, then dashes straight toward the girl. In an instant, he closes the distance and reaches her. The long-haired man thinks the boy is about to attack their leader, but Yu grabs her arm instead. For a second, it looks like he's about to strike Soyul, but he only yanks her back and lightly hits the death hound behind her. That proves Dambiak's title only works when he touches the dog. At last, the leader's companion understands Yu was never trying to hurt her. Even through all the chaos, Ju stays quiet and keeps watching Yu. While holding the girl's hand, Yu notices something odd about her bracelet. Smiling, Dambiak tells Soyul they've met again. Looking closer, Yu realizes he was right. That bracelet matches the one Persephone wore. He is just about to bring it up when Ju cuts in, saying this is embarrassing with so many people staring. Yu finally notices he's on one knee holding her hand, and Soyul calls that very rude. It looks like Dambiak is proposing to Ju, so he quickly says it's all a misunderstanding. The guild members are shocked. Some even cry and snap pictures. After the mix-up is cleared up, Yu starts linking up with the death hounds. Then he orders them all to sit, and the whole pack obeys. He sorts the dogs into groups and gives each one orders. Right after that, Dambiak greets them and sends them off on their mission. One hound starts digging through an area for a valuable stone. When it finds a red crystal, it picks it up and runs back. The dog brings the crystal to the protagonist, and he happily pets it. Watching this, the long-haired man can only wonder if he's dreaming. Yu checks the crystals the dogs collected when Soyul walks up and asks where he got that ability. Yu is confused. He thought everyone believed powers were something you were born with. He stares at Ju, wondering how she knows he gained that ability. Dambiak says he was born with it, then adds that he wants to ask her something. He brings up the girl's bracelet, and her attention sharpens right away. After looking at it, he asks if the bracelet is really hers. Confused, she says, "Of course it is. Why else would she be wearing it?" Yu starts firing question after question, trying to find out where she got it. Growing annoyed by the lack of clear answers, he asks again when she bought it. As he stares at the bracelet, Yu thinks there's no way he's wrong, because the design is ugly, unique, and hard to forget. It's the same friendship bracelet Miss Persephone talked about. He leans in even closer, trying to figure out why Yu has the same bracelet as Persephone. Yu thought Juko was just a crazy stalker, but now this feels much bigger. Fed up with the silence, Dambiak asks why she won't answer. She says she bought it online, and Yu uses the power he got from the forbidden fruit to tell she mostly means well. She even offers to send him the link if he likes it, and his ability confirms she isn't lying. Trying to hide how embarrassed he is, Yu says that's great because he actually wanted one like that. For some reason, the whole guild takes it the wrong way. They start assuming the boy has a thing for women's bracelets and judge him for it. Yu tells himself he's just mixed up from going between two worlds, and now everyone thinks he's a creep. In his head, Yu groans that his reputation is sinking fast. Since things are already this bad, he decides to change the subject and expose that supposed stalker, asking how she knew Baksori's name earlier. Soyul says she only heard other people say it. She heard someone shout, "Let's go Baksori," at the portal, and Yu is thrown off when he realizes she isn't lying. An awkward silence settles between Dambiak and Ju. He starts thinking he's been acting insane this whole time because he misunderstood everything. After that, a huge gate opens as dust rises. Inside, a red-skinned demon dog declares that the weaklings who entered will die. The demon laughs and says everyone there will pay for their crimes. Before it can finish, Yu punches it in the face. Still embarrassed and annoyed, Yu takes it all out on the poor dungeon boss. The long-haired man can't believe the young man is beating a boss like that. After taking the beast down by himself, Yu is left catching his breath. The wild look on his face grabs everyone's attention. Yu walks up to the long-haired man, grabs his shoulders, and begs him not to tell anyone he came to this dungeon. Dambiak adds that everything he said earlier is a secret, and the man quickly agrees to tell the others too. So Yul only watches in silence for a moment, then looks at her bracelet and seems to think of something. Outside the cylindrical dungeon, a crowd has gathered. They spot Miss Soil coming out and rush toward her. Reporters start throwing questions at the girl. Yu, still disguised, blends into the crowd and uses the distraction to slip away unnoticed. Dambiak realizes he got careless. He gained a bunch of talents out of nowhere and jumped into being a hunter too fast. But in that country, anyone who wants to be a hunter has to pass an official test, so every hunter can be registered. He's not officially a hunter, and he clearly entered the dungeon and portal without permission. If public opinion turns against him over this, his divinity could drop and make it harder to find a job. So he decides to let Miss Soil draw the attention while he gets out of there. While moving through the crowd, Yu bumps into a blonde boy and quickly apologizes. Even with the disguise, the blonde guy recognizes him and asks if he's Dambiak. The smug brat laughs and confirms it. Really is UMC. Taking off his glasses, the jerk calls Yu a talentless bug and asks why he's sneaking around there. When the crowd hears Hunter, he is there, their attention shifts to him. They don't understand why the blonde called him talentless, and everyone looks confused. Yu thinks that out of everyone who could have recognized him, this was the worst one. The blonde grabs his shoulder and asks if he won't even say hello, and comments on how much he's grown. Dambiak remembers Chien Juongak as one of the rich jerks who made school miserable for him. In this world, it almost feels like money rules everything more than the gods do. Annoyed, Yu says things aren't the same anymore, and this situation is different. Smiling, he grabs Chien's arm and says the blonde hasn't changed at all, still running his mouth because he's rich. Dambiak thinks he's finally facing even his old trauma, while Jung can't believe that talentless worm just talked back. Jung says the protagonist is getting cocky just because he got a little famous. Then he brings up the news. The protagonist clearing a labyrinth dungeon and destroying some portal, but says something about it feels off. Chien pulls off MC's cap and says a boy with no talent should at least tell a believable lie. He keeps mocking Yu and the people nearby start listening in. Soon they're whispering that the young man might be a fraud since he isn't even listed on the Hunter website. Yu grows uneasy and realizes this is bad, he needs to fix it. Then Soil steps in and defends Yu, snatching the cap from Chien's hand. She brushes it off with a light tap to clean the dirt away. Then Soil tosses the cap back to him and tells him to catch it. The blonde jerk asks why she's protecting that useless, talentless worm. She fires back that lacking talent doesn't make someone worthless, and he should answer for what he said. Chien keeps insulting Dambiak, swearing at him, and repeating that he has no talent. Yu looks at the girl and notices her giving him a small signal with her head. At first, he doesn't get what she wants him to do. Then he realizes she's telling him to show his power, and even though he doesn't want to, he agrees. He uses his wind talent and jumps onto a bus. The rich kid is shocked, because he never believed Yu could do that. Ju points out that someone with no talent couldn't pull that off, but he still keeps complaining. The insults keep coming, and Dambiak decides it's a waste of time dealing with that jerk. He says he's leaving, but Chien keeps blocking him and mocking him. Later, Yu decides the mess with Chien proved he needs to take the hunter test as soon as possible. Luckily, he hears there's one scheduled in Dokdo. After getting ready, he stands outside his apartment wondering how he'll reach the exam when a car suddenly pulls up. He says he wants to go alone, but when he looks inside, he sees Ju calling for him. She's come to drive him to the hunter test. Once he gets out of the car, he thanks her for getting him there so fast. Thanks to her, he's already on the island where the test is being held, surrounded by a crowd. A crowd has gathered for the test. In the middle of everyone, Yu spots Soil beside him and wonders why she came along. He asks if a future guild heir can really be this free, and she says she had nothing planned anyway. Yu then asks why she's suddenly acting so casual. Soil smiles and says they're the same age, so they can just be friends. Not wanting to drag it out, Dambiak just goes with it. Then the loudspeaker calls number 1117 to Area H for the physical test, and Yu realizes that's him. Before leaving, he asks Yu to watch Baksori for him, then heads over to the exam area. On the way, he jokes to himself that she probably only came to play with the fox. Since all she's done is feed Baksori seeds and act nice, he decides there's nothing to worry about. At last, his test begins. A voice reminds everyone that only company-issued gear is allowed during the exam. The first challenge tests leg strength, and Yu has to do squats with a massive weight. When he sets it to the highest level, he realizes he can't even budge it. He can't believe this is supposed to be a basic physical test. Then someone shows up and tells him to know his place. Yu turns and sees it's Chien, one of the examiners. The jerk tells him to hurry or get disqualified. Yu had planned to keep a low profile until he got his license, but now he knows he has to respond, so he starts gathering divinity into his body. All the while, Yoon keeps trash-talking him. Once he powers up, Yu blasts through the test and earns 6 stars in lower body strength. He follows that with another 6 stars in upper body strength. By the general strength test, it's so easy that Yu is getting bored. Even his speed score is a 6-star rating. Watching this, Chin gets furious and says it's impossible. He grabs another examiner by the collar, demanding he stop the test, but the man apologizes and says he can't. Yunyu keeps ranting that the results have to be wrong because there's no way that loser can do all this. When the scores are posted, Yu is nearly perfect across the board, and Dambiak moves on to the next room. Elsewhere, a man standing on a magic circle congratulates all the hunter applicants. He says the next round will test the one thing every hunter needs most: teamwork. He explains they can't use any gear except what the company gives them, and they should focus only on the monsters assigned to their group. Then he presses a button, the floor beneath each team drops, and Yu descends with the others. Looking down, he sees water monsters waiting below. As soon as they reach the bottom, one giant creature attacks Yuda's group. It rushes one of the members, a bald man who barely blocks the hit before getting thrown back. He lands in a bad spot, and the fish monster pins him under its foot. The creature gets ready to kill him, but before it can, someone runs straight in. It's Yu, stepping up to protect his teammate. Without looking away, he tells the man to get up. Then he says he'll handle this side, and tells the bald man to move the other way. After dodging the fishman's strike, Dambiak charges power into his sword. He focuses, then drives a full-force slash into the monster's chest. With its chest pierced, the creature drops dead. A moment later, Yu senses more trouble and looks over. 2 more people are under attack, including a blonde girl who can't hold up against the fish monster. Using his speed and sword talent, Yu rushes in and cuts through several monsters at once. His teammates are left stunned, barely able to process what they just saw. The group realizes number 1117 wiped them out alone, making the test an easy pass for everyone. But Cien, who is watching, isn't pleased at all. With a nasty grin, Zheng pulls out a strange red potion. He pours it into the mouth of one of the dead fishmen, and the beast comes back to life. With his back turned, Dambiak doesn't notice the revived monster closing in to attack. He barely blocks it, but still gets knocked backward. Yu fights to keep his footing instead of rolling away, and manages to stay up. The rest of his group panics the second they see that creature. Its eyes glow red, and it goes wild. Charging at the humans again, it stomps on the blonde girl's face and crushes her into the ground. Then it keeps going, slaughtering people without the slightest mercy. By the time it's done, everyone is dead, and Yu stares in shock. The loudspeaker announces that everyone in Dambiak's group has failed, and only he is left alive. Then Qin appears above him and taunts that without teammates he can't earn team points anymore. He asks if Yu still plans to continue. The jerk ends by saying he already warned him to know his place. Irritated, Yu thinks he knew something was off, but he never thought that monster Zheng would go this far just to make him fail. Clenching his fists, he starts walking forward, and Zheng asks where he thinks he's going. Yu tells him to shut up and covers his body in divinity again. No matter what happens, he swears he'll pass and become a great hunter. With that power, Yu starts cutting down every monster in the room, even the ones attacking other groups. After tearing through an army of fishmen, he says that even if team points are gone, individual points still count. Up above, Qin looks on and both he and the suited examiner are shaken by Yu's strength. The examiner is just about to announce the result when an alarm suddenly blares and an emergency notice tells everyone in the test room to get to the nearest shelter. A huge tsunami has been detected near Dokdo Island and is heading straight for them, sending everyone into panic. The warning keeps echoing, ordering a full evacuation. Yu thinks he needs to see for himself what's going on. He leaps toward the magic circle where Qin is standing, then jumps again to reach the surface, while the jerk warns him it's too dangerous. After climbing out, Yu turns and sees the truth. The sea has slammed into the building and punched through the walls. He can hardly believe a wave did that. If this keeps up, everyone below will die. Just then, a bit of hope appears in front of him. The system says his payment has arrived, and Persephone apologizes for the delay. Yu quickly searches the god's shop for anything that could help. After looking through it, he finds a skill called Sword Art Water Divider. Then Baksori runs up carrying Yu's jacket in his mouth. Yu wonders why the fox is here and where Soil went, but as the waves keep smashing the wall harder and harder, he pushes that aside. He tells his pet to turn into a sword, then focuses on using the new skill. The moment he activates it, his eyes glow gold and an aura wraps around him. Yu feels almost weightless and slices the giant wave in half. Dambiak is thrilled that he actually stopped the tsunami, but the split water crashes down over him anyway, soaking him completely. After nearly drowning, he coughs up water while the alarm blares again, telling everyone to get to shelter. The loudspeaker warns that a second tsunami is highly likely, so everyone needs to hide immediately. Dambiak panics at the thought of getting hit by another one. Seeing the wreck around him, he knows he can't stop a second tsunami like this. Then the system pops up again with an urgent job notice from Poseidon, who wants his palace repaired. Yu realizes the tsunamis happening across the human world must be coming from the god's world. As he puts his jacket back on, he remembers how dwarves stole from him. Persephone kept trying to run off, and the gods have caused him nothing but trouble. Even so, with no better choice, he accepts the job right away. A second later, he's teleported underwater to a stunning place. The sculptures around him leave the boy amazed. Someone suddenly appears beside him, and Yu asks who it is. Looking closer, Dambiak realizes it's Hephaestus, The god laughs and says he knew he'd be seeing you again. He reaches down to pet Baksori, happy to see the moon fox has grown. But Baksori has no interest and turns away from his hand. Hephaestus looks crushed, and Yu explains that Baksori is just really shy. Still, Yu can't help thinking the fox acts way friendlier with Soil than with Hephaestus. Putting that aside, Yu asks why Hephaestus is here. The god says there was no way a master smith would stay out of something like this, and adds that he's glad Yu came. Then he says he'll explain everything before they start working. He fasts his points and tells the boy to look over there. He explains that part of the palace was damaged, so water has been spilling into the human world. To the gods it's like a leaking pool, but for humans it's a giant tsunami. Yu is stunned and asks how the barrier could break like that. The blacksmith points again and asks if Dambiok sees it, an interdimensional portal hanging in the distance. And Hephaestus says those portals are always trouble, and no matter how often they destroy them, they keep coming back. Yu is shocked. He thought the gods made those portals because they look like dungeons, but he was wrong. Then Baksori senses something and keeps nudging Dambiok non-stop. Yu frowns, confused by Baksori's sudden behavior. Then he sees why the portal that had been still starts twisting into a vortex, dragging in everything nearby. A brutal pull sweeps through the whole area. Yu gets fed up, thinking the god's world never gives him a break. Hephaestus tells him he'll handle it, and warns him to grab onto something. If the portal swallows him, he's done. But Baksori can't hold on and starts getting dragged away. Seeing his pet pulled toward the portal, Dambiok panics and scrambles for an answer. Hephaestus raises a blazing mass of power over his head. From that flame-made force, a huge portal opens and a giant hand starts to come out. Hephaestus keeps focusing, pouring more magic into the power above him. Then he charges up a heavy strike and fires it. The giant hand made from his power copies the move and slams into the purple portal. But the portal doesn't seem affected at all. When he realizes he can't steady it, the smith god starts to panic. He keeps pouring fire magic into it, but nothing changes. Even with all his strength, the portal keeps pushing the flames back. Watching this, Dambiok realizes a god of the highest rank is far beyond anything he can do. The hands Hephaestus summons start getting swallowed by the darkness pouring from the black portal. A humanoid hand starts reaching out from the purple portal and Yu spots it. Even with Hephaestus trying to hold it together, fish-like creatures begin pouring out of the wormhole. Yu is stunned. He had no idea portals in the god's world also spit out monster hordes. Hephaestus calls out to him and snaps his fingers. At once another portal opens, and a sword drops out. The god tells Yu to take the weapon while he holds the enemies back. As he grabs the sword, the boy thinks this was supposed to be a repair job, but of course it couldn't stay that easy. He grumbles that he'll need extra pay for this, then charges the creatures. Yu rushes past one and slices it, already getting fired up. But the fishman just grins, and Yu freezes. The slash didn't leave even a scratch, and the creature attacks back right away. Dambiok barely dodges and escapes without getting hurt. Yu can hardly believe what he just saw. He knows he's struck with divine power, yet the monster shrugged it off, and then the fishman talks, calling the Olympians disgusting. That shocks Yu even more. He can't believe the monster can speak. He remembers his first portal fight when he thought these things were weaker than dungeon monsters. Still, the boy steadies his sword and gets ready to attack again. But staring at that army of fish-like creatures, he starts thinking this could be bad. Then Dambiok hears a loud noise and turns around. Behind him is another army of fishmen from the same race, but these ones seem to be allies. The new fishmen rush straight into battle. The two sides crash into each other, and a brutal fight breaks out. Yu watches from a distance, trying to figure out why they're fighting their own kind. Then he notices a blue mark on one fighter's shoulder, and guesses these fishmen are Poseidon's reinforcements, while the others are invaders. Yu admits he was scared he'd have to fight the whole army by himself, and that distraction keeps him from noticing an enemy sneaking up. A moment later, the creature is close enough to strike. Thanks to his intuition skill, Yu catches it in time and knocks the blow aside. He figures he can win if it's only one enemy, and immediately squares up. Moving at top speed, the boy unleashes a storm of slashes, but after landing them, he gets uneasy. Surviving that first hit clearly wasn't luck. Dambiok keeps swinging, annoyed, while the monster blocks and endures it all. Even with divine power, he feels like he's barely scratching it. The beast says it's done playing with Dambiok, and comes in to attack. Wrapped in a terrifying aura, it tells Yu to die and readies a huge strike. Fed up, Yu prepares a counter and tells it to see if it can survive this. He fires off his new skill, Wave Divider. The slash tears through every monster in front of Yu, and everyone nearby freezes at that overwhelming power. The attack keeps going, cutting through most of the creatures and even smashing part of Poseidon's palace. Grinning, the boy proudly says that was easy. The survivors rage at him and spit out curses. The moment they see how dangerous he is, they all charge Dambiok together. Yu starts charging Wave Divider again, saying this will be easy too. He's feeling good about his power and moves to strike. Then a notice pops up saying he doesn't have enough skill points to use Wave Divider. Mid-attack, the boy realizes the skill won't activate and is left stunned. He glares at his sword, frustrated that everything just fell apart. The fishmen keep rushing him, and Dambiok starts to give up. Then gunshots rip through the air toward them. Every monster charging Yu gets hit by the bullets. A gunman steps out, cursing the fishman and threatening him. Then a familiar short figure yanks the pin from a grenade and throws it at the monsters, joking that fish tastes better fried. Dambiak realizes the newcomers are Red Fist and his crew. Red Fist apologizes for being late and calls Dambiak sir. After the grenade goes off, the boy is left a little stunned. When he looks toward the blast, he sees a lot of the fishmen only took light damage. Even so, he's relieved the dwarves showed up. One of the monsters recovers, curses the dwarves and flies into a rage. Then it charges straight at them to finish the job. The blonde dwarf doesn't flinch and keeps his pistol trained on the enemy. But he suddenly notices the fishman holding a rock. The creature hurls it at the dwarf's hand, throwing off his aim. Then it closes in to finish the little fighter, landing a hard kick right into the blonde dwarf's stomach. The hit sends him flying past Red Fist. Seeing his man get smashed like that, the dwarf chief loses his temper. He grabs his hammer and charges the fishman. The beast can't do a thing. It gets crushed in one blow by the small dwarf's insane strength. Dambiak stares in shock. One hit was enough to kill it, and he realizes that hammer is unbelievably powerful. Then he remembers that when he fell into the river Styx, he accidentally used the dwarf's hammer through the skill he got there. Dambiak looks toward that overwhelming aura and feels fear and despair. Then, with a terrifying face, the creature calls everyone insects. Poseidon's fishmen think this is their lord and start cheering because they believe he stopped the vortex. But Dambiak stares at him and can't accept that this is really Poseidon. The monster stands there smiling, wrapped in a horrifying purple aura. Yu quickly stops the fishmen and tells them to wait. He asks if that eerie figure is really Poseidon, and the army starts to realize something is off. Looking closer, they agree it doesn't seem like Poseidon at all, and Dambiak feels something dark creeping in. That evil presence feels exactly like what came through the portal, and you can feel his intuition going wild. Every instinct in him screams that this thing is dangerous. Then the stranger looks over at the so-called insects and calls them bastards. Purple energy starts gathering at the tip of his trident. Dambiak warns everyone to be careful. Something bad is coming. The energy ball grows larger, and the fake Poseidon gets ready to fire. The fishmen can only stare. They don't have time to react. Then that purple power explodes into slashes across the area, killing every unlucky creature caught there. Yu barely saves himself by diving to the ground. When the slaughter ends, blood is everywhere, and the unknown creature is the only one left standing. He covers his face with one hand and breaks into wild laughter. He openly mocks the fish he just killed, enjoying every second of it. That monster's laughter echoes through the whole place. Yu's intuition screams again, and he feels this is an enemy he could never beat. Then the creature notices movement and turns at once. Realizing one piece of trash is still alive, he points the trident at Dambiak. The fake Poseidon unleashes a barrage at him, and Dambiak barely escapes with his life. Now desperate, the boy tries to think of anything that might save him. He decides that if he can use wind speed, he might survive, so he activates the skill. Yu runs as fast as he can, just trying to stay alive. But the monster only grins wider, and in the blink of an eye appears right in front of Dambiak, asking where he thinks he's going. Once again, it tells Yu to die while charging another attack on its trident. Facing that terrifying power, the boy can only say he doesn't want to die. A blast erupts and smoke fills the area. Dambiak survives only because the attack misses his head by inches. Then someone appears, calls the creature Neptune, and stops him. Yu looks up and sees a blue-haired figure, the one who just saved his life. It's the real Poseidon, and he's holding Neptune's trident. Neptune starts mocking Poseidon, but before he can keep going, a punch comes flying at him. The god of water tells the beast to shut up and slams him with a punch. Poseidon slams Neptune with a punch, and makes it clear. Neptune is his name, and this thing is nothing but a fake. Annoyed, he goes right in for another hit. But Neptune suddenly grabs Poseidon by the hair. Poseidon snaps that fighting like that is cheap. Dambiak can't believe he's really watching a battle between high-ranking gods. Then again, the two of them are basically brawling like kids, yanking hair and trading threats. Poseidon swears that no matter what happens, Neptune dies today. Neptune just mocks him, saying this would make the 78th failed attempt. Still confident, Poseidon says that's exactly why he brought in an amazing god. As he says it's time, energy starts pouring out of the portal. Dambiak figures that if Poseidon personally hired this god, he must be the real deal. Then Hephaestus steps out of the portal, complaining that those monsters fought in a dirty way. He starts coming back through, and Yu thinks Poseidon really did bring in someone impressive. But a closer look changes that fast. Hephaestus is coughing up blood, and his body looks worn out. The moment he crosses over, Hephaestus drops to the ground and says he finally wiped out all the beasts. That leaves Dambiak stunned, and now he doubts Hephaestus can take on Neptune. Then the blacksmith admits he was counting on others, since he can't fight anymore. Right after that, three figures descend from the sky as Yu looks on. One of them shocks Dambiak right away. It's Jusuyo. The other two are a small mage with great power and a giant. Seeing Jusuyo here, Dambiak has no idea why she's in the world of the gods, and it throws him off. Jusuyo destroys the portal in this ridiculously badass pose. Right away, the god Neptune loses it because they took out his underlings in his precious portal. He winds up an attack, and Yu tells Ju to dodge, but she just stands there. Then she leaps at the god and slashes with her dagger. Neptune stares, shocked at how skilled the girl is. He goes for a counterattack, but the MC shows up on instinct with his sword. The god calls them insects while charging up a brutal hit to wipe them out. Suddenly Ju yanks Yu by the shirt, and he goes crashing hard into the ground. Then the giant rushes in and lands a heavy punch on the god, catching him off guard. The mage slams his staff into the ground and casts some creepy-looking spell. Meanwhile, Ju chews Yu out for butting in like a stubborn mule. He gets annoyed when he realizes she's actually bothered by his help, but she hints that that guy wouldn't even be worth the effort. Yu gets irritated by her arrogance, even though he knows she can handle it. Then Ju notices Yu is faster than before, and Neptune just explodes with rage, laughing like a maniac. Our MC, totally lost, asks who the girl even is. She says she'll explain after the job's done, and hands him a small vial. Ju tells the MC to drink it, saying the kid needs to finish Neptune off. She jumps back into the fight, leaving our MC confused as hell. All of a sudden, Ju leaps in and starts landing a bunch of attacks on the god, doing her part. Out of nowhere, the buff guy comes flying in and punches Neptune right in the face, knocking him down. And to top it off, the mage steps in and presses his staff to Neptune's forehead while he's down. But when they least expect it, the god wakes up and blasts everyone back with an explosion. The MC's jaw drops as he watches, wondering if he ever had a chance. Then Poseidon shows up, looking for the freaked-out god. Neptune calls him an inferior god, and says he's going to tear him apart. As the psycho starts gathering insane power, Ju walks up to Yu asking why he's just standing there. Ju gets thrown away, and Neptune steps on her, calling her stupid for not running. He keeps mocking her for believing in some scrawny guy like Yu, but she says Yu is way more amazing than he thinks, and that Neptune's gonna end up eating his words. Our MC still looks completely lost, not knowing what to do, but Ju says she believes in him. Born without any talent, the MC's always been kind of screwed. His mom was the only one who believed talent wasn't everything, and she did everything she could so Yu wouldn't fall behind. But the day Yu ended up in debt because of his uncle, he realized those words were really just his mom trying to ease her own guilt. Still, Yu felt relieved, like he could finally stop caring. With nobody to disappoint, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. But now it was different, because someone believed in him. As Yu drinks the weird little vial, divine power surges through his body. Now the MC's feeling confident and says he's not running. Yu pulls Ju out of the way as Neptune jumps at him. The boy summons a sword and swings straight at the psycho's eye, but Neptune manages to dodge. The god says even with more strength, the MC is still a loser. They keep fighting, and Yu realizes the power gap is still huge, but he's determined not to back down. The MC keeps slashing at Neptune faster and faster. Neptune feels the hits, but manages to summon his power again, and blasts Yu away. The god walks up, telling the MC he's about to become a memory. Yu fires back, blocking the god's magic, while Neptune keeps bragging about his power. Until, out of nowhere, a water dragon appears, baring its massive teeth at Neptune. The dragon crashes into Neptune, causing a huge energy explosion. Poseidon suddenly shows up, saying they'd finally be rid of Neptune. The little psycho decides that even after getting humiliated, he can still end everything. Out of nowhere, a massive ball of energy starts forming around him. Our MC, not about to let this maniac turn them into a sad memory, pours all his divine power into his sword. This is the first time Yu's felt like more than a total failure, so he can't mess this up. With one brutal swing, the kid slices the god in half. With Neptune defeated, Yu absorbs his power and levels up. Our MC is shocked he actually pulled it off, and then he drops to the floor like a dirty shirt. Ju smiles at him. Our MC wakes up on the floor of Poseidon's palace. The god reveals he's the one who stopped Yu from straight up dying. Then the kid realizes he's trapped, and Poseidon thanks him for the help, but since the universe hates peace, he follows it up with a sketchy question. With Neptune's defeat, almost all his power returned to Poseidon, except for one part. The screen shows that the bastard is having murderous thoughts. Cutting the stalling, Poseidon asks the MC what he plans to do with that power. Yu has to be really careful, because one lie could make the god delete the kid. Yu says he never meant to take that power, but he does want to become a recognized god. Poseidon relates to what the kid wants. Out of nowhere, the guy announces a huge party to celebrate the portal being destroyed. At the party, Yu spots Ju and goes over to her like an abandoned puppy. But Snow has other plans and jumps in, interrupting the lovebirds. A whole sea of people shows up to talk to Ju. When Yu tries to complain, he catches a nasty elbow right in the face. Suddenly, Poseidon appears like a ghost and drags the kid away for a talk. Ju sees the kid flailing around and thinks that even meeting him at this point in time, they'll still succeed. Ju is the goddess of resurrection, and she's already on rebirth number 1869. On an island, Yu gets congratulated for finally receiving his hunter license. The kid is now rocking 6 out of 9 stars in the Universal Hunter ranking. The pressure is insane, since Korea has never had a 9-star hunter, and only 13 have ever made it past 5. Snow hops onto Yu's shoulder, and you can tell he feels chubbier, because he leveled up too. Yu starts imagining Snow getting all cocky for being strong and ditching him. But deep down, Yu knows Snow's a real one, even if the little guy likes Ju more. Ju pops up out of nowhere, promising to spoil him about Ragnarok if he goes with her. Yu and Ju are on a road trip in the middle of nowhere. The kid asks again who she is. Ju looks at him, getting ready to drop the whole story. She says that a year ago, the job window for gods appeared for her too, and she didn't waste time. She used the credits to become an intermediate goddess. Ju wanted to play on easy mode, so she picked the talent to see the future. But because heroes never get peace, she found out a war between the gods was coming. The gods got so mixed up in human stories that some of them ended up losing their own names. Now the Forgotten Ones are coming back to take what's theirs by force. The portals are basically their charger, so they can come back at 100% and demand respect. And in the end, the 6th Ragnarok is going to happen and wipe everyone out. Yu is stunned, because there's an open portal in the human world. Ju explains that dungeons were created so humans could train. Yu gets pissed that so many people died just for training, but Ju reminds him Neptune was crazy strong even without using half his full power. Even the gods are scared of the portals, because the more power the forgotten gods grind up, the harder they are to stop. If Ragnarok happens, no god will be able to protect the human world. Yu connects the dots, realizing the dungeons and talents were the gods' last gift, and humans are going to have to hustle hard just to survive. Ju says she had a vision of our underdog MC protecting the world by destroying the portals, and she promises she'll turn him into the tough guy from her vision. Suddenly the car stops. They've reached the final destination. And like a shy person's nightmare, there's a huge banner announcing his arrival. A crowd surrounds our MC like a bunch of zombies. You can only think about strangling Ju. The more famous the kid gets, the stronger he becomes. A month later, our MC is already collecting records like they're trading cards. He didn't get into this to become an influencer, and he hates needing fame just to get stronger. While Yu's working like a slave, Snow's basically leveling up by riding his fame. Ju reminds the kid that fame is his power for the battles ahead. Acting like a job agency, the girl lines up a gig from Apollo for him. Yu takes the offer, transporting the two of them to the world of part-time jobs for gods. Apollo snaps his fingers, greeting Yu and Ju in a snobby way. The god won't stop talking about how they should feel honored to work for him. Our MC notices the glow coming off the god, and Apollo uses that as an excuse to ramble even more about how gorgeous he is. Yu and Ju complain about how Apollo is a narcissistic snob. The kid feels like the luckiest guy alive for getting the chance to drag the sun around. Ju, still annoyed by how dumb he's being, tells him that's not the sun. Yu's confused about why they're even there, so Ju explains to the lost puppy that when people see the fake sun, they become Apollo's devotees, boosting his power. Yu says that's a scam, and Ju tells Mr. Innocent that the world belongs to the clever. Our MC, weirdly shocked that a girl can drive that well, asks if she's got experience. Ju says she's lost count of how many times she's done this job. Yu's surprised because Apollo didn't seem to recognize her. She says he probably doesn't remember because he's too busy thinking he's the greatest. Suddenly, two sun wolves jump onto the chariot, triggering Yu's instinct skill. They freak out because those creatures aren't supposed to be there. Ju says she'll handle it, but Yu, with a sudden confidence boost, says he's got it. She tells him it's way out of his league. One touch and he could turn to dust. Yu reminds her that if he wants to get stronger, he has to challenge himself. Then Yu leaps in and lands a heavy hit on one of the wolves. Showing off for Ju, he starts going all out, throwing another strike that hits all the wolves at once. He tries touching one to cool the hotheads down, but it's not working. Yu activates Neptune's power, suddenly lowering the heat. With his confidence back, our MC uses his dog charmer skill. And with the last wolf, he doesn't even have to fight. The thing jumps on Yu like it's his pet. Ju has to admit that idiot is actually pretty fun to watch. Little by little, Yu Damduk always kept moving forward, even when everything looked hopeless. Getting this far after coming back 1,869 times isn't for the weak. Only Yu Damduk can kill that thing, and Ju reincarnated for that purpose. The boy recruited those wolves to help him hunt the others. Now our MC is commanding the wolves like an army. With them, he keeps throwing out powerful attacks, taking them down one by one. He rides one of the wolves, the others following behind, announcing he's going to tame the rest. He's farmed so much that now he can summon every canine he's tamed, and they'll follow him loyally. Yu, who never says no to an overpowered skill, loves the news. Ju yells at Yu to stop messing around and just finish it already. But they had no idea that when those wolves feel threatened, they merge into one. This super wolf combo charges at our MC with a huge fireball. Ju saves him just in time, yanking his ear for freezing up like an idiot again. Now it looks like everything's screwed. The chariot's destroyed, and the wolf is running loose in the city. She reminds him that saving people should always come first. The giant wolf spits fire through the streets, sending everyone running in panic. Suddenly, a massive piece of debris starts falling toward one of the residents, but Yu's sword slash saves her at the last second. With full badass hero confidence, Yu tells her to stop staring and run. Our MC goes all in at the huge wolf, but the beast slams its paw down at the boy. Yu has to give it everything he's got just to hold it back. Then he gathers all his strength and unleashes a colossal strike. When it still doesn't work, the kid pulls out his new skill and summons Cerberus. The big dog knocks the wolf down long enough for Yu to finish it off. The villagers are stunned by the power of this total nobody who came out of nowhere. Ju takes the chance to do some promo, announcing that's you damn duck, and that he's a god. The MC just stands there, striking a magazine cover pose. The girl admires how easily he can farm aura the moment the spotlight hits him. Yu's playing with the wolves, which are now basically his little puppies. But to show who's boss, he goes and picks a fight with the wolves that started messing around the second he stopped watching. The village rep starts praising Yu like he's their god while thanking him. Our MC gets embarrassed and says it was just him being careless. The guy keeps yapping about how the gods look after them and how grateful they are. Then he totally loses it, offering Yu riches for his kindness. Using his Homer Simpson talent, the MC just vanishes out of nowhere. The kid hides and wonders what kind of nonsense Ju's been spreading around, but now they've got a huge problem. The carriage is basically wrecked, and the fake son got eaten by that big wolf, and they still had a week of work left to finish for that stuck-up Apollo. Ju pops up behind him like, just make another one. Yu thinks the girl has officially lost it if she thinks he can just make another son, but she cuts him off and says one of their contacts can handle it. Yu and Ju head over super chill to talk to Hephaestus. The MC figures she must be loaded if she's suggesting that, but to his surprise she says she doesn't even have money for a snack. Yu starts freaking out again, saying she didn't think this through. Ju, already used to his little freakouts, tells him to shut it and follow her. The kid thinks Hephaestus won't do anything and bets a wish, swearing he's right. Hephaestus tells Ju he owes her so much that a favor like this is nothing. Then the big guy says he can deliver it to them in 3 days. Yu's stunned, wondering what Hephaestus could possibly owe her to make a son for free. Yu and Ju step outside to talk, and she says before she tells him her wish, she needs to explain something. The kid, tired of her being all mysterious, tells her to just spit it out already. Ju says he needs to start recruiting priests. The kid's shocked. She explains that, with this divine calling, he can recruit priests to fight by his side. Our MC can't believe what he's gotten himself into, and hopes Ju is joking. He keeps saying he's not even a real god. She says he doesn't have a choice. He'll need more than brute strength to stop this war. Ju talks about her vision, a war with 12 priests from different dimensions. The MC's brain is already short-circuiting, so he asks what she means by different dimensions. Ju explains that as his power grows, he'll be able to take jobs in other dimensions. The MC is already at his limit with this Greek 9-to-5, and just thinking about all the work coming makes him want to quit. She tells him to chill because the first priest is from this world and will help them out right away. Ju reminds him he owes her a wish and makes that "I'm about to pull something" face. Suddenly the sun shows up, making the villagers bow and salute. On the carriage there's a super tacky banner saying, "Yu is the greatest." The MC wants to dig a hole and bury himself from embarrassment. Ju lays it out. Yu needs to boost his power to recruit priests. He complains about how cheesy it is, grumbling that she could have made it look nicer. Yu buys the artillery skill, thinking it'll help in fights. Then he decides to check his divine power, and gets surprised by what he sees. With the recruiting skill unlocked, he's in shock that the cheesy stuff actually worked. Out of nowhere, Apollo shows up and scares the kid. Apollo tells him to relax. The system is protected against snooping. Awkwardly, Yu accepts Apollo's help getting up. When Apollo asks if something happened, Yu tells him about the wolves and how they handled it. Impressed by how professional it was, Apollo promises a bonus. Apollo transfers the healing skill to our MC. He says a lot of gods would love to have that ability. The kid apologizes for waking Snow up. Then he turns Snow into a weapon to test the new skill. After cutting his finger, Yu slowly watches the wound heal on its own. Apollo is fascinated by a creature that can turn into a weapon. Then he asks Yu if he has the ability to tame animals. Yu, kinda uninterested, says yeah, and asks why Apollo wants to know. Apollo vents about the wolf plague and how they keep trying to devour his son. Yu shows him the tamed wolves, and Apollo's jaw drops. Apollo asks how he managed to do that. Yu says he'll tell him if Apollo teaches him how to use a bow and arrow. Apollo isn't just the sun god. Dude's got music, art, and most importantly, bow and arrow down. So outside, Apollo shows Yu how to summon the arrow and focus. On the other side of the river, way off in the distance, the god nails an apple with a single shot. Yu's impressed and feels bad for doubting his talent. Lessons with Apollo turned out to be way harder than expected. A nice reality check for someone who'd only trained off YouTube videos. Learning from a god in person is seriously on another level. With the gods teaching him, the MC's level is about to skyrocket like never before. Then Ju shows up, mysterious as always, telling the kid it's time to go. She says it won't be long before Yu meets his first priest. Like a kid begging to play a little longer, he says he needs to say bye to Apollo. But Ju says the god's busy playing with the sun wolves. Yu's surprised at how attached Apollo got to the wolves. Yu says he learned all canines are easy to handle if you give them some affection. She says he's lucky that worked out. Then she keeps lecturing him, saying one day he could cause some serious damage. Yu brushes off her drama, saying he left stronger, with a new skill, and successfully updated. In a dark castle, a creepy guy pins his servant to the wall to confirm a rumor. The servant confirms Cerberus was summoned to another world without permission. The guy totally freaks out, wondering how anyone would dare do that. Then he swears he'll wipe out whoever insulted the king of the underworld. At the Sangoon Guild headquarters, Yu improves his swordsmanship. He likes training there, but asks Ju if the priest is really going to show up. She tells him to stop being so impatient. The The MC complains about training alone and asks if it wouldn't be better to do a job for some god, but Ju isn't even listening. Staring at her phone, she says she found it. Yu gets excited, asking if she found the priest, but she just means she found a job. The MC wants to go too, but she shuts him down and tells him to stay. Yu starts spiraling from the uncertainty and takes it out on Ju, calling her selfish. Then some snobby guy shows up out of nowhere, overhearing them talk about jobs. Yu can't believe he's hearing that unbearable voice again. Cheonjung-ak mocks Yu, saying he never looked like a hunter, and now he's surviving off side gigs. He keeps talking trash, saying mediocre jobs are perfect for talentless people like you. Yu, sick of this arrogant jerk, asks what he's even doing there. Yu panics at the thought that this unbearable guy might be his priest. While clowning on how lost Yu is, Cheon brings up the animal taming tournament coming up. He makes fun of Yu's cat while proudly showing off his giant dog. Cheon tells Yu not to get in the way and to go back to his loser jobs. At the competition, Cheon is winning every match with his huge dog. He celebrates, thinking this is his chance to prove to his dad, the leader of Korea's biggest guild, that he's the perfect successor. To Chun's surprise, the last competitor to show up is Yu, with his son Wolf. The judges are shocked by the wolf that breathes fire. Now Yu's the one mocking, saying Chun can't win with that little puppy. Chun loses it and yells at the MC, demanding to know why Yu is always in his way. Chun's father shows up and cuts the argument short. Chun tries to explain it's not what his dad thinks, but his dad tells him to shut up. The man apologizes to Yu for his son, but Yu says it's fine. The man comments that Yu has improved a lot since the last time they met. Then somewhere else, Chun has a full-on meltdown, smashing everything. His dad never pays attention to him, and Chun insists on blaming this failure on Yu. Another guy shows up and asks what Chun's so mad about. Chun asks why the guy's late. He says the game event ends today. Chun gets annoyed at the kid's cluelessness and starts coming up with a plan. Our MC is telling Ju what happened while she was out working. Then Ju says, he's here, and Yu asks, who? Suddenly the guy appears behind them, saying it's a shame Yu got in Chun's way. Out of nowhere, he swings a powerful sword strike, saying it's nothing personal. That guy is the best hunter in the Iris Guild. He's White Cloud. Chun keeps whining about how White Cloud gets more attention from his father. He was born with insane sword talent, and by the time he was 10 he was already a master. Chun brags that he's finally given Yu a real problem. But what they didn't expect was our MC would handle it like it was nothing. Yu blocks White Cloud's strikes all smooth and calm, while asking if Cheon sent him. The rival laughs, saying he wanted to end this fast, but Yu's basically begging to get beat up even more. Then he unleashes a flurry of super fast attacks that Yu can barely dodge. After beating Yu down, the guy steps closer and asks which arm he should cut off first. Our MC finally realizes this isn't kids' play. The guy yells, daring Yu to talk back again. He keeps attacking, and Yu's struggling to defend himself. He can't understand how this idiot is getting the upper hand, especially when he's the one with the title God of Swords. The rival keeps pressing hard, until Slowpoke Yu finally reacts and uses his skill. Our MC throws a straight-up punch to the guy's face. He calls Yu a coward for being a swordsman who's using his fists. But Yu knows there are levels you just can't reach with only a sword. White Cloud says Yu only pulled it off because he caught him off guard. The MC laughs and says he should keep going, basically mocking him. Back home, Yu Damduck doubts White Cloud will come after him, since he got absolutely wrecked. But Ju says if he really is White Cloud, he'll come. The MC is annoyed because this is more exhausting than a job for the gods. To recruit a priest, a god has to meet 3 conditions. First, impress them enough to earn their respect. Second, make it clear they're going to become your priest. Third, get them to accept everything and swear loyalty as your priest. The kid is losing it because it's so complicated. Then Yu asks why the hell Ju doesn't use that ability herself, since she's so powerful. She shoots back that she can't use her power because of a special condition. The MC asks why, but Ju doesn't say anything. He realizes he might be stepping into a touchy subject. Ju just says she's too lazy to explain, which pisses Yu off. Suddenly White Cloud shows up at the door, and Yu, out of patience, tells him to come in. But the guy doesn't want to be ordered around, and says he only came to ask one thing. Is the MC a martial artist or a swordsman? Yu says he can be both. White Cloud gets all irritated, saying nobody can be that good at both. He kicks the door open, and demands to know which one Yu really is. But Yu doesn't flinch, and says if he doesn't believe him, they can fight again. The guy immediately panics, saying he didn't come to fight, he just wants to understand why he lost. The MC decides to act all mysterious like he's about to explain, then stops halfway just to mess with him, and says he's not gonna tell. White Cloud boils with rage, but Yu says he doesn't owe explanations to some spoiled brat. If he wants the truth, he has to call him Big Brother, and beg Yu Damduck to accept him as a disciple. White Cloud says he'd rather die, storming off. Yu mocks him, saying it's a shame he's leaving, because he could have taught him all his secrets. So, swallowing his pride with a ton of effort, White Cloud calls Yu Big Brother. Our MC, loving to mess with him, says he couldn't hear that. White Cloud thinks about how he can use this skill to take Yu down later. Then he says as loud as he can, Big Brother Yu Damduck, please accept me as your disciple. Yu calls him Little Brother, and promises to teach him the secrets of martial arts, if he really wants them. but first, he's got a favor to ask. The first condition to make him a priest was already done. He explains to White Cloud about dedicating his life to a god. Even Yu is surprised by how easily White Cloud accepts his fate as a priest. Yu praises how fast White Cloud learns, impressed by the kid. At this rate, he'll be punching as hard as the master soon. To wrap up the day, the MC tells the kid to connect everything he's learned. And even exhausted, the kid keeps going. Yu likes this system, because the stronger his priest gets, the stronger he gets too. Later that night, White Cloud freaks out because he can't go raid the dungeon like he planned. Tired of explaining, Yu tries to ignore the kid's tantrum. But the kid keeps insisting, because war is coming, and the dungeon is the right move. Yu tells him to calm down, and explains they need to go to the portals to find guardians from other worlds. But the kid throws a tantrum and refuses to go. Now Yu finally gets what Ju used to deal with, when Yu himself would freak out like that, losing what little patience he has left. The MC says the kid is going to obey. End of story, while choking him. A while later, White Cloud is sitting there playing his little game. He starts wondering if, since he's Yu's priest, he shouldn't have followed him. But the kid's emotional control is basically zero, and in a rage he hurls the game straight at the wall. Suddenly a portal opens in the ceiling, and sucks the kid in. No mercy. The kid's in shock when he realizes he just popped out of nowhere, right in front of Yu and Ju. White Cloud charges at the MC, demanding to know what's going on. But Yu, like it's nothing, says he summoned him with his divine power. All of a sudden, a one-eyed beast with sharp teeth appears behind White Cloud. But the kid's fine. He pulls his sword and takes it down with no problem. Happy with the result, the MC tells the kid to follow him. The kid tries to refuse, but Yu lays it out. If he doesn't come willingly, the MC will drag him through another portal. Sometime later, they've beaten all the monsters, but the annoying kid only cares about going back to play his little games. To White Cloud's disappointment, Yu says they're only getting started. Then another portal appears out of nowhere and takes them somewhere else. The three of them step out of the portal into another world. The MC, being slow as always, says the place isn't what he expected. That earns an eye roll from the girl, asking what kind of fantasy he had in his head. The MC is already panicking, thinking about how huge of a mission it'll be to find anyone there. But Ju kills the vibe right away, saying finding her is the easy part. All they have to do is look up, and there's the celebrity who's supposed to be his new priestess. Yu goes into freakout mode, asking why a famous actress would become his follower. Ju says this one won't be as simple as White Cloud. That sets off the kid's built-up anger, and he starts yelling that it's not hard at all. Ju doesn't take disrespect, so she smacks the kid to make him get it together. The girl explains they can find Adele Shalon at the magic school. Our MC, very reluctantly, introduces himself as a student at the magic school. In class, the teacher tells Yu to take a seat. Already locked onto his target, he sits near Adele. Yu tries to start a conversation, but he has the subtlety of an elephant. She shuts him down immediately, telling him to buzz off, because she's 100% focused on studying. Yu watches his plan fall apart, realizing his first move was a total self-own. Wandering the halls looking for the right classroom, the MC overhears a conversation. If Adele can't graduate this year, she'll have to leave school and focus on her acting career, and her stubbornness won't help at all with how little mana she has. During class, the teacher tells everyone to feel the flow of mana and cast a fireball. Yu, all hyped, tries to cast it, but fails miserably. Because his divine powers don't work for regular magic, which needs pure mana. He realizes divine power doesn't replace mana when it comes to spells. His ridiculous poses get the whole class laughing, until something unexpected happens. Adele sneaks up to the kid and asks him to meet her after class. When they meet, Adele is blunt. Since Yu has no mana, he should just give up on magic. But the MC is sharp and flips it on her, saying she's projecting her own frustrations. He reveals he knows her secret, mana scarcity syndrome, which stops her from using magic. She goes pale, loses her composure, and demands to know how he found out. Mana scarcity syndrome is a super rare, totally unlucky condition with no cure, and it basically flushed Adele's dreams down the drain. Watching Yu embarrass himself for having no mana reminded her she'll never be a powerful mage. No matter how hard she tries, she needs to quit. She breaks down, admitting she was pathetic for taking it out on the first no-mana person she saw. Then Yu says he can help her use magic, but she has to help him too. She freaks out, saying he didn't listen. She can't even do beginner magic. But Yu doesn't budge. He promises that in 1 week, he can get her to use magic. She thinks Yu is messing with her. So to wrap it up, the MC suggests a bet. Ju can't believe how stupid Yu was for saying he could make her do magic in a week. Annoyed, the MC says he didn't really have a choice. To kill the awkward vibe, Yu asks if Ju doesn't know some kind of prophecy about him learning magic. But Ju basically dumps a bucket of cold water on the kid, saying it takes time to learn how to use mana. Still, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, a divine mission that could give Yu magical powers. Problem is, the plot says they have to wait 2 months until Kalos decides to come down hard on Vermute. But Yu has this sneaky little wait a second moment and suggests they fake the attack so Vermute posts the job right away. Ju thinks it's insanely stupid and asks what asylum he pulled that idea from. But the MC thumps his chest, swearing every detail is already carefully planned out. Ju tells him straight up the chances of it going wrong are huge, and he's going to end up dead. Yu fires back saying the risk is zero, since she's the strongest one to be on the front line. The crew gets to Vermute's temple and hits play on the plan. White Cloud throws another tantrum when he finds out he's supposed to be the bait. Yu gives the kid a death stare and asks if he'd rather just die right there instead. With his tail between his legs, the kid swallows his tears and goes to do his part. Walking toward danger, he keeps ranting about Yu's dictatorship. The magic guards block his way, threatening to attack if he takes one more step, but the brat's already in full badass mode, determined to show what he can do. Suddenly the mages fight dirty and launch a firestorm straight at him, but the kid blocks it without even breaking a sweat, using only his sword. He says that once he becomes a master, Yu and Ju will be kneeling in front of him. Then, ego through the roof and murder in his eyes, he charges the mages. Watching from far away, Yu gets ready to add the finishing touches to the illusion. The MC summons a few sun wolves, telling them to just mess around a bit and not kill anyone. Panic breaks out in the temple. The plan is working. The mages call for reinforcements, because they think the monsters are coming from the portal. Ju takes down a few more mages, saying it was easier than she expected. They wait for Vermute to show up, and to their shock, the guy appears out of nowhere, right behind the MC. The god immediately asks what the MC is doing there. Yu tries to play it off, saying he came to check out what kind of crazies attacked the temple and offer help. The god gets pissed, thinking the kid is underestimating him. Yu goes quiet and says that's not what he meant. Then the god gets awkward, realizing he was rude. The MC reassures him. From far away, Ju and White Cloud see the scene. Then they get teleported away. Vermute is intrigued by the monsters he thinks came out of the portal. He's the pacifist type, preferring to spend his time studying magic and spirits. The god asks where the MC came from. Yu says Korea, which makes Vermute remember he once met a god from America. The kid is shocked by that, and then the god says he wants to ask the MC for a favor. Without wasting time, Yu says if it's about the portal, he'll help out, no problem. But Vermute kills the vibe, explaining the mission is just to teach magic to the citizens. In return, he'll help Yu use spells effortlessly. Yu practically explodes with excitement, agrees instantly, and says the job's basically already done. At the Magic Academy, the students notice they haven't seen Yu in a while and assume he quit. Adele feels stupid for believing in him, thinking the MC was never coming back. The teacher calls for everyone to focus, but gets interrupted by Yu making a super dramatic entrance. The teacher totally melts when she sees him, leaving the other students shocked. She's basically goo-eyed over him, then announces him as Vermute's elite priest who'll be running today's class. The students get seriously pissed when they find out a guy who doesn't even have mana is supposed to teach them. The teacher scolds one student, but he immediately challenges Yu to a magic duel. What he doesn't know is Vermute personally gave Yu a bit of his power. The moment Yu starts using magic, the student basically freaks out, begging for mercy. So the MC redirects the attack so it won't hit the scaredy cat. Then he tells him to go spread the word. From now on, Yu's the one teaching them. Adele, watching from the corner, is shocked that Yu actually kept his promise. Sometime later, she starts yelling at the MC, thinking the conditions he proposed are ridiculous. Yu sighs, thinking about how easy things were with White Cloud. Then he says he'll explain everything to her, but first asks what part exactly she didn't like. Adele is furious with Yu and starts yelling in his face again, offended that he thinks he's some kind of god. The MC explains the war that's coming and promises he'll help her with her mana problem, which shocks her. He says he still doesn't know how he's going to do it, which pisses Adele off all over again. Yu then asks Ju if there's any way to cure Adele's syndrome. Ju tells the MC to give her some time, since that's her only weakness, and basically the only way to convince her. Since there's still some time before the portal explodes and threatens the city, Yu starts saying he'll teach her magic little by little, but he's immediately cut off by this insane pressure, and a gigantic portal opening up. Ju freaks out, because that portal shouldn't be opening for another month. Monsters start pouring out of the portal and flying over the city. Adele gets scared by what she's seeing, not understanding anything. Yu, annoyed, asks Ju if she's sure this is Kalos. And Ju starts realizing something's different this time, because some things aren't happening the same way they did in past lives. Yu pulls out his sword and Ju snaps at him, getting all irritated. But then Vermonte's part-time job screen pops up, and Yu tells them to hurry. Yu jumps straight into the fight and takes down a monster, but it looks like the monsters are endless. Ju can't tell how this is going to end, and says they just have to keep killing them. Even though he's kind of antisocial, Vermonte is a strong god, and should be able to handle a real beatdown with Kalos. Suddenly, a ridiculously powerful attack from Kalos hits an area near Yu and his group. Vermonte telepathically tells everyone to drop everything and focus on evacuating the citizens. The gods who are helping with the monsters start heading back to the city, and Adele panics. She asks about the people who still haven't escaped the village they were defending. And Ju, super casually, tells her that Dimension is going to be destroyed by Kalos. Rain starts falling, and the mood in the group gets heavy. Adele still can't believe they can't do anything, and screams at Yu to help. He turns his face away like he's giving up and apologizes. The actress asks how he can quit so easily when there are still people to save. If he really is a god, he should help people. At that moment, Yu sees his younger self in Adele, begging for help, and he clenches his fists. He opens the god's shop interface and starts buying Hercules gear that gives him a ton of stats. Ju gets mad at the MC's arrogance, but he just tells her to take care of the others. Somewhere else, Vermonte is completely wrecked in his fight with Kalos. The villain used to be Vermonte's student, and now he just mocks Vermonte's attempts to beat him. The god asks Kalos if he's forgotten everything he was taught, but Kalos just laughs and says it's the people of this world who lost their way. He starts charging up an ultra-powerful attack, saying he'll show them what real magic is. He fires it at Vermont. Vermont quickly prepares a counterattack, saying magic shouldn't be destructive like that. Their powers collide, like a stalemate. But Kalos pushes harder, and Vermont realizes he won't be able to withstand the enemy's strength. Out of nowhere, a fireball crashes into the middle of the fight, and Yu steps out of it, radiating a ton of aura, saying the backup has arrived. Vermonte gets annoyed at the MC showing up, since he's nowhere near Kalos' power level. But Yu makes it clear he's not doing this for a reward, because no amount of money replaces human lives. Kalos laughs when he sees the MC, thinking he looks weak. Then he launches another powerful attack at both of them. Vermonte tries to block it, but he knows he won't be able to hold it for long. Yu says he only needs to hit Kalos once to strip him of all his power. That shocks Vermonte, but he agrees to create an opening, even though he won't be able to protect the MC while doing it. Yu charges at Kalos and tries to land a hit with his staff, but the villain easily blocks it with dark magic. Then he traps the MC inside a magic sphere and brags to Vermonte. Vermonte doesn't even seem to listen and starts summoning an ancient spell that binds Kalos in magical chains. That buys Yu enough time to break free and hit Kalos with his weapon, which has a 100% chance to stun the enemy if it lands a headshot. The villain drops to the ground, paralyzed after the hit, and the MC asks Vermont if he can finish him off. The god gets nostalgic and remembers the first time he met Kalos. He was just a cursed kid, but he also had huge power, and Vermonte, being as humble as he was, believed he needed to change the kid's fate. But blinded by his own arrogance, the god didn't realize Kalos had this massive hunger for more and more power. When Kalos finally showed Vermonte his true colors, the god couldn't bring himself to kill him, so he just banished him instead. Ever since then, Vermonte has blamed himself for not steering Kalos onto the right path from the start. Even now, the god's gotten way too soft-hearted and can't kill the villain. Yu feels kinda bad for Vermonte, but he finishes Kalos off anyway, absorbing his power and gaining new abilities. The MC summons a bit of dark magic to test it out, and White Cloud shows up out of nowhere, impressed. He asks Yu to teach him how to use the magic too, and freaks out when Yu tells him to wait. Adele also loses it at White Cloud, and the two of them go full hysterical, yelling at each other. Then the actress gets embarrassed, admitting she admires Yu, and doesn't see him as a fraud anymore, and she agrees to become his priestess. Still, Adele wants to stay in her dimension for a while, to look for a cure for her syndrome and be useful to the MC. Vermonte overhears and offers to help. Yu tries to quickly hide Ju and White Cloud, but the girl says the god probably doesn't even remember them anymore. Ju agrees it'd be better for Adele to stay there and try to learn magic. So Ju, the MC, and White Cloud head back to their original dimension, only to find the city destroyed and on fire. A sun wolf of Yu's attacks a bat-shaped eye. The MC watches, wondering what the hell is going on. Then a gigantic snake sneaks up from behind and attacks him, but Ju rushes in and protects him yet again. She reveals all of this is the result of a portal explosion, which means the Forgotten Gods are getting stronger. Yu worries because so far he's only recruited 2 of the 12 priests he needs. Ju calms him down, saying there aren't any Forgotten Gods nearby. Suddenly a helicopter flies in over them, and some random guy from the portal maintenance department yells for them to follow him. At the department building, the random guy explains that 12 portals exploded at the same time near the city. A hunter from the Iris Guild starts criticizing the department, since they basically left the portals alone and let them blow up. In the middle of the chaos, the Iris Guild leader slams the table and tells everyone to shut up. They should be figuring out how to fix the problem instead of pointing fingers. But out of 18 hunters, only 12 are at the meeting. So the Iris leader suggests everyone there team up to attack the portals, and the others quickly agree. Yu decides to go on his own when he realizes they're only talking about killing monsters. Seeing the MC leave, the guild leader asks him why, and Yu reveals he's the only one who can enter the portals. He thinks the only way to stop all this for good is to end the conflict between the gods. The random guy gets pissed at the MC's cockiness and starts yelling in the middle of the meeting, but right in the middle of his rant, another guy shows up saying another portal exploded, this time at the airport, and it wiped out everything in range. The MC, worried, concludes it might be an attack by a forgotten god. But Ju shows up and tells the anxious guy to calm down, because there's no god at the airport. So the two of them head out to deal with that portal. At the scene, Yu uses his venomous dogs to attack a gigantic monster. He thinks he needs to wrap this up as fast as possible, so he can get back to training. He also thinks about Adele and how her syndrome might be doing. While Yu's walking around totally distracted, a suspicious figure appears behind him, triggering his instincts. The idiot turns around and sees Ju blocking an attack. Then a horned figure with its eyes covered tells Ju not to get involved. The horned guy asks Yu if he really thought nobody would notice Cerberus disappeared from the underworld when he summoned it. Before he can keep talking, Ju puts a dagger to the horned guy's throat, threatening him. But he just says Ju made a terrible choice by protecting the MC. And the horned bastard vanishes right away, saying Hades is going to come after you when he least expects it. So we go over to Nuvum Branca, sprawled out on the floor, while Yu calls him slow. The kid starts screaming like a maniac, and the MC just looks exhausted. Yu says he's leaving, and tells Nuvum Branca to pack up and go too. He asks why, and the MC explains he's heading out because he needs to destroy a portal, and tells the kid not to follow him. Nuvum Branca realizes there's no point trying to get details out of the MC, and decides to just go home and play games, but first he cleans up the training area. Scared Yu might beat his ass. Then Qian shows up, asking what his brother is doing. He starts yelling because Nuvum Branca is sweeping the floor, even though he's their dad's favorite. The kid tells Qian to chill, and that from now on he'll do whatever he wants. Qian gets pissed that Nuvum Branca is following Yu Damn Duck, and on top of that, calling him Big Bro. So he grabs the kid by the arm, saying their dad called him to help with the portals. Nuvum Branca resists a bit, and Qian freaks out again. Tired of his brother's drama, the kid finally gives in and agrees to go with him. On TV, a reporter is basically drooling over Yu's new armor. Nuvum Branca uses the chance to mess with Qian, comparing him to Yu. Next to the MC, Ju asks if that airhead has a single working brain cell. She seems worried about Hades showing up, since Yu is way too chill while he's out destroying portals. Meanwhile, he's focused on boosting his divine power through good deeds. Ju says they should go train in another dimension to avoid Hades' wrath. The MC gets annoyed that Ju's being a scaredy cat, and worries that if they run, Ragnarok might happen earlier than expected. So he decides that if Hades wants to see him, he'll go to the underworld and meet the god himself. Ju freaks out, pretty sure he's basically going to his death. But Yu has a plan. They just need to find a place where Hades can't wipe out his whole race. And that place would be the god's banquet. Up on Mount Olympus, a centaur is rushing his horned cooks. Nuvum Branca and Adele are there too, helping with the preparations. Yu shows up behind them, wishing them good luck. And that's all it takes for the two of them to lose it, and start yelling at him, complaining about everything. The MC tries to convince them it's to help prevent the future Ragnarok, but they don't care. So he volunteers to serve the tables, while the priests regret ever accepting the job. Apollo suddenly pops up behind the MC, complimenting his style. Poseidon shows up too, saying he's excited about Yu's little part-time gig. He asks if the MC remembers the offer he made, joining Poseidon's royal guard. But Apollo gets jealous right away, and says he got to him first. Poseidon brushes off the jealous one, and asks for a bit of privacy. The minor gods watching can't believe how close Yu is with the major gods. Meanwhile, Apollo and Poseidon start playing tug-of-war with the MC, arguing over who gets to talk to him. But Thor shows up right then. And Yu rushes to apologize for what happened in the dungeon, which makes Thor laugh. Hades watches, all threatening, and says the MC apologized to the wrong god. Things get tense between them, and Yu starts fearing for his life. Letting out a bit of power, Hades says he's going to wipe the MC off the map, and purple smoke starts choking him. Thor jumps in to save Yu, and asks Hades if he's not ashamed to use his powers on someone weaker. Then the two start bickering and provoking each other. Pretty soon they're both flexing their power, staring each other down and causing an earthquake. They get interrupted by Poseidon throwing a spear, annoyed at both of them being in such a bad mood. But Thor is furious that Hades dared threaten someone weaker than him. Apollo tries to calm Thor down, and Poseidon asks Hades if he'll only be satisfied if he hurts someone. Hades, in his eternal bad mood, threatens everyone, and an eclipse starts. Releasing a huge amount of power, he starts attacking everyone involved. Lightning starts wrapping around the place as a mysterious figure shows up, and Zeus arrives, asking why there's a fight at his banquet. Yu is shocked by Zeus's power. He shut down Hades' power like it was nothing. So the king of the gods calls Hades out over what he's been doing, and Hades tries to defend himself by saying he got robbed. Zeus straight up makes fun of Hades for being so powerful, and still getting robbed. Hades gets pissed and reveals that Yu stole Cerberus, shocking all the gods. The MC is shocked too, and Zeus starts checking him out, asking what kind of god he even is. He says he's the god of the sword, and Zeus looks surprised, since his skills are pretty well balanced. But the bigger shock is that the MC, a minor god, somehow got Cerberus to like him, when the big dog doesn't even like Zeus. Yu then explains everything that happened and how he found Cerberus's collar. Zeus starts laughing like a total maniac. Yu feels relieved that Zeus is taking it well, and thinks he'll be able to fix this situation with Zeus's help. But the king of the gods suggests a fight between the MC and Hades. Apollo says that's ridiculous, since their power levels are way different, and Zeus says it'll be a fight with no divine powers. Since the two of them ruined the banquet, they should at least provide some entertainment. Hades isn't happy about it, but he doesn't really have a choice, and just agrees. Then Zeus shows up and scolds the MC like, "I told you so." They start leaving the banquet, until Hercules shows up offering to help train Yu. So they head to Ares' stadium, where the MC will be allowed to train for the next month. Yu thanks Hercules, and Hercules says they're basically brothers in arms, since Yu's wearing his armor. Fighting noises grab the MC's attention, and he realizes two people are sparring nearby. The guy falls to the ground complaining, and the woman who was attacking says they should just call it a draw. Yu assumes they can't be that powerful, since they didn't go to the banquet. But then Hercules greets them and reveals it's Ares and Athena. Yu is stunned, and Ju says that's actually great, since they specialize in battle. Ares takes advantage of Hercules being there and invites him to fight, throwing him into a headlock, but Hercules says he needs to introduce some people first. Then he does the introductions, saying Ju and Yu made this year's banquet pretty chaotic, and that one of them is going to fight Hades. Ares gets hyped because he's been needing training partners. He immediately gets ready to go at them, saying only the strongest one gets to fight in the stadium. Ju uses the moment to say she's going back to Korea, since they need her help. With only the MC left, Ares asks if he's ready. He doesn't even wait for an answer, and rushes Yu. He throws out a heavy attack that even kicks up rocks from the ground. The MC gets shoved back into a wall, and almost drops to the floor. Ares gets excited that he tanked it, and charges again. Yu starts defending against all of Ares' attacks, and Ares asks if he's just going to stay on defense. So the MC starts throwing some attacks back, surprising Athena. But even if he's skilled for a minor god, the gap in strength and stamina between him and Ares is huge. Ares seems entertained and goes at Yu again. Yu just jumps away from the attack, totally stunned. The MC gives up, saying he can't handle Ares' strength. But Ares says he doesn't accept quitting and orders Yu to keep fighting. They fight for an hour, and Hercules starts getting worried about how obsessed Ares is getting. Athena says they should let it keep going because something seems to be changing. Even though Ares is going easy on the MC, Yu is already blocking his attacks way better. That annoys Ares, and he swings at him with his sword. But Yu slices it clean in half, shocking everyone. Thanks to one of his abilities, Yu was able to learn Ares' attack patterns. As the fight went on, Ares gets mad at how it ended, and tries to go after Yu with his fists. But Athena stops him and tries to calm him down, saying it was just a dumb little spar. Then she starts clowning Yu's skills, and Yu beats himself up for getting totally wrecked. But since he managed to improve just by fighting Ares, maybe he can learn a lot if he keeps doing it. So the MC asks Athena and Ares to teach him to be a better swordsman, promising he'll do anything if they agree. Athena accepts because she sees how determined he is, but she warns him not to expect them to go easy on him. Training starts, and the MC fights a few stone creatures. Ares yells at him, putting pressure on him since time's running out. Yu's in deep trouble, and realizes that if he doesn't do something fast, he's gonna lose. So he uses magic in his attack, and wipes out all the enemies in one shot. Ares is shocked by the magic, and starts bombarding the MC with angry questions. But Athena steps in, saying it's fine, and he's not breaking any rules. Ares stays all worked up because Yu reminds him of Typhoeus, some lunatic who uses magic instead of divine power. The MC tells him to calm down, and says he'll prove he's not this Typhoeus guy. To do that, he summons his priests, since only a god could do that. Ares apologizes, looking like a guilty dog, but Adele, as always, gets all stressed and starts yelling at Yu, and he tells her to chill. Hercules watches and is fascinated by how close the MC is with his priests. Athena takes advantage of the fact that White Cloud and Adele are there and recommends training for them too, by increasing the number of monsters. Both of them get a bad feeling about it. Athena doesn't waste time and summons the same stone monsters as before, surrounding the priests. Then she wishes them good luck, while the two of them curse Yu out. A month later, Ju shows up at Ares' stadium to watch the fight against Hades. She asks the MC if he's ready, and Yu just says there's no way he's losing this time. The stadium is packed, and Hades and Yu stare each other down in the middle of it all. Hades says he'll wipe out the MC's whole race without causing pain, since he actually showed up and didn't run away like a little coward. A green-haired goddess with huge wings named Nike announces the start of the duel. She says divine power is forbidden, and the fight only ends when one of them is on the ground. Yu doesn't hesitate and rushes Hades at a terrifying speed. He attacks, thinking all that training really paid off. But Hades surprises him, grabbing his neck with his bare hands and leaving a nasty wound. They start trading blows like crazy, but there's no way around it. Yu starts falling behind. The crowd notices too, and figures there's no way a minor god can beat someone as powerful as Hades. Ares thinks the opposite, and really believes Yu's going to win. Some horn guy in the stands who'd been chanting for Hades freaks out when he realizes Ares is at the match, and Ares says he wouldn't miss his disciples' fight for anything. Down in the arena, Yu is weirded out by Hades' attacks. Hades is irritated and charges at him, and Yu remembers his training and seems to figure something out. All kinds of sword styles look different from the outside, but deep down they work the same way. That realization triggers a new skill, and Yu finally lands a solid hit on Hades. Hades drops to his knees, shocking everyone in the stands. And the end of the fight is declared. Zeus shows up in the arena all excited, talks to Yu, and invites him to the next banquet. Hades gets up and is outraged, since no minor god has ever set foot at the banquet unless it was for work. Zeus says he should be a bit more flexible, and Hades fires back, bringing up an old promise and basically cornering Zeus. In the middle of that, a screen pops up for Yu, saying his name is now known among all the gods of Olympus. At the victory banquet, the MC is already a little tipsy when Persephone shows up to say hi. He apologizes in case he caused any trouble, but she just thanks him, saying her husband is stubborn as a rock. And actually, Persephone came to give Yu a gift from Demeter, a golden apple. Persephone's mom seems to have really liked the MC, so she gave him something that valuable. Then Ju shows up, and Yu tells her he found a part-time job for the two of them. She thinks it's kind of random, and says he should use the banquet to try to fix Adele's syndrome. But the MC shows Ju the golden apple and says that problem's already handled. Then he summons Adele and shoves the golden apple into her mouth, curing the syndrome. Adele says she feels a weird energy running through her body, and Yu tells her that's mana. Now Adele can use magic. The actress is fascinated by mana and plays around with it a bit. Yu asks what she thought, and Adele just says it's beautiful. She spent her whole life wanting to know what it's like to have mana, and she thanks Yu, almost crying, for helping make that dream come true. Jealous Ju kills the mood, saying Adele shouldn't be thanking him yet. The golden apple only brought the girl's mana back, but it's still useless since she doesn't know how to use that power. Yu gets pissed at how cold Ju is, and Adele deflates when she realizes Ju's right. But then Ju congratulates Adele for managing to manifest mana right after being able to feel it for the first time. Adele gets so happy about the compliment that she calls Ju sis, and says she still has a lot to learn from her. The MC watches the two of them from a distance, thinking how he just can't bring himself to dislike Adele. He tells them to get going since they're done with everything they needed to do there. Adele has to go back to her dimension to start training, while the others head to their part-time job. White Cloud asks where this new job is, and Yu says they're going to hell. In the end, they wind up on top of a building with a view of a portal. The MC's surprised they weren't teleported straight to the exact job location, but figures it must work differently since it's hell. Down below, the portal starts expanding, causing an earthquake and freaking out the civilians. Yu slices a building in half that was about to fall on a man and tells him to run. The MC realizes he needs to enter the portal to reach hell. When they go in, they see a huge stretch of land full of sharp rocky mounds. Yu figures all portals must connect to hell, which means the forgotten gods must be there too. A monster shows up behind the MC and attacks him while he just stands there like an idiot. Ju takes it out and tells Yu to stop getting distracted so easily. More monsters appear and they jump into the fight. Once they manage to kill them all, there's only one thing left to do. They need to reach the other side of the barrier inside this portal. Every portal the MC has entered had that barrier, but before, he was too weak to even get close, let alone break through. Now that he's stronger, he summons his power and tries to smash the barrier. A warning appears saying the eyes of the abyss are watching, but Yu doesn't care and finishes destroying the barrier. Ju suddenly freaks out and says maybe it'd be better if they went back. The MC doesn't get it and thinks they should just keep going since they've come this far. But she points out that hell usually has tons of demons and even worse monsters, and the fact they're alone in that territory means it belongs to something way more powerful. Sure enough, the ground starts shaking, and a huge red eye appears under Yu before he can do anything. Then the eye turns into a slimy creature, and Yu freezes up in pure fear. Ju yells at him to move as the creature attacks him. Yu finds himself in a place with a starry sky and lots of floating puzzle pieces. He's confused, since he was just attacked in hell a moment ago. But then two kids running after him catch his attention. When he tries to follow them, he gets teleported to a completely destroyed place, even more confused. After walking a bit, he steps on something and turns to apologize, only to realize he stepped on his own body, lying on the ground covered in blood. Ju appears and starts talking to Yu's fallen body, apologizing for not being able to protect him. He tries to talk to Ju, asking what the hell is going on, but when he touches her, he snaps back to the first starry place. Yu panics and starts seeing a bunch of versions of himself, dead, inside the puzzle pieces. He drops to his knees and screams for it all to stop, and then he's back in the present next to White Cloud, who asks if he's okay. Trying to pull himself together, he asks to talk to Ju alone. He tells her he saw her in his dream and asks if the first time they met was really the first time. Ju realizes he must have recovered some memories, all because of that encounter with the slimy creature, Asmodeus, one of the great demons of hell. A lot of the MC's past lives ended because of that demon, so it's no surprise the encounter triggered so many memories. Yu asks Ju to explain, but she just says there's nothing she can tell him. He keeps pushing, but as long as the eyes of the abyss are watching, she can't reveal anything. Ju keeps saying she's doing all of this for Yu, and even though he knows that's not the whole truth, he lets it slide, kind of teasing her about it. He says he's still really curious, but he believes she'll always stay by his side, and that's enough for him. Now they're supposed to go back to hell, but Asmodeus might still be around, which makes Ju cautious. Yu gets pissed that she knows the demon and didn't warn them, but she apologizes, saying she didn't know he was going to show up. So Yu decides they can't rely on Ju's predictions anymore. Back in the human world, the MC is in a recording studio. He's trying to film a commercial for an equipment company, but all he's doing is driving the director crazy. He's supposed to go easy on the gear, but he's basically wrecking the set. Yu fires back at the director's complaints, saying he can't go easy because that would be fraud. So the director says they'll just skip straight to the fight scenes without rehearsing anything. It's a show made to squeeze money out of hunters, and Yu only agreed to do it because he wants to use them for his plan. The fight scene ends, and Ju and the director are left completely stunned. Then Yu does an interview saying he thinks teamwork between hunters is useless, and they should be strong on their own. The set director can't believe he actually said that. After a few more controversial comments from the MC, the director just tells him to get out. As he's leaving the building, a mustache guy starts talking to Yu. He says he's the head of Midas Korea and invites Yu to visit the company. Once they're there, this weird-looking guy greets the MC and the MC asks why he's even there. The guy tells him to take back everything he said in the interview. To convince Yu, the director says that if he does, they'll give him unlimited resources. But the MC isn't stupid. He takes advantage of it and agrees to the terms and asks for a sword from Britain, the famous Excalibur. The director is shocked, and the MC basically starts lightly blackmailing him. Excalibur is the strongest sword in the world, and people say nobody's ever found it. The director freaks out because they do have the sword, and there's no way that info should have leaked. Figuring the MC is bluffing, he plays dumb. But Yu immediately says he knows everything and won't accept anything else. He says he doesn't just know about the sword, he also knows what Midas did to get it. The director gets annoyed with how stubborn he is, and Yu says he only wants to see the sword. He even says he'll promote the company's training program as hard as possible if he can just look at it. But the director refuses and offers any other weapon instead. Yu meets up with Ju, and she asks what they're going to do now. But the MC already expected a no, since the sword is such a big deal. Thor was the one who told Yu about the sword, and that a group called Midas committed atrocities to get it. So the MC goes off to clear some dungeons while they wait. A month later, the Midas director is absolutely furious, staring at the newspaper. Yu's been clearing dungeons solo just to prove the point he made in that interview. And in the paper he even says he's relying way too much on his equipment, and that it doesn't matter that much anyway. So the director tells them to bring Yu to his office, finally giving in. Ju and Yu get taken down to a basement, and the director says they only get 5 minutes to look at the sword, like they agreed. They go into a vault and see Excalibur. Then Snow starts the process of copying the sword and all its stats. Meanwhile, the director triggers a trap, locking Ju and Yu inside the vault. But Yu doesn't even care. He uses the chance to test his new weapon. He causes total chaos, leaving the director completely shocked and the place wrecked. Then we see a news report about the Midas director and all the crimes he committed. Meanwhile, the MC is basically drooling over his new sword. He thinks it was made by Hephaestus, because no human could create something that perfect. Then White Cloud shows up, super pissed about Yu constantly being on TV and never coming to visit. But then he sees Excalibur and instantly calms down. Yu and White Cloud start bickering and messing with each other like little kids, and the priest asks to touch the sword. Letting White Cloud have his way, the MC says he can pet Snow as much as he wants. When White Cloud complains, Yu says Snow and the sword are basically the same thing. Ju, tired of their little bickering and bundled up in warm clothes, says they need to go after the third priest. They head out toward a snowy mountain range. Freezing, Yu asks if this really is the only way to reach the third priest. Ju just says they need to hurry if they want to make it in time. Adele and White Cloud keep whining in the back, and Ju, completely fed up, says that if they want to go back, that's their problem, but the world's going to be destroyed. That shuts everyone up and the mood gets heavy. So Ju tries to motivate them, saying they're almost there. White Cloud gets hyped, runs ahead, and almost gets crushed. Out of nowhere, huge ice spikes burst up from the ground. Everyone starts running as more spikes keep popping up behind them. They spot a path ahead, but it's too narrow for all of them. So Yu summons Excalibur and cuts it wider so they can get through. Ju lights up a glow to see inside the cave they've stumbled into, and realizes the exit is blocked by snow. Trying to prove herself, Adele uses fire magic to melt the way out, but Ju kills her vibe, saying Adele's little trick isn't even close to melting all that snow. White Cloud isn't any help either. He just starts kicking the snow. Yu feels the pressure, since the unknown gods are getting stronger with every second. Snow starts sniffing around like he found something. Following him, Yu notices a sound coming from behind a wall. Then the wall cracks, and a little blue fairy appears on the other side. The tiny creature and her friends freak out, thinking the MC is actually Loki, and it doesn't help when the MC tries to talk to them. They panic even more. Then Snow pops up on Yu's shoulder, and the fairies seem like they're scared of anything that moves. They start screaming for help. And out of nowhere Thor shows up, super annoyed, telling them to be quiet. Thor starts laughing when he realizes Yu also fell for Loki's trick. White Cloud is amazed Thor is there, and starts totally fangirling over him. That's when the MC realizes the avalanche was just Loki's trap to keep them stuck. Thor says his brother did it because he's planning to recruit an army. Ju gets worried, and Yu asks why Thor hasn't gotten out yet. A bit embarrassed, Thor admits the snow is insanely tough, and not even his hammer works on it. But he doesn't seem too worried. He says the fairies will help with food while they wait for the snow to melt on its own. The fairies are outraged, since they worked really hard to gather all their food. Yu calls them over and just asks them to point out a way out of the cave. They refuse, but Yu says fine, then they'll all just live there until the snow melts, which scares them. They agree to help to protect their food, and only ask that in return they never come back. Deal made. One of the fairies starts channeling her power, and the snow shatters as soon as she attacks it. Apparently snow-ice attacks work better against this special snow. But the chunk that breaks is way too small, so they won't escape like that. At this pace, they'd have to keep doing it all night. The fairy gets mad at the idea of doing that for so long, and tells them to try it themselves. Adele and White Cloud get excited when they realize they'd have to learn something new to do it. Thor, meanwhile, thinks only beings from Niflheim can use ice attacks. The fairy says that's just the gods being arrogant because they hate mana. She asks everyone who has even a little ice or water mana attribute to raise their hand, but nobody does. Adele's the only one who uses mana, and she hasn't even learned those attributes yet. The fairy is disgusted by how incompetent they are, and Thor just laughs. Finally, Yu raises his hand, remembering he has Neptune's power, and apparently that's enough. With the fairy's instructions, he starts learning how to turn that attribute into ice, and he masters it pretty quickly, surprising everyone. The fairy says now he needs practice to use it properly. But the MC, super confident, says he doesn't need practice. He's already got it. He opens up the exit only to run into a whole bunch of big feet. Thor gets pissed. Another one of Loki's tricks. But Ju says she can feel the third priest's energy, the king of the frost giants. It really feels like there are more and more giants showing up, and Ju says again that the third priest, Etten, is somewhere among them. Since giants are a race with really strong bonds, it's possible Etten is watching his people from somewhere nearby. Yu wonders why Etten would turn against Thor. But Ju says he must be being controlled by Loki, because there's no way he'd join him willingly. Thor charges in and starts fighting the giants while yelling at his brother. Loki watches from a nearby mountain, thinking about how stupid Thor is. Then he taunts Etten and sends him into the fight too. Thor, still yelling at his brother, gets slammed to the ground by one of Etten's attacks. That just makes the god even angrier, and he rushes back in again. Meanwhile, Yu spots Loki hanging back in the distance, and tells everyone to get ready to attack him. Adele and White Cloud hesitate, since Loki looks seriously powerful. But the MC just messes with the two scaredy cats a bit, and they finally get fired up. Since Loki is controlling the minds of a bunch of giants, maybe even a small distraction would be enough for Etten to break free. Thinking that, Yu goes straight at Loki, but Etten steps in to protect him. Loki laughs at the MC trying to sneak attack him and says it's pointless. When the MC doesn't answer, Loki keeps talking about how arrogant the gods are, and he takes the chance to explain that mana is a gift from Mother Gaia, just like divine powers. Then he reveals he discovered mana's endless possibilities in this snowy place and found mana's ultimate attribute, a black flame that can melt even the snow of Niflheim. Yu looks shocked by that power, and Loki says he's going to test it on him. But the MC immediately wipes the smug look off Loki's face and shows he can use the black flame too. Loki freezes, totally unable to believe it, and Yu takes the opening to rush him and strike. It looks like a killing blow, but Etten throws his arm in front of it to protect Loki, and Yu says he held back so he wouldn't cut it off. Loki, scared out of his mind after that, surrenders, and the MC tells him to release Etten from his control. Loki, panicking, begs him to lower his weapon so he can focus. The MC, being naive, does it. Then Loki gives Etten one last order, crush Yu with all his strength. Etten starts attacking everything around him, still under Loki's control, and Yu realizes that if the giant keeps going, everyone's done for. Loki, loving the chaos, tells Etten to keep smashing everything. Yu, desperate, screams at Etten to stop, but the king of the giants keeps punching and wrecking everything, almost triggering an avalanche. Ju shows up and saves Yu from the falling debris. Meanwhile, Etten and Loki fall into an abyss, and Loki is having the time of his life. The MC and the others watch from the edge as the two of them fall, shocked that Loki won't stop laughing. White Cloud tries to see what's happening, but it's hard. The abyss is insanely deep. Then yellow eyes appear, and a shadow rises out of the abyss and sweeps over them, and Loki shows up standing on top of an ice dragon, still laughing like it's all a joke. He tells them to move on to phase 2 of the fight, but Thor shows up angrier than ever, and charges at his brother. The dragon shields Loki and whips Thor with its tail, slamming the god into the ground hard. Loki tells the dragon, Yang Yang, to go play with Thor, then jumps down and lands right in front of the MC. Then he calls for Poppy, and another massive shadow appears and lands beside him, kicking up a huge spray of snow. Poppy is Loki's ice wolf, his second favorite pet, only behind the dragon. Loki says he's surprised there's another god who can use black flames, and he tells Yu not to hate him. He just doesn't like people who try to mess up his plans. Then Loki sends Poppy after him. The wolf attacks, opens its huge mouth, and swallows Yu whole. Loki celebrates and tells Poppy to go after the others and eat them too. But the wolf starts giving Loki a weird look, and Loki questions what it's doing. What Loki doesn't know is that Yu has a dog tamer skill, and he tames Poppy easily. Following the MC's command, the wolf slams into Loki and spits Yu out. Yu comes out with his mouth full of fur. Loki, sprawled on the ground, is furious that the MC has better abilities than him. But Yu just tells him he'd better start thinking of a plan C, because Thor is coming to settle the score. After everything's settled, Thor says he owes the MC one and he's shocked at how much they've improved. Then he leaves, dragging a totally wrecked Loki away by the collar. Ju immediately kills the mission accomplished vibe by reminding everyone that Etten is still down in the abyss. Maybe they should go after him. Novembranka is horrified by the idea and says Etten's probably already dead. That's when this huge hand shows up on the edge of the abyss, and the king of the giants climbs up, safe and sound, right in front of them. Novembranka, scared like always, thinks the giant is challenging them to a fight and runs to hide behind Ju. That freaks Yu out too, because the idea of fighting Etten is terrifying, but the giant bows to thank them for everything the MC did for him and his people. He reveals that all the creatures in that land had been hunted by Yang Yang for a long time, and in return for the help, he'll grant Yu a wish, but with one condition. the wish can only be granted inside Niflheim, since Iden has to stay there to protect the other giants from the dragon. The MC is surprised, because they thought the dragon was already dead, but no matter how many times it gets attacked, it always comes back. So the giants and Yang are stuck in this never-ending fight. Yu, wanting to help, asks if there's any way to stop the dragon from coming back. And according to Eden, there's an ancient Niflheim prophecy about that. When someone who can control extreme cold energy and black flames arrives in Niflheim, the ice dragon will be defeated once and for all. So the MC shows Eden their black flames, shocking the giant. But Eden says that still isn't enough to reach the white ice stage. For that, the MC would need to know how to use circular aura. And since the prophecy said the savior wouldn't know how to use that aura when they arrived, Eden leads you and the others to someone who can help with it. In the end, the ones who can help you are the same fairies from before, and they get annoyed that this whole group showed up again. The little fairy tries to smack Iden, pissed that he brought this bunch to them, but it doesn't even tickle. The giant says there aren't many people besides the snow fairies who can use mana that well. Ju, being clever, gives the fairy a candy, and the fairy instantly falls in love with the taste, so she says she'll give them lots of candy if the fairies help them. Without wasting time, the fairy launches into a full explanation. Aura is a technique where mana gets compressed to the absolute limit. It's basically impossible to use two auras with different attributes at the same time. Eden tells you to take their time since it's complicated and can be hard to learn. Pixie, the snow fairy, starts yelling at Eden, saying the MC is super capable, and she wouldn't have explained anything if they were incompetent. Meanwhile, Yu is already trying to put what the fairy taught into practice, and actually pulling it off. Eden is stunned seeing the MC master the technique so fast, and Yu charges at the dragon, activating their new circular aura skill. They wipe out the giant's biggest threat in a single attack and obtain the ice dragon's essence. Taking the opportunity, the MC asks Iden if he'd accept becoming their priest. They sign the contract, and now Iden is Yu's third priest. With that, the priest's profile starts showing more detailed info, and the MC's divine powers increased. Novembranca starts whining about the cold like a little kid. His info screen pops up for Yu, and Yu starts laughing at what it says. The guy questions whether the MC is even sane, and Adele scolds him, reminding him Yu is still their god and they should respect him. The two start bickering like they always do, but Yu tells them to stop and opens a portal to go back to their world, where a giant, creepy-looking tree is attacking civilians. Apparently a dungeon spawned nearby, and monsters started pouring out of it. Qian then smacks a teammate who was calling for reinforcements, because he wanted all the credit for clearing that dungeon for himself. It seems impossible to hold back the monsters with just one hunter team, but the arrogant guy doesn't care. Adele shows up and immediately flexes her fire powers to make up for how cold she was in Niflheim. She burns the entire tree down with a single attack. Qian keeps throwing a tantrum and says they should kick Adele out since she doesn't have a hunter license. But just as one of his lackeys is about to call and report Adele, Novembranca slices the woman's phone in half. When the little arrogant dude sees Novembranca, he realizes Yu is involved and starts freaking out at him. The MC basically tells him he should just admit he's incompetent and that he's stepping in to stop more people from getting hurt. But Qian just smiles and starts talking about how Yu's using dirty tricks and some sketchy powers. That makes Yu nervous, thinking Qian figured out his divine powers, so he plays it neutral and tries to head to the dungeon. Except Qian had other plans. Division 44 shows up and accuses the MC of turning into a monster. From now on, all of Yu's moves will be watched by the Hunter Inspection Agency. The guy in charge says they're starting protective measures and warns Yu not to resist. Off to the side, Qian celebrates like he just won. Turns out he went to his dad a while back and accused Yu of turning into a monster. And since the Iris Guild has had a similar case in the past, Qian uses that to convince him. It takes a bit, but the guildmaster sets up a meeting with the Hunter Inspection Agency and its director. Yu figures it's better to send Adele home first, since she doesn't belong in this world. The agents try to stop her from leaving, but White Cloud slices the ground between them and threatens anyone who tries to cross. Some guy ignores White Cloud and casually steps over the line anyway. White Cloud charges him, only to get punched hard in the stomach. In the past, the Iris Guild Master asked Qian to help the Hunter Inspection Agency capture Yu. Qian's scared to go, because turning into a monster is serious business. But his dad tells him it's a huge opportunity, and he should take it. The world's #1hunter, Leo Lux, is about to finish off White Cloud, who's sprawled on the ground completely wrecked, but Yu rushes in to protect his priest. Ju uses the opening to pull White Cloud out of there. Leo just stares, shocked, and the MC comes at him saying he shouldn't lose focus in the middle of a fight. Meanwhile, Ju focuses all his power on healing White Cloud, who's worse off than he looks. The MC's job is to hold Leo off until Ju finishes. Then the two hunters go all in and charge each other. Yu still doesn't really get what everyone means by turning into a monster. Leo explains it's a process where normal humans gain crazy strong abilities. And even though the powers look tempting, in the end the person turns into a bloodthirsty monster and loses their humanity. With more portals popping up, more cases like that have been happening, and the MC awakened his powers right around that time. Yu tries to defend himself, but Leo's convinced he really is going through that transformation, and since Yu's powers are so abnormal, his monster version could cause a massive catastrophe. Leo tells the agents not to interfere, because he won't be responsible if anyone dies. Then he starts channeling his power and blitzes straight at Yu. Yu blocks the attack easily, which gets Leo hyped and pushes him to go all out. Yu keeps trying to convince him he's not turning into a monster. He even realizes that if Leo loses, he'll lose a ton of prestige. But Leo doesn't seem to care, he just wants to protect the world. They keep trading blows while Yu insists the fight is pointless, because he's not turning into a monster. Leo says he's used to hearing that from people who are transforming, and he always ends them. The whole time Yu's holding back, because Leo will be useful when Ragnarok comes. But Leo ignores everything Yu says and throws out an insanely powerful finishing move. Thinking he won, he tells the MC not to hold a grudge. But Yu casually steps out of the black sphere he was trapped in and winds up a brutal counterattack. With his black weapon, he rushes Leo and leaves him badly hurt, even though he held back. It's the same attack that took down the ice dragon, and Yu's surprised Leo's still standing. Leo's totally wrecked, leaning on his sword, and the MC can only think how insanely strong he is. Remembering a talk he had with Vermont, Yu figures Leo might be a divine power user too. Yu tries to bring it up without making it obvious and asks if Leo knows about the system. But Leo assumes Yu must be losing it, since everyone has access to the skill screen. Leo can't keep up the tough guy act anymore and ends up face-planting on the ground, totally defeated. Taking advantage of the opening, the MC turns his attention to Qian, who starts breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. At the hospital, the doctor starts listing all of Qian's injuries. He's lying on a stretcher, completely wrecked. Even though he's not in any danger of dying, he'll need at least 6 months of rehab before he can get back in the field. Somewhere else, White Cloud is also getting treated, whining about how unfair everything is. Adele helps him out while telling him to stop being such a crybaby. The MC asks Ju if she knows anyone else who does part-time jobs for the gods, since the hunter Leo Lux might be doing them too. He says he suspects it because Vermonte mentioned a god who went to the magic dimension before they did, and even though any god can travel between dimensions, Vermonte said this one was from America. And Leo Lux isn't just American, he's also really good at using mana. Even after hearing all that, Ju doesn't buy the MC's theory. She reveals that she and Yu are the only humans in this world who can use the god system. The MC gets curious and wants to know why, but Ju gets all mysterious again and says he'll find out when the time is right. With no real choice, he just accepts it, and a job screen pops up for him. At the same time, the news reports that the portal that used to be rank C is now rank S. It's the same one the MC and his little group found when they came back to this dimension. Wanting to deal with it ASAP, they head back to the spot, which is now packed with creatures made of tree trunks under a red sky. Yu starts attacking the creatures, but then they hear this shrill scream coming from the creepy fog. A panicked person comes running toward them, yelling that the old man is going to wipe them all out. The MC is confused and gets a really bad feeling about what's going on. Maybe some forgotten god is behind this portal. Then his intuition kicks in, and Yu barely dodges an attack from behind in time. Yu tries to counterattack, but the creature regenerates way too fast. Realizing the monsters are more dangerous than they look, the MC decides he'll have to use mana. But before he can summon his power, Leo Lux shows up. Even though he still doesn't believe Yu is innocent, he knows the priority right now is shutting down this portal. A bunch of hunters are fighting too, helping take down the monsters. Leo saves a hunter who is about to get attacked and orders the others to protect any civilians nearby. Up until recently, portals used to be more flexible than dungeons, even though they were still super dangerous. Monsters just keep pouring out of the creepy fog surrounding the area. Then a root shoots out of the mist and attacks a female hunter, trapping her. Before Leo can save her, Ju tells him to be careful, because there's something evil on the other side of the black fog. He tries to play the hero, saying that even if going into the black fog puts his life at risk, he's willing to take the chance. But before he can do anything, Yu is already sprinting forward to save the hunter. He frees her, swaps places with her, and falls into the black fog. Yu ends up in a ruined, dried-out forest. The place is creepy and feels like it's draining the life out of him. A weird voice starts talking behind him. When the MC turns around, he sees a creature with tree-like features, even on its face. His intuition tells him he might not come back from this. The creature attacks, but Yu dodges easily, sensing how dangerous it is. A log smashes the MC right in the face as the creature says he's different from all the others it's devoured. Annoyed, Yu activates his powers and slices through all the tree trunks flying at him. But the creature is smarter. It traps him easily and pulls him in close. It starts saying creepy stuff about the faces of everyone it's beaten, and it gets kind of obsessed with the MC's face too. Yu's fear gets so intense that all his stats get hit with a debuff. The creature slowly moves in toward the MC's face, when a screen appears between them. He's been summoned for the part-time job that popped up earlier, and he starts teleporting away. But the creature just laughs and destroys the screen like it's nothing. From the moment Yu stepped into that place, he got tangled up with death itself, and the creature reveals it's the Grim Reaper, death personified. Then she opens her mouth wide, ready to swallow the MC whole. He summons his Hellfire power to try to end the situation, but Grim Reaper blocks it again, and says how pathetic Yu's attempts are. The MC refuses to give up, and starts calling on all his power, willing to risk his life to save the city. He charges in to attack the creature, but it defends itself with a brutal counterattack that hits Yu dead on. Just when everything seems lost, pink petals start floating through the air, a small goddess appears, catching Grim Reaper off guard. The goddess complains that kids these days can't even show up on time for their part-time jobs. The creature fires back, saying the goddess is always stealing its children, and the two of them start arguing. The goddess slowly turns the tree trunks into pink petals, saying she won't allow Grim Reaper to keep messing with the natural order. And just like that, the creature gets sent back to the afterlife, where it never should have left. Yu is badly hurt, collapsed on the ground, and the goddess kneels down to heal him. Her priests and Ju start heading toward them from far away, and the goddess uses that moment to leave, dropping a pink flower with the MC. Yu wakes up in his room, not understanding what's going on. He tells Ju he ran into Grim Reaper, and Ju goes cold the second she hears that name. Grim Reaper is a forgotten goddess with powers similar to Asmodeus. It's shocking Yu survived the encounter, and he admits he was way too confident in his own strength. He also tells Ju about Grim Reaper's ability to break the god system screen, and how she did it to him. Ju is completely stunned, and she's even more freaked out when she sees the screen is now cracked all over and glitching. That system was created by the Primordial Mother, and exists across all dimensions to keep harmony between all living beings. Ju has never heard of a case where the system broke like that. She tries to think of ways to fix it, maybe with magic or divine power, and the answer they're looking for might be Hephaestus. But when Ju tries to contact him, she finds out he's traveling and unavailable. Out of nowhere, Yu's pink flower starts talking, and says it'll help them fix the system if they help tidy up its flower garden. Yu realizes the energy coming from the flower is the same one he felt right before he passed out. The flower just tells them to work out the details in person, and starts teleporting them. They appear in a sunny field full of flowers, and the goddess from before shows up to greet them, introducing herself as Samson. Yu recognizes her from his fight with Grim Reaper, since she gives off a really good vibe. But because she's so tiny, White Cloud asks what a kid like her is doing there. Samson looks a little confused, but then realizes she already blessed him when he was a child. The MC, horrified by White Cloud's attitude, starts apologizing to the goddess, but she doesn't seem bothered. Adele also comments on Samson's looks, and Yu quickly tries to shut that down. Happy with the introductions, Samson tells them to get to work. The goddess's garden is where babies who are about to be born are nurtured, and that's what the group has to water. They need to fetch water from the mountain right behind the garden, using huge clay jars. The mountain is where Samson lives, and up there's a Zelkova tree they need to find. They reach the top of the hill only late in the afternoon. Yu starts complaining because he thought this job would be easy, and Samson appears in a nearby tree, laughing. They can't expect everything in life to come easy. Samson explains how important this task is, because washing the souls purifies the spirits of the children who are about to be born. At night, they finally reach the tree, surrounded by glowing water. Then the goddess tells the MC to step into the water. He hesitates, since he doesn't know if it's safe, but Samson shoves him in hard. Yu finds himself in the same place he ended up after meeting Asmodeus, but this time, there are pink petals from Samson floating in the air. One of them turns into a puzzle piece and starts shining brightly. Suddenly, a child version of Yu is talking with the goddess. She gives him a flower containing the essence of every being in every universe. He's wary about accepting a gift like that, but she just gently pats him. Back at the tree, Yu wakes up, and Samson tells him to get up, quickly. He asks her about the vision he had, but she says she doesn't know anything, and tells him to open his system. When he checks it, he realizes he can now see memories from his past lives. Yu has had 11,868 past lives, but only one of them is available for him to watch. He decides he'll look at the memory later, and thanks Samson for the help. The goddess feels proud seeing how much he's grown, and tells them to head back, since she still has something to give him. Samson gives the MC a tea made from herbs that only grow in the afterlife, and it boosts the drinker's resistance to fear. That'll help him next time he has to face the Grim Reaper. He feels like tea alone won't be enough to beat the creature, and asks for more. But Samson says drinking more than one won't make it any stronger. She apologizes for not being able to help more, and Yu quickly reassures her. A new part-time job screen pops up, and it offers fear resistance too, just like Samson's tea. Yu gets excited and almost accepts the job without really thinking. Ju, already knowing how he is, gets annoyed and scolds him again for doing reckless stuff. Even after getting beaten up so badly by the Grim Reaper, he still doesn't seem to have learned his lesson. White Cloud and Adele are horrified hearing all of it. Yu apologizes, but she keeps going off on him, until he drops to his knees, begging to be forgiven. But even after that, the MC still wants to go through with the Medusa job, and Ju starts laying out the plan for how they're going to beat her. They'll need Hermes' shoes to reach the island, the helmet of invisibility, and the mirror shield. Ju will be in charge of getting the mirror through a part-time job, and Adele will get the helmet of invisibility. And to get Hermes' shoes, Yu and White Cloud will have to go together. They get sent to a magical post office, packed with creatures running and flying all over the place. A being dressed head to toe in green shows up, welcomes them, and says he'll be their boss for the day. Then he drops a massive pile of letters behind them that they have to deliver. Yu and White Cloud travel through different realms, delivering letters to Ares, Hades, and a bunch of other gods. While climbing some stairs, the MC starts going over the list of all the gods who need to receive letters. There's only one left. Prometheus, the god of prophecy, who lives at the top of the Caucasus Mountains. When they reach the top, some hawks that were there take off, and that triggers a new memory fragment for you, his Mezaunin's second life. It starts playing in his head with no warning. In that life, the MC managed to defeat Asmodeus and became hugely successful. But even then, he still couldn't kill that thing. And it was in that life that he found a crucial clue from the god of prophecy. A name, Pandora. Yu snaps out of the memory more confused than ever. But now he knows he has to figure out what the hell Pandora is. The MC tells Prometheus about his letter, but the god is completely chained up. Since he can't take the letter with his own hands, he asks Yu to read it out loud. The letter talks about how Prometheus committed a sin and still can't admit he was wrong. Halfway through, the god tells the MC to stop and says it's the same message as always. If that's all, you can leave. Because Prometheus is basically a joke to everyone. Seeing the god like that makes the MC feel emotional, and he uses his healing powers to help him. Prometheus is shocked, since the consequences could be serious, but he was punished in the first place for acting on behalf of humanity, and Yu wants to show his gratitude. Prometheus asks if the MC is just crazy, but Yu says he just really likes humans. That's rare among gods, so Prometheus takes the chance to ask Yu's name. White Cloud, who's been there the whole time, starts complaining about how long this is taking. Yu explains that this is his priest, and he came along because he's still in training. Prometheus, worried, says a weak human shouldn't be wandering around so carelessly. That pisses White Cloud off, and he calls the god an old ostrich, earning a punch from Yu for being disrespectful. Then the two of them start fighting like idiots, which surprises Prometheus. The god is happy to see how much the world has changed, and says she would have been really happy if she'd been born in this era. The MC immediately figures Prometheus is talking about Pandora, since her stories are pretty well known. Surprised, the god asks them to tell him everything they know about her. So Yu starts talking about Pandora, a human with an almost divine beauty, blessed by all the gods, but because of her curiosity, she ended up bringing a huge disaster to the world. At the same time, she was also the woman Prometheus loved, and as the story goes on, the god realizes Pandora really did ignore his prophecy. Yu, thinking about his 1,000-second life, asks the god to tell them about that prophecy. With that, Prometheus starts thinking Yu was only helping him because of the prophecy, but he quickly shuts that idea down. Seeing there's truth in the MC, he starts talking about how awful it is to know the future is going to be bad and not be able to stop it, and that's when he tells them Pandora's prophecy. Back at the post office, White Cloud complains about how there aren't any teleports anymore. They got banned because of some quick-handed thieves, but since they finished the job, they've got Hermes' shoe, just like they agreed. Yu can't stop thinking about the prophecy that said the real Pandora's box still hasn't been opened, and when it is, it'll bring real calamity. The only thing he knows for sure is that to beat whatever that is, he'll need Pandora's help. Our MC heads off to deal with the last bits of paperwork and tells White Cloud to behave, basically treating him like a little kid, but then some commotion nearby grabs his attention. Some creatures are trying to convince a kid not to pick up their package, saying packages have to be delivered, not picked up. They keep arguing, but the creatures finally back off, and then they spot White Cloud nearby. One totally green creature starts yelling at White Cloud, thinking he was spying. The kid gets annoyed at the comments, but remembers what Yu told him, so he walks away trying to stay calm. The green one calls White Cloud a coward, and after that he can't hold it in anymore. He knocks the two creatures to the ground easily and makes fun of how weak they are. But since White Cloud started the fight, the Verduxo blows a whistle and calls in backup. And like a little kid, White Cloud gets himself into a massive mess. White Cloud starts freaking out when he realizes he's screwed up, and Yu is going to chew him out hard. Right then, the MC shows up behind his priest already irritated, and White Cloud dumps all the blame on the kid from earlier. He tries to explain he's not the bad guy here, since those dudes were trying to rob the kid. Then the green guy charges at both of them, but Yu blocks him easily. Yu tries to stay calm and end the whole thing by talking it out, but they don't want to hear it and all rush in. So the MC uses a powerful attack and slams everyone into the wall. They recognize him from his power as that crazy god who picked a fight with Hades, the one everyone's been talking about. Yu gets pissed at the nickname and demands to know who started calling him that, so he can beat them up. The kid gets fed up with the chaos and throws dirt on the MC to shut him up. Then she asks what he's going to do now that his attack wrecked her package. They start arguing about the package, and about how the kid never asked Yu for help dealing with the bullies. Then the kid reveals she's Elia, and the MC recognizes her as the one who posted the part-time job to take down Medusa. Elia asks if he's going to take the part-time job or not, which surprises Yu since he hadn't even applied yet. They leave the post office to talk, and the kid reveals she knew he was interested because she's basically some kind of prophet. She wants to know Yu's plan to capture and take out Medusa, since she's sure he'll accept. The MC pulls a reverse card and asks what her plan is, and Ilya starts by saying he needs to be able to fly freely. Even though he got Hermes' shoes, he'd still need to learn how to use them. Since that could take a long time, Ilya recommends Icarus's wings. The only problem is those wings cost 2,000 Hermes, so yeah, crazy expensive. Thinking of another way, Yu asks Ilya for an advance of 100 of her coins, even though they're not worth that much. And then the MC is flying through the sky with wings on his shoes. Ilya is shocked at how he managed to sort everything out in just a few minutes. Out of nowhere, Ju shows up behind Ilya with a murderous look, asking who the kid is. Ilya introduces herself and says it's nice to meet the reincarnator. Ju remembers basically everything that happened across all 1,869 of her lives. She remembers all the gods they met along the way. And even if they run into some of them earlier than expected, those meetings would have happened anyway. But Ilya is different. This kid has enough divine power to dodge all of Ju's attacks. And Ju has never even heard of her, not even as a rumor. Ju attacks Ilya a bunch of times, but Ilya dodges every hit like it's nothing. It's weird that a kid is that skilled, and that she even knows Ju is a reincarnator. Right when Ju's about to go for a finishing blow, Yu steps in and breaks up the fight. Things get tense between them, and Ju is way more worked up than usual. Ilya uses the moment to leave, saying she'll let them know when they should meet there tomorrow. The MC asks Ju if the kid is dangerous, but Ju just says she doesn't know because she doesn't know Ilya. He's confused about why Ju attacked Ilya for no obvious reason, but even Ju can't explain it. Yu tries to lighten the mood when he notices Ju's feeling down. He admits he also suspects Ilya, but they need that fear resistance for what they're going to face later. Ju apologizes for reacting like that and hands over the remaining items. With a sad look, she wishes him good luck at his part-time job and leaves. Later, lying in bed, Ju asks Persephone if she knows anything, but even the goddess doesn't know who Ilya is. Persephone doesn't ask if what's bothering Ju is actually jealousy. That makes Ju think about the time Yu got really close to her, and she gets embarrassed. But her thoughts quickly turn darker when she remembers she might have to repeat this life all over again. She's tired of reliving everything, because she can't save everyone in the end. The weight of all those reincarnations hits her, and she breaks down crying. All she wanted was to be able to live without knowing everything that's going to happen. But in the middle of sobbing, her dragon's command ability activates, and she goes emotionally numb. Ju has to do whatever she can, since the only one who can defeat that thing is Yu. And if he manages to beat it in this life, she'll finally have peace. The next day, the MC is with Ilya in a thick forest on the way to Medusa. They have to move slowly to hide their presence and not alert the monster. Yu wants to take a break, but Ilya tells him to stop being dramatic, because he's still totally fine. In the distance, they see what looks like Medusa, facing away and not noticing them yet. The MC equips the helmet of invisibility and the mirror shield, then rushes in, shocking Ilya. He easily slices the creature's head off, but Ilya starts yelling at him, calling him an idiot, and says that wasn't Medusa. Medusa has two sisters, and the three together are known as the Gorgon sisters, and the one who got her head cut off just puts it back on, then turns to face the MC. But he quickly escapes, leaving the creature confused. The third sister, Stheno, wakes up from her nap, annoyed by the noise. The one who got beheaded warns her they've got an intruder, but Stheno doesn't believe it. Uriel insists, and Stheno finally gives in, using thermal vision to find the invader. Yu can't believe he got spotted even with the invisibility helmet on, and he starts sprinting as fast as he can. Stheno sends the snakes on her head after him, and they catch up easily. Then Uriel pops up out of nowhere and almost lands a full punch right on the MC's chin. She taunts him and attacks again, only to get her tail kicked away. Stheno's snakes strike again, and Yu slices them off with Excalibur. He uses Neptune's power to cut Stheno in half, but the third sister regenerates right away. She gets hyped and sends her snakes at the MC again. The fight keeps going, but Yu has a hard time dealing with both sisters at once. Ilya seems to have vanished without a trace, and Yu realizes he's going to have to use more divine power than he wanted. Then Ilya suddenly appears flying above the three of them and yells, grabbing the Gorgon's attention. She's holding a huge chunk of earth made of compressed material. With the Gorgons focused on her, she drops the massive block on top of the sisters, and Yu barely gets out of the way. He argues with Ilya for not warning him about the plan, but she just says, if you want to trick your enemies, you gotta trick your friends first, like a total maniac. Now they have to hurry, since this is only temporary, and the sisters will break out of the pile of earth soon. Ilya tells him to go after Medusa, since she's way weaker than her sisters. Meanwhile, Ilya will stay behind to hold the other two off, so they don't interfere. Heading off to do his job, he finds a woman sitting on a rock. Maybe she's Medusa, even though she doesn't have snakes for hair or a tail, and she doesn't seem dangerous either, at least according to Yu's sixth sense. But then he turns on his invisibility helmet and charges in anyway, getting ready to attack. Right as he's about to land the hit, the ground starts shaking and it makes him miss. Since he attacked the woman, his invisibility gets cancelled, and she can see him. The MC tries not to let it mess with his nerves, and goes in for another strike. But at that moment, Medusa starts begging for her life, and Yu, being as empathetic as he is, hesitates and doesn't finish the blow. He gets bothered that she isn't fighting back, and he starts wondering if there's really any difference between him and the forgotten gods. Meanwhile, Ilya is fighting the two sisters, but she looks completely exhausted. Even her necromancy powers don't seem to be working. When Uriel is about to attack Ilya, fire hits her, and Yu shows up, apologizing for taking so long. Uriel gets pissed when she realizes their goal was to kill Medusa, and she rushes them. Ilya raises a wall of sand to slow her down, and as soon as Uriel breaks through, Yu smacks her with a club. The Gorgon starts mocking him, saying a simple club isn't enough to beat her, but then she immediately collapses unconscious. Steno panics when she sees her sister like that and sends her snakes at Yu. He counters fast, but the club doesn't seem to do anything to them. To deal with them, Yu realizes he'll need a different skill and creates a bunch of mana daggers. Since the snakes regenerate really easily, he decides he'll take them out with sheer numbers. He keeps attacking faster than they can recover, reaches Steno, and finishes her off. When she hits the ground, Medusa screams behind them, not understanding why they're being treated like this. Ilia is furious that Medusa is still alive and tells Yu to just cut her head off already. Medusa, who could have run away to save herself, is still there begging them not to hurt her sisters because of her. Yu, tired of all of it, asks Ilia why she wants Medusa dead so badly. Ilia refuses to answer and says he has to finish the job anyway, since part of the payment was already paid up front. Before doing it, Yu decides he's going to ask Medusa something too. He asks if her power to turn people to stone only works on humans, and she says it affects all living creatures. The MC gets confused about why it didn't work on the little bird on his shoulder, but Medusa doesn't know either. She just took care of it when it got hurt a few years ago. It even bit her finger hard enough to leave a scar because it was scared. But that's all. Elia gets annoyed at how long Yu is taking and orders him again to cut Medusa's head off. He agrees and steps forward to bring the club down on her head. Medusa walks through a palace with her head down, chained up. People around her whisper about her and Poseidon meeting in Athena's temple. The goddess, sitting on her throne, confronts Medusa about what they're saying, but Medusa denies everything, saying she only talked to Poseidon and nothing more. Athena doesn't believe the Gorgon and decides the two of them were mocking her the whole time. So Athena curses her. Any living being that looks into her eyes will turn to stone. Athena wants her to regret what she did for the rest of her life. In an abandoned barn, Poseidon visits Medusa and sees she's completely broken. She overheard him talking trash about Athena inside her own temple while she was passing by. Since that can't get out, Medusa has to take the blame and suffer the consequences. Poseidon feels guilty, since she can't even blink without closing her eyes. Trying to make it a little less horrible, he tells her to go to a faraway island and allows her to blink. Back in the present, Yu doesn't hit Medusa. He drops the club next to her instead. He says he's not going to kill her, and tells Ilia that if she comes any closer, he'll stop her. Ilia starts kind of melting and gets irritated at the MC's attitude. Even with fear resistance in play, he refuses to become like the forgotten gods. Ilia gets more and more upset. She worked so hard and it was all for nothing, and now she's going to disappoint that person. Yu realizes she's been hiding something from him and asks about this mysterious person. But Ilia refuses to answer and just leaves. Medusa keeps her eyes closed while the MC heals her earlier wound, still thinking about the bird that's immune to the curse. He comes to the conclusion that the answer must be Medusa's blood, and takes the chance to collect a little. His system warns him he needs to drink her blood, which makes him kinda uneasy. Medusa asks if she can open her eyes yet, and Yu takes the chance to drink the blood before she can see what's going on. He gains fear resistance and can now look Medusa in the eyes. Excited about the result, Yu tells her to open her eyes. Then he crouches down to her level to see what they look like. He says he found a way not to be affected, and tells her to consider it compensation for destroying her island. Riding that momentum, Yu also apologizes for fighting her sisters. But Medusa starts crying like a little kid, overwhelmed because she can finally look at someone. He promises he'll help her find a way to free her from the curse. Back in Korea, the MC gets called to room 32 at the spa. The association made the spa just for hunters, using part of a dungeon. It's a great place to recover mana and heal injuries. When Yu walks into the room, he finds Leo sitting there super relaxed in the sauna. He's wearing a mask even in that heat like a total weirdo. Leo talks about a portal that recently exploded and calls Yu out for not showing up. Yu just says he was busy with his own stuff. Then Aaliyah walks into the sauna, shocking Yu. But unexpectedly, Leo also seems to recognize her and gets emotional. Our MC is confused because she was supposed to be a goddess. So how the hell is she Leo's little sister? Aaliyah stays quiet, even with Leo making a big deal out of it. Ju shows up at the door right then, saying this doesn't look like some sweet sibling reunion. She tells Yu she looked into Aaliyah because she seemed really suspicious. None of the gods seemed to know her, and there were no records of her either. That could only mean she's a forgotten goddess, but she doesn't have the same vibe as them. So Ju changed her approach and searched for info across all dimensions. And the answer she kept getting was Leo, the #1 hunter, who has a younger sister that disappeared. After all that digging, Ju realized Aaliyah is a human who, like them, can use the god's system. Then she asks the girl who she really is. But Leo, who's been listening, gets confused by all this god's talk and tries to protect his sister. Annoyed, Aaliyah just tells him to leave and not to come looking for her anymore. With that handled, she starts acting all smug because Ju put so much effort into figuring her out. It was arrogant of Ju to assume only she and Yu could use the god's system. She really thought she was the only one who knew how things were going to play out. But tired of talking to Ju, Aaliyah says she wants to talk to Yu, since he at least owes her that. He agrees, since he has questions too. Aaliyah doesn't want anyone butting into the conversation, so she opens a portal to take them somewhere else. They get teleported to the top of a building surrounded by a purple shield. Aaliyah says that at first she thought Yu was just a god pretending to be human, someone powerful she could use for her plans. Then she goes into this confusing talk about stones and rivers, basically just to say something that wasn't supposed to happen, happened. He managed to get around the prophecy, and it seriously stresses her out. Yu's confused because he doesn't even know what prophecy she's talking about, and he's just a human who can use the god system, like her and Ju. Aaliyah looks shocked by that and says the prophecy didn't include someone like him. The prophecy can't go off track, so she lifts a huge rock and hurls it at the MC. Ju shows up just in time to save him and brushes off the attack. But Aaliyah repeats that Ju is way too arrogant, and that her plan was never to hit Yu. They both look back and see part of the shield cracked, then it completely shatters right after. Ju is totally stunned, while Aaliyah screams that she won't accept any more variants in the prophecy. They realize they're surrounded by monsters, and Aaliyah plans to finish them off right there. Horrifying monsters of all sizes and shapes start closing in. Yu and Ju look tiny compared to them, and they're shocked by how many there are. Aaliyah opened a portal so powerful that if this keeps up, every monster that exists will end up in the human world. But she doesn't seem worried at all, and attacks Ju as she comes at her. Ju dodges fast and ends up cutting Aaliyah on the cheek. Ju tries to force answers out of Aaliyah, but Aaliyah seems to have snapped, saying that even if she dies, the human world will still be in danger. She and Ju have been through this a bunch of times. Portals that won't close, armies of demons, the whole thing. Ju's dragon's mandate starts getting unstable and she panics. Aaliyah doesn't seem to care that she's human too, and that she has a family. She's already risked everything to create the world that person wants. No matter how hard Ju fights, it's already over. Flashbacks from her past lives hit her hard, and she collapses on the ground crying, accepting that this is the end. Aaliyah takes the chance to attack her, but Yu shows up just in time to block it and protect Ju. The MC, pissed off, tells Aaliyah she's the only one there who's actually alone. Everything they've built up to now isn't so fragile that it can be destroyed by some random kid's tantrum. Yu summons his 3 priests to help in the fight and holds out his hand for Ju to get up. He needs her help while he searches for the portal's essence. Ju, fired up again, says she'll handle Aaliyah for him. The kid tries to attack Yu, annoyed at being ignored, but Ju rushes her and messes her up badly. But Aaliyah makes it clear Ju can't finish her off, not while that person can still see them. And then, out of nowhere, a message pops up. The Eye of the Abyss is watching. Fear of the Abyss freezes everyone, and Aaliyah uses the moment to reveal she's the 100th child of the beginning, a prophet chosen by Chaos, the one who'll destroy the world and then deliver Chaos's salvation. She transforms right in front of them. 2 huge horns, white hair. Ju can't believe Aaliyah would choose to serve the god of Chaos, knowing it devours entire dimensions. But Aaliyah says Chaos was the only one who ever supported her, so that's who she serves. Introductions done, she gets ready to leave, warning them, the stronger the light, the darker the shadow. And now she knows what Ju's trump card is. Ju just stands there, frozen in shock, watching Aaliyah leave. They finally manage to get out of the portal and take off from there. The portal is so weird, you can't even destroy it. Adele and White Cloud start complaining about the monsters, but at least they restored the barrier before leaving. The MC is proud of his priests and congratulates them for the effort. But then he starts wondering how it's possible he couldn't find the essence, and how the portal appeared exactly where they were. Ju uses his curiosity to pull him aside for a private talk, promising answers. Right then, an Iris Guild helicopter shows up. They spot Yu down below, but the guild leader tells them to just investigate the portal. He'll only meet the MC again when he's ready. Somewhere more secluded, Yu asks Ju not to hide anything from him, about her and Aaliyah, and about the children of the beginning that got mentioned. They were created at the very start of everything by the Earth Goddess. Some look different, but they all have the purest souls. The first child born like that has lived 1,869 lives so far, trying to stop Ragnarok. That child is Ju. Yu admits he'd been finding this whole reincarnation thing suspicious. Even though Ju never told him, he figured it out on his own over the 2 years they've been together. She's been comfortable in every dimension they've visited, like it wasn't her first time there. And the MC realizes there had to be a good reason she never told him about the reincarnations. And yeah, she kept it secret because of the Eye of the Abyss, the creature that opens all the portals and will start Ragnarok when the time comes. Along with its followers, it's part of Chaos. She was scared her past lives would get sealed off if Chaos found out, but Aaliyah just exposed her. Now it's possible all of Chaos knows, and this might be their last shot. Yu tells her not to worry. Their job of protecting everyone hasn't changed. Then she gives him a potion, the same one she gave him when they were fighting Neptune. Even though what it actually does is still a mystery, Ju promises it'll be his trump card when facing Chaos. The barrier they built is only temporary, and even if it holds back monsters, it won't hold back the forgotten gods. Now more than ever, they need to hurry and find the other priests. Their next stop is a part-time job delivering packages to pyramids. They head into the desert to do the job, and Yu immediately runs into a complainer. The guy takes the chance to say that job's useless if you're trying to make money. But then he realizes Yu is a mid-rank god and gets kinda confused. He's used to dealing with lower-class gods who cause trouble for no reason. It's a job that demands a lot and only pays in abandoned packages. Even though that sucks, there's a chance you'll find valuable stuff in those packages. so minor gods jump at the opportunity. And the more they work, the higher the chances of landing a really good package. Since Yu is a mid-class god, the guy wants to put him to work like crazy. He even takes the chance to introduce himself as Pappy. The MC agrees with his methods, but uses the moment to ask a favor. He wants to handle all the deliveries made inside the pyramid. But those specific deliveries are only done by people with a lot of experience. To be sure, Pappy asks if that's really what Yu wants, but this fully covered up guy tells them to hurry it up. Since the guy keeps rushing them, Pappy just gives in to the MC's request. They head to where all the packages are, and Yu is hit with the sight of a massive pile of them. The packages come from Ermi's post office, and get sent there to be sorted. While sorting, if someone grabs the wrong package, the whole pile can collapse, so you have to be careful. Almost at the same time, White Cloud knocks down a bunch of packages. He starts complaining to the MC about how he's always the one getting summoned to do the dirty work. But this time, it's because all the other priests are busy. Etten is watching the portal, and Adele went with Ju to look for the fifth priest, the Fairy King. White Cloud, strong and dumb, was the only one left to help with this job. So the MC tells him to get back to work, and says if he breaks anything, he'll have to work there until he pays off his debt. They finish fixing everything up when the sun is already setting. For the good work, Poppy gives Yu a medallion, the Eye of Horus. With it, the MC will be able to store all the packages, making his work in the pyramids way easier. And that's exactly what he does. He stores all the packages inside the medallion. Just like all the Greek gods gather on Olympus, all the Egyptian gods gather in the pyramids. Yu goes open sesame to open the huge pyramid doors, and they see a ton of people inside. But before they can enter, a huge dog blocks their way. Apparently only the MC can enter the pyramid since he's a god, and if White Cloud wants to go in too, he'll have to lose an arm. Yu tries to ask for an exception, but the big dog won't budge. Except White Cloud already stepped inside the pyramid, and the dog gets excited because now it can devour him. The MC tries again to ask him to let it slide, but there are no exceptions. So the dog lunges at White Cloud, but Yu quickly slams it to the ground. White Cloud is amazed by the hit, but Yu knows he didn't do much damage. The Pyramid Guardian, aka the big dog, gets pissed, and says you better be ready for the consequences. It attacks Yu with everything it's got, but drops to the floor before it can even land a hit. The dog doesn't understand why its body isn't obeying it anymore, and the MC asks, what kind of dog bites its own master? The Guardian is confused, but no matter how hard it tries, it can't move its body at all. Yu gives it two options: answer his questions honestly, or get forced to act like a little puppy. White Cloud and Yu go down some underground stairs, and the dog points them to a passage in the floor. The MC wants to reach the top of the pyramid, but first he has to pass through the Sphinx's place. The top is a labyrinth that changes every day, and you need permission to enter it. Since the Sphinx knows everything that happens in the pyramid, she'll be able to help them. When they get to the spot they were told about, they come face to face with a huge golden statue. Yu says they're looking for the pharaoh, and the Sphinx says she'll help if he proves his wisdom to her. Even though he's confident, the cat says it won't be easy. Then three cats appear, Su, Fing, and Ku, who together make up the Sphinx. Su gets the first question ready, and Yu looks even more confident when he realizes they're just cats. Su gets hyped and says the first question will be math, drawing the problem on the ground. He gives Yu 1 minute to solve it. Yu begs for more time but gets denied. Fing laughs at the MC panicking after thinking it would be a piece of cake. Su warns him that if he answers wrong, something bad will happen. And feeling the cat's power aura, Yu realizes they're on Hephaestus's level. He won't be able to run away anymore if things get ugly like he'd planned. A message screen pops up right when the MC is trying to focus on the problem. It's Papyrus demanding the package deliveries. Yu gets annoyed at the awful timing, but he recognizes the name Papyrus and gets an idea. The three cats start a countdown, and Yu gives them his answer. Turns out Papyrus was the god of math, even though he didn't really look that smart. Sphinx is shocked that Yu answered correctly. Then they say they're going to ask the second question, which pisses the MC off. The cats never promised it'd be just one, so Yu has to answer 3 questions total to get what he wants. Fing then asks how Sphinx should split the two of them up if they want to devour them, and he hands the MC a sword so he can answer in practice. Yu realizes these cats probably don't plan on giving him the answer he's looking for. They're just getting them ready to be eaten. Fing makes it clear he can only use the sword once when answering. Yu, not being stupid, points the sword at one of the cats and says that way there'll be one less mouth to feed. The cats get stressed at the answer and release this heavy aura. White Cloud drops to the ground, unable to move properly, but Yu stays standing. Thanks to Medusa, he's got resistance to fear now, so the cat's trick doesn't affect him. He tells all 3 to come at him if they're that mad. Of course, the Great Sphinx wouldn't call an answer wrong just because she doesn't like it. That's what Yu thinks, but Fing steps toward him. Ku tells his brother to stop, because the answer is correct whether they like it or not. They give the questions, the adventurers give the answers. That's the rule. Even if the MC acted arrogant, everything starts and ends with questions. Ku is impressed that Yu didn't give in to their intimidation, and that he even provoked them and still came out on top. In the past, there were lots of people like him who weren't afraid to trust their own answers. For the final question, 2 cats appear next to Yu, a little angel and a little demon. The angel will do everything he says, and the demon will do the opposite of whatever he says. If the MC wants to go to heaven, what would he ask these kittens, with just one sentence and only one chance? That brings back memories for you, of him as a kid crying in a corner. An adult comes up and asks why he's there, and you tells them not to pretend they care about someone with no skills. But the adult doesn't care whether the boy has skills or not. Opportunities always show up for the people who are ready. The stranger keeps going with this motivational speech, saying you will find something he can do just by being himself. He was in the same situation as the MC, and says if you answers his question, he'll share an experience he had. The question was whether he knew about angels and demons. You couldn't answer back then, but ever since, he's thought about what the answer could be. He's always wanted to protect the world where the people he loves live, and now that he's a god, it's something he has to do. The MC's answer to Ku's question is, have them take him home, whether it's the angel or the demon. The cat is impressed and opens a portal so he can find the pharaoh in the royal palace. White Cloud is wary, but Sue says their questions are absolute. Sphinx then gives the two of them a few tips, and they head through the portal. When they arrive on the other side, a man starts yelling at them to stop. The guy is totally out of control and seems to be mistaking them for someone else, because he says he won't fall for those dirty tricks again. Yu gets more and more confused by the situation, and by the fact the pharaoh is using divine power even though he's supposed to be human. He tries to talk to the pharaoh, but at that exact moment a door behind him opens, and his sixth sense goes full red alert. Fearing danger, Yu sends White Cloud back to Earth and tries to get out too. But when it's his turn, the unlucky guy can't use divine power to teleport, and a man wearing a dog hat walks into the room. He finds it weird because he felt a different presence in there, but he doesn't see anything. The MC managed to put on the invisibility helmet just in time. The pharaoh keeps yelling at the man that he won't bow to him and is evil anymore, but the man just grabs him by the neck and starts draining his divine power. Then the man tells the pharaoh not to forget that he and his people are just livestock meant to hand over their divine power to him. He should consider it an honor to be able to serve the great Set like that. The man leaves, and the pharaoh is left sprawled on the ground, completely drained. He hopes nobody else ends up with the same fate. But the pharaoh wakes up a while later, dazed, with no idea what happened. Yu asks if he's feeling better, and the pharaoh seems to recognize him. The kids gathered around the MC say he's a really nice guy, even bragging about the food he gave them. The pharaoh panics because he doesn't trust Yu, but a young woman shows up behind him and calms him down. He almost died, so he should take it easy with the emotions. Set sucked out his life force along with all his divine power, and the one who saved him while everyone else couldn't do anything was Yu. But the pharaoh isn't convinced and thinks the MC wants something in return. He starts walking away, and the girl calls him Peo, telling him to slow down. Yu recognizes the name from Ju's list of priests. Peo would be his fourth priest. The MC tries to confirm the pharaoh's name, but he gets irritated and says he's not interested in getting friendly with someone like him. Gods usually help humans, just so they can kill them later. There was a time when exhaustion took over the desert people, while a plague wiped out countless lives. So the gods offered help and turned Pao into a pharaoh to save his people and reach the world of the gods. Pao used his new abilities to guide his people and save everyone. But when it was time to enter the gods' world, he realized something. A pharaoh is just a container for divine power so people will believe, and all their suffering was caused by the gods. Pao was basically just a fool who did everything the way they wanted. And now Yu understands why he despises the gods. Even so, Yu promises he'll be back the next time Set shows up. A month later, just like he promised, Set appears again to take more divine power, but this time he runs straight into Yu, charging right at him. Set easily stops the MC and realizes he wasn't wrong when he sensed Yu's presence last time. Pinning Yu's head against the wall, he asks what Yu is doing there. The MC says he's there to save the pharaoh, which pisses Set off, and he throws him away. Set can't believe a god with so little divine power is actually challenging him. But the day he met Peo, Yu handed over all the packages in the pile, and got 12,000 random gifts in return. Set's divine power starts leaking out of his body, and Yu activates his healing. Ready to fight, he says, alright, let's see who's got more divine power now. With all that power built up, the MC rushes Set, telling him to let the pharaohs go. He lands a hit and leaves Set a little stunned. To get revenge, Set drains the divine power from an old pharaoh nearby and throws the body at Yu. He laughs when he notices how soft Yu is toward mere humans. Set starts going on about how pharaohs are just cattle, and nothing will ever change. As he charges up a massive attack, he fires it, chains, straight toward the kids behind them, and the MC runs in to block it, making Set even angrier. Set thinks Yu's little compassion is only going to make them suffer more, and he keeps targeting the pharaohs, talking about how the absolute law of the pyramids is that they exist only as livestock. Set keeps draining the divine power from the pharaohs he hits. Yu tries to cut the chains binding the pharaohs and says he really is fighting to protect them, whether they have powers or not. In the end, he's fighting for a world where everyone can be equal. But Set laughs at that and thinks that trying to protect so many things at once will get him nowhere. He'll only become strong when he abandons everything. The fight continues, and Set attacks an unprotected pharaoh, distracting Yu. That opening lets him land a full-on punch to the MC's face, sending him flying backward. Yu starts struggling. He can barely even defend himself now. Peo watches the fight, kind of in disbelief, and the same girl from before gives him her divine power. He tries to refuse, but she says she knows her own body well, and she doesn't have much time left. Another older pharaoh gives him power too, and then everyone there starts thanking Pao for everything he's done for them. But Pao, in tears, apologizes for being too weak and not being able to protect them. The girl comforts him, saying she lived a good life and learned what love was. She hopes their regrets get replaced by their smiles, and she wishes all the pharaoh's happiness reaches Pao when her tears finally stop. In this poetic moment, Yu keeps getting beat up by Set, who's also hurt. The villain gets ready for his final attack, but then Pao, packed with divine power, lands a huge punch on him. The hit leaves a trail of destruction through the whole pyramid, and Set falls all the way down. The villain loses it like never before and summons even more power. Yu can't believe Set was still holding back on them. But Pao is sure this is the end of the fight. Set starts threatening the two of them watching from above, but the Sphinx shows up right on time. The cats warn him he'll have to solve their riddles since he stepped into their domain. Only those who solve the riddle can leave, and Set won't get special treatment just because he's a god. Set tries to threaten the cats, but they're stronger than him, considering how little strength he has left. Then Ku gives Set his riddle. He has to list every evil thing he's ever done, with no time limit, since they're infinite. Outside the wrecked pyramid, some minor gods talk about what happened. Looks like Set lost to the pharaohs and got trapped on the lowest floor of the pyramid. The gods are furious they'll have to start looking for other jobs. In the crowd, Pappy calls out to Yu and says he'll miss him. The MC tells him to share his newly gained divine power with the good Egyptian gods so they can actually do their jobs right. Pappy promises he'll put everything back to normal, and Yu feels relieved. Off in the distance, Pao is sitting on a mountain of sand when the MC walks up. He asks if it wouldn't be better to make another place to preserve the other pharaoh's memory. But Pao thinks they'll be freer this way, flying with the wind. Even though he dreamed for a long time about Set's end, he can't really celebrate after losing so many people. Then he acknowledges Yu's efforts and says he'd like to join him and serve him. The MC accepts and makes Pao his fourth priest. Back on Earth, he realizes Ju still hasn't come back and starts getting dinner ready. But the guildmaster Iris shows up beside him, clearly not happy with what the MC's been doing. Yu asks what he's doing there, and the guy throws a stack of papers at him. He reveals there are rumors Yu's been opening portals just to scare people and for his own benefit, and he says Yu better not even think about running since they're surrounded by other hunters. In the end, Yu just has to follow them quietly, and he does. He's chained up while they question him about the crimes he might have committed. Yu insists he's innocent and asks for at least a lawyer to defend himself. Guildmaster Iris saw that coming and calls in Leo Lux to help with the interrogation. Everyone else leaves the room, leaving the two of them alone. Leo starts off saying he doesn't care what the MC does when he keeps disappearing, but he wants to know where his little sister is right now. Yu doesn't have an answer and says Leo should ask Ju about that. Then Leo asks where Ju is, since they've been looking all over Korea for more than a month and still can't find her. That freaks the MC out, because she went after the fifth priest for him and should have been back by now. In the fairy world, Elia seems to have attacked the fairy queen and taken her form, ready to receive Ju and Adele. Ju gets suspicious. Even though fairies are kind of antisocial with strangers, she feels like something's off. Maybe it's better if they just sneak into the palace. Meanwhile, Adele is talking to the guard, asking to be let in, and getting turned down. But a fairy shows up almost at the same time and says they've been cleared by the fairy queen. Adele and Ju are escorted through the palace to the fairy queen, who's in her garden. Ju, not subtle at all, goes straight to the point and says they want to borrow her power, and she'd be really grateful if the queen could come travel with them real quick. Elia, disguised as the fairy queen, thinks about how their efforts are pointless. The person they're looking for isn't there anymore, and Elia is going to wipe out all the remaining priests. Ju keeps talking about how portals are popping up in every dimension, but Adele's stomach growling super loud interrupts her. They haven't had a proper meal since they arrived, in Adele's defense, so the queen offers them food, and they all head to the palace dining hall. Servants start laying out tons of dishes across this huge table, and it totally impresses the two of them. Ju thanks the queen for the hospitality, and the queen says she's just following fairy tradition. Ju then asks the queen to say the fairy's prayer, so they can eat. So Elia does it, and Ju immediately gets suspicious, and asks what she did to the queen. Ju suddenly rushes at Elia at insane speed. Fairy language changes depending on social class, and Elia's mistake was using the common way of speaking. Elia transforms back into her real form, wrecking everything around her. Ju demands to know what Elia is doing there. Elia reveals she took out the fairy queen, one of the kids from the beginning. If she already knows their plan to go after the kids and recruit them, then why wouldn't she stop them? Adele tries to defend herself from Elia's attack, totally confused about what's going on. Meanwhile, Ju goes eerily calm and crosses the hall toward Elia in a flash, landing an almost fatal hit. Elia realizes Ju is way too strong for her, but it doesn't matter, she's already bought enough time, and the kid reveals she kept Ju there until now because of the portals in Korea. The barrier they set up has already been destroyed, and Grim Reaper managed to escape, So now the question is, how long can Yu hold out against that old woman without having all his powers back yet? Ju is stunned by that and tries to confirm if Elia is telling the truth. But her transmission doesn't work there because Earth is outside the system, thanks to Grim Reaper getting stronger from all the chaos. Elia starts taunting Ju, saying that feeling, knowing everyone you love is about to be destroyed, is something she's very used to. Then the kid leaves, abandoning Ju alone with her despair. Back in Korea, Code Red gets activated and all hunters are called in. Over the loudspeakers they announce that an old woman and a tree came out of the portal, and they can't contact anyone near the area. Yu recognizes Grim Reaper from the description and panics, because any hunters who go up against her are basically just going to get wiped. He easily breaks free from his cuffs and tells Leo to get out of the way. He needs to get to the portal. But Leo won't budge and says they're not done talking. Yu says the situation's changed, he can't waste time anymore, and tries to run. But Leo attacks him anyway, even knowing things might be worse than the first time they met. Still, he won't let Yu leave until he finds out where his little sister is. At the portal, a gigantic tree appears and the whole sky turns purple. Civilians run around screaming for help. The tree's trunks lash out toward a defenseless woman trying to escape. White Cloud shows up just in time to protect her and yells at her to just get out of there. He's already kind of beat up and wonders where the hell Ju and Yu are. Grim Reaper recognizes the MC's scent on White Cloud, the same way she recognized it on Etten inside the portal, and trapped him in her tree. Etten struggles to break free and tells White Cloud to go find Yu, because they're no match for that old woman. Grim Reaper, totally unfazed, easily pins him back to the tree, and this time she tries to grab the kid too. But a blue lightning strike hits the trunks before they can close in on White Cloud, saving him. Leo arrives just in time to help, and Yu shows up right behind him, praising his priest for holding out that long. White Cloud has a million questions, but the MC tells them to take down Grim Reaper first. The old woman looks pleased that Yu came to face her on his own this time. She says as a reward, she'll kill them and hand them over to Samson as a gift. Yu charges at Grim Reaper, saying he won't be an easy target again. He slices through the branches coming at him. Leo helps too, sending his power into the remaining branches. Grim Reaper is surprised at how easily they cut them all down, and the MC says Leo isn't the #1 hunter for nothing. Leo just tells Yu not to forget their deal, and Yu promises he'll keep his word about finding Elia. Leo had told the MC he'd do anything if it meant seeing his sister again, so Yu asks if he'd do anything for Yu too, if Yu had a way to find Elia. And now the two of them keep fighting Grim Reaper, who won't stop throwing branches at them. But the old woman starts some creepy ritual, summoning a soul-devouring flower. The flower releases a purple gas into the air, but it doesn't seem to be poison. No matter what, Yu's planning to blow her away with his wind ability. But when he tries to use it, something goes wrong, and he realizes the gas shuts down his abilities. The MC tries to warn Leo about it, but Leo says he's not from this world. He's never had to rely on abilities, since he's had mana since he was born. Inspired, Yu also summons his mana and tells Leo to try not to fall behind as the two of them push forward toward the old hag. When Grim Reaper realizes they can handle things without abilities, she sends even more brutal branches at them. The MC uses his white ice power and black flames to clear a path, and Leo's kinda stunned by his mana, but he keeps charging the old hag anyway, since Yu's flames only burn enemies. He lands a hit, knocking Grim Reaper back and leaving her totally confused. But it's way too early for her to be shocked, because Yu's still building up power to attack her. That thick mana around him has been with him ever since he started learning how to use a sword. After grinding a ton of aura, he says he doesn't need abilities to use his own power. And then he unleashes an insanely powerful attack on Grim Reaper that lights up the entire sky. Leo is literally speechless when he sees the massive crater the attack leaves in the ground. White Cloud runs over to Yu, hyped about what he just saw. Meanwhile, Leo's wondering how he's supposed to be the #1 hunter when Yu exists. But then they notice something weird that kills the whole victory vibe. Black smoke starts pouring out of the hole where Grim Reaper is, and it makes this thunderous noise. Anyone without divine power doesn't stand a chance against that sound. Grim Reaper crawls out of the crater more horrifying than ever and starts transforming. She plans to wipe out humanity and turns into this huge, disgusting monster. Her claws shoot toward Yu, and he even considers running, even though he knows he can't. He has to fight the twisted old hag, but can he actually beat her? Ju shows up at the perfect moment, and with a straight-up murderous look, tells the old hag to disappear. Elias collapsed on the ground, completely wrecked, staring up at the night sky. She thinks about how Ju is crazy for using the portal to travel between dimensions. Looks like Elias is gonna need time to recover, but it doesn't matter, because Ragnarok has already started. Ju attacks Grim Reaper and deals a ton of damage, and Adele blocks the sound's effect with her magic. The MC, super worried, asks why they took so long. Ju says they lost time because of Elia, and Leo, who heard everything, asks where his sister is. But the old hag gets annoyed by their conversation and starts regenerating. She goes after Yu, but Ju stops her and tosses the MC a golden apple so he can recover. The hag's regeneration is way too strong, so they'll need power that can overpower it. If they just keep trading attacks back and forth, they're gonna lose. Ju tells the MC to think of something while she keeps the hag busy, but that's easier said than done, and he starts thinking about how her body works. Since her finger went flying after Ju's attack, the hag must have used some kind of block against Yu's attack. which means if he sneaks in, he might be able to deal real damage to her. The MC tells Adele to prep her strongest spell, while Leo helps her. Ed and White Cloud have to protect Ju, stopping Grim Reaper from using some super powerful attack. With everything set, Yu eats the golden apple and everyone follows the plan. The hag keeps fighting Ju while Adele charges her attack. Leo burns a ton of energy trying to keep Grim Reaper from noticing him and Adele. The spell is ready, and Leo signals the others to watch out. Then Adele fires off her insane fire attack at the hag, and she lets out a scream. She complains about how a human can have that much power, but as long as Grim Reaper's real body is still intact, she can regenerate as much as she wants. Except Yu shows up at the perfect timing and strikes the hag's real body while it's trying to hide. She freaks out and starts releasing magic, trying to take someone down with her, and causes a huge explosion. Yu gets up from the blast, only to find Ju completely beaten up. She tanked the attack so the MC wouldn't get hit the worst. He tries to wake her up when he notices a huge red eye in the sky. Ragnarok has begun. Yu is freaking out, trying to heal Ju with his ability, but nothing works. He thinks about taking her to Olympus to save her, but Olympus denies his request. The panic just keeps getting worse, and Ju, still conscious, tells him to get out of there. She says she doesn't have any divine power left to keep her body going. Ju's strength runs out as she begs Yu one more time to run and save himself. A monster shows up on Earth and starts complimenting the place. Then it spots the MC nearby and gets excited that there's still a human left for it. But Yu easily slices the creature's arm off and starts crying, not understanding why they won't just leave humanity alone. The monster regenerates and laughs at Yu's attack, but Yu just chops it into little pieces, completely out of patience. He finishes the monster off with a killer look, and by doing that he gains super regeneration. Two more monsters step out of the portal and watch what happened. Thinking they can handle the MC, they rush him. But he's so messed up over what happened to Ju that he hits the first one with everything he's got, and when the second thinks it's about to do something, Yu attacks it the exact same way. One of them goes for the MC's arm. Since he's a swordsman, it's an easy target, but Yu grabs it by the tail and hurls it away, finishing it with a punch. He regenerates his arm and uses it to smash the monster. He's in full rage mode and keeps throwing punch after punch. The other creature realizes Yu is way stronger than they expected. It turns to run off and gather more troops to face him, but the MC is faster and attacks, stopping it from even moving. It can't just be a coward and decide to run now. Then countless mana swords hit it in the back. The monster begs for its life, but the empathetic Yu isn't there anymore. He just ends it. A hand grabs his shoulder and tells him to stop. Leo says maybe it's not too late. He reveals the world he was born in got destroyed by monsters that came out of a portal, exactly like what's happening now. The portals connect different dimensions, like they're all branches of the same tree. They might be able to save Ju, if Yu is willing to risk his own life. If they can reach Olympus that way, there's no reason not to leave right now. But an attack hits a building nearby, and a goat-faced monster wonders where the people in charge of that area are, and why there are still humans alive there. Did the monsters assigned to this place really get beaten by mere humans? Yu realizes that if he leaves now, this place will be completely destroyed, so he doesn't know what to do. Right then, White Cloud shows up and attacks the goat with a new ability, shocking everyone. He was saving that skill for a future duel with Yu, but whatever. He yells at the MC to go save Ju. He already tanked the old lady. This goat is nothing. The monster starts charging up to counterattack, but Adele shows up too. She blows up the part of the building where the goat was and tells Yu to get out of there already. They both want him to go save Ju, and they'll handle things here so he can reach Olympus. When the portal in Adele's world almost wiped everything out, the MC saved everyone, and that's when she promised she'd do the same for him. Itten agrees and says this is his chance to repay Yu for saving his people. They'll protect Earth for him, so he can save Ju without feeling guilty. The MC smiles and asks Leo to lead the way, finally decided. The two start running toward the portal. When they get close, Leo uses a powerful attack to tear it open. They jump into the portal, and it's exactly how Yu remembers. A monster appears behind them and asks what a couple of humans are doing there. But before it can do anything, the MC takes it out. No time, bro. After a while, Leo and Yu reach a portal with Olympus energy. Yu fills with hope. Ju's salvation is right there. But as they're about to enter, the MC hears a familiar voice and turns around. Asmodeus found him again. Yu pulls Excalibur and attacks the demon as fast as he can. But the creature counters, and the MC gets annoyed because he doesn't have time for this, attacking again. Asmodeus watches from the sky and realizes how much Yu has leveled up skill-wise. Yu notices the demon is trying to regenerate, and yeah, he's not letting that happen. Yu charges in to stop it, but his sword meets another sword halfway. Asmodeus is in human form and says it's an honor to fight him sword to sword. The MC's got zero patience because he's in a huge rush, so he charges in again without really thinking. He keeps attacking and tells Asmodeus to stay out of his way. The demon gets hyped seeing Yu almost reach that mind and sword as one state, so he starts firing off a bunch of attacks back to back. The MC blocks them all, but realizes if he's even a little slower, he could lose. Leo finally jumps into the fight and activates his blue lightning. He hits Asmodeus from the side, but the demon just summons another sword to block it. There's basically nowhere in this world Asmodeus' sword can't reach, and with that, he summons endless swords in the sky to go after Leo. Every hit lands, and Yu gets distracted, staring at his teammate in shock. Asmodeus takes advantage and attacks the MC with full force, leaving a trail of destruction. But Yu blocks it and tells the demon to move, unless he wants to meet his end. That just gets Asmodeus even more excited, since it's been a long time since he fought someone on his level. He tells the MC that Chaos gave him the title of Guardian of the Demon World, but a long time ago, he was known as the God of Swords. That's why the title was available for Yu when he chose it. But the MC asks, if Asmodeus was really that strong, why did he have to side with Chaos? The demon says it's because he's strong that he's on Chaos's side. Asmodeus spent his whole life chasing more power. But the higher gods don't like anyone who looks like a threat, so they tried as hard as they could to wipe him out, and in the end he became a monster. If it weren't for Chaos, he'd still be a mindless monster with no sense of who he even is. Life is non-stop fighting, so Asmodeus joined Chaos to create a new, pure world. Tired of his own speech, he summons his countless swords again and points them at Yu. Then Asmodeus attacks, and it looks like he nails the MC dead on. During the attack, Yu realizes he can't block every sword, so he focuses on protecting only his vital spots. When it's over, the MC thinks he can finally counterattack, but he looks up and sees even more swords waiting for Asmodeus's command. The demon mocks Yu for looking satisfied after just one wave of attacks. Blue lightning strikes the demon's swords, and Leo gets back up even though he's totally wrecked. He asks Yu if they've got any chance of winning, and the MC is honest. Even at 100%, he couldn't guarantee a win. Basically, things are looking really bad for them. So Leo gives him advice, accept his power. Leo has a secret ability. He can make a mana elixir that heals wounds and gives the drinker some of his mana. If it works, Yu might not only recover, but unlock a new power too. But if the MC can't absorb the elixir, he might straight up die. Yu's determined. If it means saving Ju, he'll risk his life as many times as it takes. Leo saw that coming and hands him the lightning elixir. Yu gets swallowed up in a huge ball of blue lightning. Asmodeus watches them, fascinated, but says the fight's already over. He had big expectations for Yu, and he hopes all the waiting pays off. Leo tells the demon to keep those expectations high, but for now, Leo's the one who's going to play with him. Asmodeus laughs, but he's down for a little fun. Meanwhile, the MC is back in that puzzle dimension, wondering why he always ends up there. A strange voice says the place is like what's left of a kaleidoscope. The voice belongs to a floating ball of light that introduces itself as part of Pandora. They don't have much time, so Pandora gets straight to it. Yu might die. She can't explain how she ended up there with him, but she promises she can help. Basically, Yu's body couldn't absorb the new mana, and the experiment failed. The MC still doesn't have what it takes to control that much raw power, at least not in this life. Pandora is going to create an imaginary world for him, using his memories from past lives. He'll be confused because the memories will mix together, but there's no dream he can't wake up from. And if he manages to wake up, he'll be able to find Pandora again. Yu wakes up in a sunny forest. Ju shows up asking how long he plans on sleeping. He gets emotional and starts crying because he's seeing her again, even though he doesn't really understand why. Ju worries about him and says he can just rest this time. MC says no, and explains he was just really relieved when he saw her. She gets embarrassed and decides he must be fine if he's already talking nonsense. Yu feels like something's off, like he's forgetting something important, but it's probably nothing. They're on their way to accept Persephone's part-time mission. The sooner they get the golden apple, the better, since anything could happen at any moment. Yu, confused, asks what kind of things, and Ju answers that obviously it's Ragnarok. That word makes him remember his real world, where Ju is badly hurt. He remembers his talk with Pandora, and that this place is just something made from his memories. MC needs to hurry and find Pandora so he can go back. But this world's Ju looks at him, worried, and he decides it's fine to rest just a little bit. Pandora watches from far away as he makes his choice, and Yu asks Ju how she manages to do all this. Humans are helpless against natural disasters, and Ragnarok is the end of everything. How does she not break down and still keep hope even with a threat that huge? She says she's not that strong. She does waver sometimes, and she gets scared to keep moving forward. But she's even more scared of giving up, and to deal with everything she basically let go of her emotions. And when she needs to keep her hope alive, she looks at Yu. He once told her they can't do anything if they don't even try. And what matters is that he never lets himself get swept away, even when things aren't looking good. When Ju looks at him, she feels like she's not alone. Like there's someone right in front of her doing everything he can to stay on the right path. She thinks that's the most encouraging thing she's ever seen, and it's why she doesn't lose hope. The dream sky starts cracking, and Yu wonders what he's even doing there. He apologizes to Ju and says he needs to save someone. Back in the puzzle dimension, Yu asks if what he saw is from some past life. Pandora says it's from a really old one, and he realizes Ju used to be way more expressive back then. She must have been through a lot to become as indifferent as she is now. Pandora tells him not to get too mad about it, because he passed her determination test. It's time for him to learn the truth. Pandora activates Yu's first memory, the one from before he was even born. A woman, completely white, cries because she couldn't protect the children of the beginning. She is Gaia, the goddess of the beginning, and mother of all things. Gaia talks about how the dark shadow will soon reach the land of the beginning. Child Ju asks the goddess what those shadows are that are making her so sad. Gaia explains the shadow is chaos, the father of all things. The children start asking if their mother can't stop chaos or defeat him. She explains that the gods are part of chaos, so no matter what they do, they can't escape chaos's eyes. Gaia can't see a future where she defeats him. That's when Child Yu says he'll defeat chaos, since he isn't a god. His mother feels proud of the kid's attitude, but warns that his hope will disappear when he faces chaos. The path he'll walk will be full of suffering and uncertainty. She asks if, even knowing that, he still wants to follow that path, and Yu says yes. The children start protesting, saying he's the youngest and doesn't have any talent. Ju defends him and tells them to stop being so mean, but Yu agrees with them. He thinks he's weak too, but even so, he never gave up. They can't do anything if they don't try, so maybe they can defeat chaos. Gaia says that because there's nothing inside him, there are huge possibilities he can reach. Then she sends her children to different dimensions and creates a system for them, trusting Yu's potential to destroy that thing and protect all the beautiful things in the world. Seeing that memory, MC unlocks his true power, and now he can accept any kind of power into his body. He opens his eyes, releasing blue lightning. Leo is completely beat up from his fight with Asmodeus, who keeps trash-talking the hunter's techniques. Leo's sword has become useless because he's been more focused on protecting the big bubble Yu is inside. The hunter can't take Asmodeus yapping non-stop anymore, and says he must have been the god of gossip, not the god of swords. The demon gets ready for one last attack, saying that at least he had fun. The swords fly straight at Leo, and he's wondering if the MC still isn't ready yet. Right then, that huge ball of electricity behind Leo starts cracking, and Yu steps out of it, shielding his buddy and apologizing for taking so long. Leo's happy to finally see the MC's face, and he can finally rest and recover. Asmodeus is disappointed, since it looks like Yu just accepted a different kind of mana into his body, and he was expecting more. But the MC rushes the demon at an unreal speed, and Asmodeus is stunned. He throws out a powerful lightning attack that catches Asmodeus off guard. Excited by his opponent's new powers, Asmodeus seems to gather even more power to attack Yu. The MC dodges easily, but the demon's swords reach all the way to a mountain in the distance. Then he summons a hurricane of swords that starts moving toward Yu. But instead of a bunch of swords at once, it's actually just one sword generating the whole hurricane. If the MC can break the flow, maybe he can claim that one sword for himself. He times it perfectly and strikes the sword, sending it straight at Asmodeus. It smacks him in the face, leaving the demon confused. At the same time, Yu takes the hurricane for himself and absorbs all of Asmodeus' swords. The demon realizes that this power comes from beyond the heavens, and that he's lost the fight. The hurricane causes insane destruction and hits Asmodeus head-on, and he drops to the ground defeated. He starts to fade away, realizing that this whole time he was way too proud. As he disappears completely, he says it was an honor to fight the MC. For defeating the former god of swords, Yu becomes the true god of swords, and gets promoted to supreme god. Leo, totally wrecked, realizes that now the MC really has become a monster, but he runs over, worried, to help his friend. Leo just tells him to hurry up and get to Olympus. He'll follow right behind as soon as he recovers, so Yu tells him to heal up properly, because he can summon him at any time, since Leo became one of Yu's priests so he could find his sister. And with that, the MC steps through the portal. But the moment he sets foot on Olympus, Hephaestus attacks him, like he's possessed. He calls Yu an evil creature, and tells him to get out of Olympus while attacking him. The MC doesn't get where this resistance from Hephaestus is coming from, since they were friends. But the god recognizes Asmodeus' energy inside Yu, and he's against it. Yu tries to explain, but the god doesn't want to hear any of it, and just keeps attacking. Our MC doesn't have time to waste, so he decides he'll get past Hephaestus by force. The god says he's holding back because of the friendship they used to have, but Yu tells him to move, because he needs to bring Ju back. If he doesn't move, he's gonna get chopped into pieces. Yu attacks and shoves him into a pillar, and Hephaestus is left stunned. He confirms what happened to Ju and seems genuinely shaken by the loss, but then he clenches his fists and says it doesn't matter, because his destiny is to defend this place from the power of forgotten gods. That's his fate, given to him along with his name. Then he summons his masterpiece, the spear Pelia, and hurls it straight at Yu. The MC's annoyed that talking isn't working, and he gives in to the fight. He summons countless swords and sends them at Hephaestus, dealing heavy damage. The god tanks the attack, but Yu's freaking out because he doesn't want to hurt him anymore. Hephaestus summons another one of his masterpieces and attacks the MC, wrecking everything around them. But when the dust settles, the one on the ground is the god, and Yu hesitates to finish him. Hephaestus explains he went that far because his name sealed his destiny. A god who can't fulfill his destiny becomes a forgotten god, so he helps Yu end it all. He apologizes for not being able to abandon his fate, even if he wanted to. But he had to be Hephaestus to the very end. Then the god disappears, hoping Yu can do what he came there to do. The MC unlocks a bunch of abilities, and now he can tell what his items and gear will do, on top of doubling their effects. He also unlocks some abilities in Excalibur that will even affect his followers. With that heavy goodbye vibe in the air, he heads to the underworld. There's a famous story in Greek mythology. Orpheus, He went to the underworld to bring his beloved wife back, and he convinced Hades by playing his music, but it didn't end happily, and Yu hopes things will be different. Hades senses his presence and shows up, arrogant as always. He tells Yu to get out of there immediately, but our MC says he can't leave until Ju is brought back to life. The god looks kinda disgusted that he even had the nerve to ask something like that with so much confidence. Hades, already annoyed, warns Yu to be careful with what he says next. Yu repeats that he wants to bring Ju back, and makes it clear he doesn't need Hades' permission. That just stresses Hades out even more, and he looks ready to give Yu the same fate as his beloved. So he sends his power to attack the MC, but Yu dodges using Hermes buffed boots. Mixing the boots with his speed ability, Yu closes the distance to Hades insanely fast and strikes. He lands the hit, but Hades doesn't look like he took any damage at all. Regular sword attacks won't affect him. Hades asks if Yu seriously thought he could defeat death itself in its own home. He gathers a ton of power and attacks the MC, who blocks it easily. And when Yu used the boots to fly earlier, it wasn't to dodge, it was to find the entrance. That shocks Hades, but Yu doesn't waste time and keeps stacking different abilities. Combining them with his infinite swords, he attacks Hades, who tries to stop the power before it reaches him. He actually seems to be succeeding, since Yu's swords get surrounded by purple magic. Hades yells that if the gates of hell break, the human world itself will turn into hell. But he's kinda missing the point, because the human world is already basically like that. Still, Yu learned from someone who believed in him that together, it's possible to defeat even hell. Yu pushes his magic even harder, and finally overpowers Hades, landing a real hit. Blue light flashes everywhere from the impact, and then the MC finds himself in a completely white, empty place. He hears Ju's voice asking if he came all the way there to find her. She says he caused a huge commotion across the entire underworld, but he doesn't care. He tells her they're leaving together. Only, time's up. Samson's petals start swirling around Ju, and she's about to reincarnate again. A long time ago, Gaia asked the girl if she was sure she wanted to keep reincarnating. Forever is packed with unimaginable suffering and pain, but little Ju said she wanted to help Yu not lose himself, and in the present, Ju tells him not to worry. She'll find him in her next life. Yu refuses, grabs her arm, and asks why she has to be the only one who keeps sacrificing herself. She insists she already tried to end it, but this curse can't be undone. So the MC hugs her and says there's a way to fix it. They just have to go back together. Ju breaks down in Yu's arms and admits she doesn't want this anymore. She hates having to redo everything over and over, and watching the people she loves suffer. Samson shows up and quietly watches the two of them hugging. When they notice the goddess, they pull away, embarrassed. Then she gets to why she came, and asks if Ju is really going to reject reincarnation. Without even waiting for an answer, Samson explains that reincarnation can't rewind time. It's like stopping a book you were writing to start a new one. That's why Gaia chose this method, and saying you don't want to reincarnate is basically saying you don't want to be born again. If she stops Ju from refusing reincarnation, would they just give up and leave? Yu summons Excalibur and makes it clear he's decided he won't let Ju sacrifice herself anymore. Samson laughs at him and turns the sword back into snow. She gets annoyed that he still doesn't remember what kind of person she is. What kind of grandma would stop her grandkids from choosing the path they want? She was just worried about them, and wanted to test his determination. What she really wants is for them to be happy, since they've spent so many lives suffering. Then Samson asks them to tell her everything, and says she'll help however she can. Yu summons all his priests, who look confused about where they are. As soon as Adele sees Ju, she runs over and hugs her while crying, and she scolds Yu, saying he's the one who should be doing reckless stuff to save Ju, not the other way around. White Cloud takes the chance to say hi to Pao, and the two seem to hit it off, talking about what they've been through. Pao is impressed by how young White Cloud looks, and they start bickering about who's older. Samson has fun seeing so many kids around, and would love to spend the whole day listening to them, but it's time for Yu to start explaining his plan now that the priests are there. He broke the reincarnation cycle, so there won't be a next time. He needs a plan to escape this catastrophe. The MC says there's only one way, defeating chaos. Samson says he's heard this story a bunch of times, but according to Gaia, he needs 12 priests to even have a chance. In none of his past lives did he manage to gather all of them, and this time is no different. In this life he only recruited 5, so everything's going to end the same way. But Yu has a Pandora fragment in his possession, Snow. The creature is actually a key that can blur the line between past and present and open the door of time. He plans to go through the time door and go back to when Ragnarok began. That way, he can combine the power of his current priests with the ones from the past, and finally gather the 12 he needs. Samson asks if he's sure he wants to do this, since time travel will make him a foreign entity in the world. But the MC has already made up his mind and truly believes this is the path he has to take. Then he turns to his priests and asks if they're willing to come with him, and all of them agree to give up reincarnation to fight by his side. With everyone decided, Samson says he'll bless the path they chose one last time. And then they head to Zeus's temple. An explosion goes off in the temple, and one of Zeus's servants warns him that Yu has invaded the temple and his priests are wrecking the place. With no reinforcements coming, they can't stop the intruders from pushing forward. They reach the room where Zeus is hiding. The MC, all sarcastic, asks if it feels good to hide while the rest of the world is getting destroyed. The servant rushes Yu, but Iten takes him out really fast. With nobody else in the way, the MC says Zeus was after Prometheus's prophecy. That's why he locked himself up as soon as Ragnarok started, protecting his throne while everything else was under attack. Pandora's door is there in his temple, and Zeus has been trying to figure out how to open it. The god lunges at Yu insanely fast, trying to wipe him out. But before he can land a hit, Ju chops off his arm. Adele winds up an attack while Pao lands a huge punch on Zeus, and then blasts him right in the face with fire. The priests keep attacking, and this time it's White Cloud and Leo who jump in. Zeus takes it all without even dodging, even though he could easily, because there's something behind him he's trying to protect. A massive door covered in moon and star symbols. Yu is shocked that Zeus managed to hide something like that for so long. And Snow activates the door with the half moon on its forehead. Pandora appears in her flying form and says she's been waiting for him. Yu, the child who will save the world, has finally found her. He asks why she's helping him now, and why she helped him before by showing him his memories. But she tells him not to worry, they're working toward the same goal, and that's why she's going to leave her power with him. Pandora then gives Yu the essence of Kronos' power that goes beyond even time itself. Once the MC accepts that power, they'll fight chaos, or at least, that was the plan, until Zeus gets back up and charges at Pandora. Yu tries to save her, but he gets blasted back hard. Zeus has been waiting for this moment ever since she stole Kronos' power. The MC tries to talk Zeus down, saying Pandora is the key to defeating chaos. If he cares about the world, he needs to help them. But Zeus says Yu doesn't understand what's really going on. Who does he think opened Pandora's box? The only thing that was keeping chaos sealed. It was Pandora who started the end of the world, freeing chaos from its prison. Done talking, Zeus summons a massive lightning strike into the temple. It's strong enough to destroy even Olympus, but that doesn't matter anymore. He hits Pandora with everything he's got, but there's an explosion, and she gets sent back in time. Zeus gets furious at that little act of rebellion, and goes in to bite her, trying to end it all. The MC wakes up in the middle of a sunny city, totally confused. Pandora must have saved them, but he doesn't believe Zeus was telling the truth about her opening the box. Yu hears a commotion behind him and turns around, seeing his child self getting beaten up in a park. He remembers this day. The kids beating him up talk about how he's useless and has no powers. Yu had managed to get into a private school after studying like crazy to earn a scholarship. This was the day the guy got comforted by a stranger and ended up developing his inferiority complex. When he finally managed to use powerful abilities, he realized happiness doesn't depend on how much power someone has, and to think that the mysterious man who comforted him all that time was actually himself. Yu now understands what he needs to do with Kronos' power. Somewhere else, Zeus is blown away by the power of time. Now he'll be able to get rid of Pandora before any of it even happens. She'll disappear along with the mistake the god made. But the MC shows up at the perfect moment and blocks Zeus's attack. Zeus gets pissed at the interruption and says that if Yu's goal is to end the chaos, he shouldn't be getting in the way. But if Pandora disappears, everyone Yu loves will disappear too. If everything started with Pandora, then the person he is today is also thanks to her. Sure, a lot of people suffered because of what she did, but a lot of people also worked their asses off to get where they are. And along the way, he got to meet and save so many people, along with the worlds they live in. He won't let Zeus erase all the precious moments he had with his friends. Zeus thinks it's ridiculous to sacrifice the world over a few happy memories, especially since he'd sacrifice even the world of the gods to get what he wants. Zeus summons his strongest lightning again, shaped like a spear, while Yu gets this intense sense of déjà vu. It's going to be hard to fight Zeus while also protecting Pandora. He needs to take the gods somewhere else, and that's when it all clicks. Everything was already set. The past, the present, even the choices he's making right now. So Yu sends them into the past, on a rainy night. He ends up getting hit by Zeus's spear, even though even Zeus avoids touching it. But the MC doesn't look worried. He says he's been curious for a long time about what kind of lightning would make him awaken the skill screen. Obviously, it'd be a lightning bolt like Zeus's. Zeus is confused about how he can be fine after taking a direct hit like that. But Yu, copying the attack, reveals this isn't the first time he's been hit by that lightning, and he fires it back at Zeus. The attack is so powerful. Lightning goes flying everywhere, and one bolt hits Yu from the past dead on, the one who was cursing at the sky. Back in Pandora's time, the MC asks her if it's true that she released chaos. She confirms she really did, but it was all so humanity could break free from the god's grip. Pandora is one of the first children, the very first person. When she was born, pink petals fell from the sky, and all the gods blessed her. She believed their love was real, but that was naive. The gods only wanted to keep her around because of the divine power they got through her. When she found that out, that's when she made the plan to open Pandora's box. Yu is furious, because that's not a reason to cause so much destruction in the world. Pandora says she knew how the future would play out, but she still had to open the box to stop it. The MC is confused about who Pandora is talking about, but she can't say while the system exists, since she's using the system to listen to everything that's being said. She apologizes for not being able to explain everything right away, but hopes he understands she's doing this to protect humanity. The MC can't follow her logic and says he's only keeping her alive because he has his own reasons. Then he tells Pandora to accept the priestess contract. That's the only option Yu is giving her now. With no real choice, Pandora accepts and hopes he can put an end to all of this. The MC gets ready to summon his priests and go back in time to the events in the fairy world. Before he goes, he asks Pandora not to be so formal with him next time. Aaliyah is still in the same spot, sprawled on the ground, staring up at the sky. Her recovery seems slower and slower as everything around her falls apart. She can't even move. She has no strength left, but Aaliyah hopes she at least managed to get revenge on the gods who let her world be destroyed without doing anything. A rock starts falling toward her as she feels like everything she did was for nothing. Leo shows up just in time to save his sister from getting crushed, and she's confused. Yu arrives right behind him with all his priests, and Aaliyah asks how he's there. He starts healing her and explains they use Pandora's door to go back in time and find her. Aaliyah recognizes the name because she'd already heard it from the Lord of Chaos, and she screams, furious that they're still alive, because it means all her hard work was for nothing. Leo apologizes for leaving her to go through so much on her own, but the girl says she doesn't see him as family anymore. He has no idea what she went through and felt as one of the only survivors of her world. How Leo could live in a new world like nothing happened. The one who made her want to keep going was Chaos, the same one who destroyed her home. He promised he'd give her home back, and he also told her about the gods using humanity as a shield. So Ilya teamed up with her enemy, just for a chance to go back home. Leo says when they arrived in that unknown world, all he could think about was protecting her. It's not true that he lived like he hadn't lost his home. He was sad and scared too. He tried to find somewhere safe, and ended up acting cold toward Ilya, even though he wanted to protect her. The day Ilya left, he couldn't handle the sadness or even figure out what he'd done wrong. That's when he met Yu and his friends, and realized family is about being able to rely on each other. She asks why he's saying all this now, when it's already too late for her. The MC says she can still do the right thing. Aaliyah knows where Chaos is, and she can open portals that take them to other dimensions. They need her help to defeat Chaos. She knows she can't be forgiven for what she did, but she agrees to help them fight. Aaliyah takes them to where Chaos is, and Ju recognizes it's the land of the beginning, where they were born, which means Gaia and Chaos are right up ahead. Gaia really believed that locking Chaos away from everything would be enough. Chaos tries to consume the goddess, but Ju's knife hits him just in time. Ju holds her mother, who's not in great shape. Chaos yells at the child of the beginning to stop getting in the way, and charges at them. Then Yu shows up already attacking, protecting them. Chaos realizes the MC used the power to go back in time, and Gaia begs them to defeat him quickly, or everything will be consumed and destroyed. The MC tells Ju to stay out of danger with the goddess, and goes after Chaos again, but he attacks and doesn't even leave a scratch. Chaos then starts summoning some forgotten gods that Yu fought in the past. The MC knows that even if he's overpowered, dealing with that many enemies would be really hard. At that moment, his priests rush in to buy time for Yu. He starts saying they can't handle the enemies, but Ilya tells him to trust his priests. Those forgotten gods are weakened versions, and his priests are more than capable of keeping them busy. And the MC also has one of Chaos's right-hand men on his side, so what's he even worried about? Yu charges again, gathering all the power he has and striking Chaos. The attack looks like it worked, and Adele starts to feel hopeful. But Chaos isn't hurt again, and it seems like any attempt to attack him is pointless. In the counterattack, Chaos releases a power that causes a violent earthquake, throwing everyone off balance. He uses the opening to attack Gaia and rip her away from Ju. With his hands finally on the goddess, he consumes her completely. Ju panics and says they won't be able to defeat Chaos without the 12 priests. She thinks this really is the end of everything. Yu, meanwhile, starts saying goodbye to Snow, thanking his pet for all the hard work. He'll do the rest alone, without any weapon. Ju goes up to the MC and asks what he thinks he's doing. Yu says he's planning to go to where Chaos is and absorb him with his ability. Then he asks Ju to take care of everyone for him, and he rushes at Chaos. Staring up at the creature's massive eye, he activates his non-ability. Chaos laughs, saying there's no way he can absorb him, and tries to consume Yu. But the MC now understands he was born without abilities for exactly this reason, so he could do it, and everything lights up. Yu wakes up in a strange place where it looks like there's only sky. Chaos is right there in front of him, and says he'd been waiting for him. The MC freaks out, understandably, but Chaos tells him to calm down, since there's no way for them to finish each other off in there. Their powers kept getting used up, and ended up linking them together like they were the same being. Gaia shows up out of nowhere screaming that Yu has to sacrifice himself to save the world. He needs to defeat Chaos to protect everyone. Chaos gets pissed at the goddess and attacks her from far away, to shut her up. He says he won't stop the MC if that's really what he wants, but first there's something he needs to show him. Chaos wants to tell the real story of why Pandora brought him into the world. A long time ago, Gaia messed with the world's natural order by creating the system. From that moment on, all the gods would start using it to buy abilities, and the second they tried those abilities for the first time, they'd get drunk on power and become addicted to them. Chaos disagrees and says that logic is basically treating them like cattle, but Gaia says they'll use the system to control Deus Ex Machina. If it looks like the universe's creators disappeared, the gods will use the system without thinking twice and rule over humans. That's the only way she thinks she can keep the world from falling into chaos. Chaos tells her to stop lying. She just wants them to be dependent on her forever. She agrees and traps him in Pandora's box so he won't mess up her plans. Chaos screams at her to stop, but Gaia is determined to be remembered forever. Back in the present, Yu is overwhelmed by all the info. To keep Chaos from getting in her way, if he ever got freed, Gaia split the world into a bunch of different dimensions. And to get his strength back, Chaos created the Chaos Portals. The MC gets stressed that so many lives were lost just because those two were beefing. In the background, Gaia keeps trying to convince Yu to sacrifice himself, saying she was only trying to protect everyone. Yu asks if, now that he and Chaos are basically one, the universe is made up of the two of them, and Chaos says yes. Then the MC starts releasing a ton of power and says he's going to fix the world so the gods can't interfere anymore. Gaia freaks out, yelling that humanity only survived this long because the gods were taking care of them. But Yu disagrees and believes humanity will be fine without the gods' protection. Kronos' power activates, and the MC turns into pure light, then shatters. Ju wakes up crying from a messed up, distorted nightmare about Yu. Snow, who was in her lap, looks worried about her, and Adele shows up right after, asking if she had that weird dream again. Adele's worried too, and asks if Ju's been taking care of herself properly. Juwo changes the subject, asks about Adele's iced coffee, and grabs one for herself. Sitting on a bench, she thinks about how she misses the person from her dream, even though she doesn't even know them. A nearby loudspeaker announces a new portal, and the girls get ready to go. Helicopters hover over the portal area where the monsters have already been taken out. A guard thanks them for their service, and Leo comments that they got there fast and that the others are on their way. At the same time, White Cloud shows up, teasing Alia for starting to wear glasses. The two start arguing and smacking each other around like siblings. Ekkonen shows up, telling them to cut it out and grow up a little. Even with Ekkonen holding them back, they keep trying to swing at each other, and Pao just sighs. Then they get ready to deal with the portal. Inside, everyone rushes the monsters and wipes them out super easily. Juwo finds the portal's essence, and a slimy monster catches her eye. But she just slices the essence into little pieces. Ekkonen tells everyone to gather around him since the portal's about to collapse. Everyone climbs onto his hand except Ju, who looks like she's fixated on something. She tells Ekkonen to take everyone out and says she'll be right behind them, while she runs the other way. The others tell Ekkonen to wait for her, but he can't disobey a direct order from the leader. Juwo seems like she's remembering Yu as she runs through the portal. A god can exist as long as someone remembers him. Samson can't take care of the MC, but hopes his last gift will lead Ju to him. Juwo stops in front of the same slimy creature from before and calls out to Yu. It says some warped stuff about the world being better off without him, but she says she could never give up on him. It must have been hard being alone all this time, but Juwo promises she won't leave him alone anymore, and she asks him not to leave her either. Pink petals start coming out of the creature, and it transforms into Yu. Juwo hugs him tight and says she missed him so much. Our MC is back. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.